A decade of unwavering loyalty, 10 years of standing by her side through every storm, and she discarded it all without a second thought, for nothing more than a fleeting, cheap thrill. The betrayal cut deeper than I could have imagined, a wound festering with every memory of what we'd built together. They thought they could muzzle me, keep me tethered like some obedient marionette. Strings pulled tight to dictate my every move. But I'm no fool, no pawn in their twisted game. For months, I've been weaving my escape, each thread meticulously placed, every knot tied with precision. Now, they're the ones trembling, glancing over their shoulders, their smug confidence unraveling. This isn't just revenge, it's my final play, the endgame I've been dreaming of in the quiet. Restless hours. They stripped everything from me, my trust, my peace, my life as I knew it, and now it's my turn to return the favor. I'll dismantle their world, brick by brick. Savoring the crackle as it collapses into ruin. I'll reduce it all to ashes, a smoldering testament to what they've sown, until not a single trace of their empire remains. As I sat there, engine humming beneath me on that Tennessee highway, a random melody drifted into my mind, Kenny Rogers, of all things. Asterisk, you've got to know when to hold M, know when to fold M. Know when to walk away, and know when to run, asterisk. The lyrics looped in my head, a strange companion to the chaos swirling within me. You never count your money when you're sittin' at the table. I couldn't remember what came next, but it didn't matter. Counting my losses, tallying what little I had left, had never been my concern. I'd already folded my hand, walked away from the table, and now I was running, though I wasn't sure where the road would lead. The night pressed against the windshield, heavy and endless. As I waited for the patrol officer to return. His flashlight had bobbed away into the darkness minutes ago, leaving me alone with the hum of crickets and the faint glow of my dashboard. What came next? I didn't know, and I didn't care. The consequences, the fallout, none of it mattered anymore. I was done, hollowed out, a shell of the man who'd once had a plan for everything. My path stretched ahead, vague and uncharted, and I felt no urge to map it. Footsteps crunched on gravel, pulling me back. The officer approached my open window. His silhouette framed by the faint moonlight, phone pressed to his ear. Yes, sir, I've got that. I'm certain this is the guy. Yes, sir, he's got his driver's license. Federal ID, and there's a White House parking sticker on his car. If it's not him, he's driving a stolen vehicle, and I'll bring him in either way. Hold on, I'll let you talk to him. He lowered the phone toward me, his expression strained, caught between duty and the weight of whatever orders crackled through the line. Who is it? I asked, my voice flat. A local. Or someone higher up? He hesitated, then muttered, he's my boss. And if you don't cooperate, we're both in deep trouble. I smirked, unimpressed. Don't sweat it. Those types only know how to throw their weight around. Taking the phone, I pressed it to my ear and let my irritation spill out. Why are you harassing this guy? He's just doing his job, the one you gave him. If you're in a mess, own it. Do what you should have done from the start. Now, what do you want? The voice on the other end was sharp. Edged with impatience. Listen up. Half the country's looking for you because the president wants a word. Don't toy with me, or you'll find yourself in a cell by sunrise. I laughed, a dry, bitter sound. Forget you. Send your best agent to drag me in, I don't care. Then you can explain to the president why I'm even in this mess. He sighed, exasperation bleeding through. Look. When the big shots call, I listen. I know which side my bread's buttered on. Make your own bread, then, I shot back. You won't need to kiss anyone's boots. Just shut up, he snapped. I'm sending someone to meet you. You're talking to them, whether you like it or not. I shrugged, though he couldn't see it. Fine. Let Officer Jenkins take a breather. We're hitting a truck stop for some food. Tell your guy I'll be there. Sure thing. Just tell Jenkins to stick with you till the replacement shows. Have a good night. I ended the call and handed the phone back to Jenkins, who exhaled like a man released from a chokehold. You heard me, I said. Take me to the best truck stop on this stretch. Then you're off the hook till your relief gets here. Yes, sir, he replied, relief softening his features as he climbed into his cruiser. I tailed his flashing lights down the highway. The road unfurling beneath my tires like a ribbon of shadow. We pulled into a modest truck stop, its neon sign flickering across from a larger, glitzier one. As we stepped out into the cool night air, Jenkins gestured toward the smaller joint. Food's better here than over there. I nodded. Thanks. You can always trust a cop or a trucker to know the good spots out here, they live it. Inside, the diner smelled of grease and coffee, a comforting haze hanging over the worn booths. We slid into our seats, and I ordered a hearty breakfast platter, eggs, bacon, hash browns. The works, despite the clock ticking toward 9 p.m. Jenkins went for their special, a towering mess of meat and gravy. Truck stops don't care about time, they cater to men who eat when they can. Not when the sun dictates. As we dug in, we traded small talk. He was a local, born and raised, with a quiet pride in his little corner of the world. He wanted to make it better. Safer, a noble goal that tugged at something in me, though I was too weary to say much. I just nodded, sipping my coffee, letting him dream aloud. The clatter of a fork on a plate broke our rhythm as another officer approached. Jenkins, shift's done, he said, voice softer than I'd expected. Jenkins grinned, thanking me for the meal as he slid out of the booth. The new guy lingered, kinder than the first, and motioned for me to follow. I took a slow breath, let it seep out, and trailed him after leaving a generous tip for the waitress. She'd been warm, refilling my coffee without a word, and that kindness deserved something. Outside, a sleek black limousine idled under the sodium lights, its presence jarring against the diner's humble glow. The officer stood silent as the back door swung open, an unspoken invitation. I hesitated. Then ducked inside, the leather creaking beneath me as my eyes adjusted to the dimness. Leaning back, I murmured, "Hi, Sylvia. Didn't expect you here." "Hi, Stuart," she replied, her voice smooth. Familiar. I wasn't sent. I just happened to be close by. You've stirred up quite a storm today. I rubbed my temple, the weight of it all pressing down. Yeah, I've been drowning for a while. Guess this is rock bottom. Her eyes softened. I had a hunch. Want a drink before we make the call? Scotch'd be nice, I said, and she pulled out a bottle, not top shelf, but good enough, pouring me a glass. Where you headed, Stuart? I stared into the amber liquid. No clue. Washington's on the East Coast. What's the farthest I could run? Alaska? Hawaii? She tilted her head. You'd stick out in either. Maybe Washington State or Oregon. Or Montana, if you want solitude. Solitude's not my thing, I admitted, but no phones, no internet. That sounds like heaven. She smiled faintly. You bolted fast. Anything I need to clean up? Just a tab at the pub near my place, under 100, probably. That's it. She nodded. I'll handle it. Why you still at it, Sylvia? Thought you were burned out. I was, she said, swirling her own drink. Interior's been a lifeline. Now I just track national park budgets. They've mostly forgotten me. Hope they forget me too, I muttered. They won't, she said gently. You know too much. Don't remind me, I groaned. Truth doesn't free you, it just chains you tighter. So, what's the plan? She asked. Keep my name out of it. Tell them what they want to hear. I did, I said, but they wanted more. I ran out of words, so I ran. She sighed. Can't help much, then. You're on your own. How long do I have? A day, maybe. After that, I can't say. I've got names, addresses if you need them. I'd like that, I said. Let's wrap this up, I want to hit the road in an hour. She grabbed a satellite phone, its matte black surface gleaming faintly, and punched in a code before handing it over. I'm not here, she whispered. I nodded, taking it, the routine familiar. Name and access code, the operator demanded. I gave them. Waiting as the line hummed, then went dead. A beat later, a voice cut through. Who do you want? Mother, I said. One moment. Another voice, sterner, name and access code. I repeated myself, bracing for what came next. A click, and there he was, Mitchell, his voice steady, polished, a veneer of charm that never fooled me. He sounded like a man who held the world in his palm, unshaken. Untouchable. Hello, Stuart. I hear we might have a problem. You don't, I said coolly. I do. So don't lose sleep over it. Good to know, he replied, unruffled. Get over it. I need you back in 72 hours, Congress speech prep. You've got Mandy for makeup, Chad for hair, Felicity for suits, I countered. What do you need me for? You're the best planner, the best writer. He said, a faint edge creeping in. I need a killer speech. Sorry, Mitchell. I'm fresh out of clever lines. Try the truth for once. Can't do that, he said, clipped. Some wouldn't like it. Maybe ask Santa for some guts this Christmas, I shot back. You've been scared silent too long. Call me when you find yours, Stuart, he said, voice hardening. I see reality and do what's needed to keep this country safe. You keep the rich richer and the powerful in power, I spat. You're a master at kissing boots, flatterer, follower, take your pick. I'll let that slide, he said, icy now, but others won't. Come back, do your job. They might forgive you. Tell them to shove their worries, I snapped. They don't care about mine. And I don't care about theirs. This righteous streak doesn't suit you, Mitchell. You were better when you faked courage, and when your wife didn't cozy up to someone else. A pause, then, enough. Stuart. Jennifer's grown sensible. Stop dragging her into this. I'm done. The line went dead. I handed the phone back to Sylvia, my chest tight. She watched me, quiet, as I drained my scotch. The road ahead loomed, and for the first time in years, I felt the weight of freedom, and its cost. The call had just ended. And my hand trembled slightly as I passed the hefty old phone back to Sylvia. The weight of it seemed to mirror the heaviness in my chest, a mix of adrenaline and dread still coursing through me. She took it with a faint, knowing smile, her eyes glinting with something between amusement and pity. Well, that was quite a performance, she said, her voice smooth and laced with a teasing edge. I hope you stick around long enough to give us an encore someday. Her words hung in the air, light but sharp, like a blade wrapped in velvet. I let out a tired breath, rubbing the back of my neck. I'm not looking for a repeat, Sylvia. I just want out, clean and simple. My voice was low, frayed at the edges, carrying the exhaustion of someone who'd been running on fumes for too long. She tilted her head, her smile softening into something almost sympathetic. Don't we all? She murmured, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of her own weariness beneath the polished exterior. The truth was, I'd stumbled, made a small misstep that I'd barely scraped through. But Sylvia? She'd plunged headfirst into something far messier. A mistake so tangled I wasn't sure she'd ever claw her way out. "You really not going back?" she asked, her tone shifting to curiosity as she studied me. I shook my head firmly. No chance in hell. My resolve was ironclad, a wall I'd built brick by brick in the last 10 minutes. "So where to, then?" she pressed, leaning forward slightly, her fingers tapping idly against the armrest. "Maybe Washington, Oregon, Montana, somewhere like that. I'll figure it out when I get there." I shrugged, trying to sound casual, but the uncertainty gnawed at me like a persistent ache. Her brow arched, and she gave a small, dry laugh. "You do realize you're persona non grata in any official capacity now, right? No warm welcomes waiting for you out there." I nodded. Already too familiar with the stakes. "I know how it works. I just need to move quick, find a stiff drink, a soft bed, and a decent plate of food before they start closing in." My words were clipped. Practical, but underneath them simmered a quiet panic, the kind that creeps up when you know the clock's ticking. Sylvia's gaze softened again, and she leaned back, crossing her arms. "Good luck, Stuart," she said sincerely, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I'll be thinking about you." As I reached for the limo door, ready to step into the unknown, she moved with a subtle grace, slipping an envelope from her purse and pressing it into my palm. I didn't react, didn't even glance at it, just folded it neatly and tucked it into my pocket. No need to make a scene or draw the guard's eye. Later, when I was alone, I'd unfold it, read her careful handwriting, and then destroy it, not out of distrust but to shield her. Even if so much of this life felt like a sham, we'd always had each other's backs, us and the rest of the group, because no one else would. We were pawns in a game with rules we didn't write. Moved by hands we couldn't see. Stepping out into the cool air, I avoided the guard's stiff posture and unreadable stare, making a beeline for my truck. The engine growled to life. And I hit the highway, tires humming against the asphalt. Within 10 minutes, my mind had sharpened into a plan. He'd given me 48 hours to cool off and return, but I wasn't playing by his timeline. If I could vanish, really vanish, within 24, I'd be ahead of the game. They'd need a few hours to rally their team, call in favors, and pinpoint my trail. That gave me until dawn to start fading into the shadows. I could do this, I told myself, unless fate decided to throw me a curveball. 50 miles down the road, I pulled into a rest area. The kind with flickering lights and a stale coffee smell hanging in the air. I didn't linger, just long enough to ditch my cell phone in a rusted trash bin. Watching it disappear beneath crumpled wrappers and empty cups. I knew they could track the signal, no matter how far I ran. Every electronic tether, phone, smartwatch. Anything with a pulse, stayed behind. My essentials lived on a couple of flash drives, and a bare-bones laptop waited for me at my next stop. Unlike the others, who clung to the illusion that this chase would stretch on forever, I wasn't naive. I'd mapped my escape with precision, every move calculated to outlast their hunt. In 2 weeks, Stuart Michaels would be a ghost, and Roger Fender would rise from the ashes. An hour later, I veered onto a narrow side road, the pavement rough and pocked with potholes. After 15 miles, it gave way to a dirt path, dust swirling in my headlights as I approached an old barn. It loomed in the darkness, weathered and sagging, its paint peeling like skin after a sunburn. I parked the truck deep in the woods, branches scraping the sides as I hid it from prying eyes, then trudged 100 yards back to the barn on foot. It looked desolate. Unchanged since I'd last been here a month ago, a perfect shell for my purposes. I pried open a hidden door on the side, revealing a ramp that sloped down into what once had been the manure pit of a long-gone dairy farm. The air was damp and earthy, tinged with the faint musk of decay. There, waiting patiently, was my ticket out, a beat-up Ford pickup from the 90s, its faded blue body sporting door dings and a dented tailgate. West of the Mississippi. It'd blend in with 1,000 other workhorses, unremarkable, invisible. Registered to a fictitious name and bought with cash, it was my lifeline. Inside, I'd stashed the bare necessities for the road ahead. The mechanic I'd paid to tune it up had assured me it'd hold for a few thousand miles, long enough to get me where I needed to go. I figured I had a week before anyone stumbled across it, and by then, I'd be someone else entirely. I shed my suit like a snake sloughing off skin, leaving it crumpled among the junk in the corner, except for Sylvia's envelope, which I kept close. I pulled on a pair of worn jeans and a plaid western shirt I'd snagged at a Missouri thrift store months back, the fabric soft and slightly faded, smelling faintly of someone else's life. The other bags were just as I'd left them, packed and ready. The Ford's engine sputtered to life, a rough but steady rumble, and I guided it up the ramp, pausing only to lock the barn door behind me. As I rolled down the dusty path, I felt the last threads of Stuart Michael's unraveling. Soon, Roger Fender would step into the light. Until then, I was a nobody, just a shadow slipping through the cracks. Sylvia's offhand mention of Washington, Oregon, and Montana echoed in my mind. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a warning. A subtle nudge to steer clear. Fine by me, I'd already charted my course elsewhere. Instead of the highway, I stuck to backroads, driving 30 miles before hooking onto a state route that wound toward Mississippi. So far, everything clicked into place like a well-oiled lock. Dawn was breaking as I rolled into a sleepy river town, the sun painting the sky in streaks of gold and pink. I circled the streets, eyes scanning for any hint of trouble, a tail. A too curious glance, but saw only a handful of early risers shuffling toward their jobs. For now, I was safe. I parked at a diner, its neon sign buzzing faintly, and grabbed a cowboy hat from the passenger seat, another thrift store find. Inside, a waitress with a warm smile and a twangy "mornin', sugar" let me pick my spot. I chose a table by the window, where I could watch the road while sipping black coffee and digging into a plate of eggs and bacon, my second breakfast in 8 hours. This one tasted better, the flavors rich and grounding. A small rebellion against the chaos I'd left behind. Sated, I paid in cash and headed to the marina shop, where my next chapter waited. There she was, a 40-foot boat bobbing gently at the dock. Registered to Roger Fender. From the outside, she looked like any other weathered workboat plying the river, unassuming, salt-stained, and ordinary. But inside? I'd poured months into making her a home. 6 months back, I'd nabbed her for a song after a storm left her battered and stranded on a sandbar, water sloshing in her hull. I'd sunk a chunk of cash into a new diesel engine and upgrades, turning her into something solid and spacious, worth every penny of what a new 30-footer might cost. She was my sanctuary now. Built for 6 months on the water, maybe more. Her common look was a bonus, she'd never draw a second glance. I'd paid the shop in staggered cash payments. The biggest chunk covered by a check from a tiny Virginia bank I'd opened under Roger's name, then promptly closed. The owner, Marquette, greeted me with a broad grin, his grizzled face lighting up as he led me to the dock. "She's a beauty now," he said proudly, showing off the polished wood and gleaming fixtures. He'd taken her out a few times, testing her strength, and she'd held up like a champ, just as I'd asked. I took the keys with a nod. "I'll load her up tonight and shove off at sunrise," I told him. He clapped me on the shoulder, agreeing it was a solid plan. The gate would stay open till 8 p.m. and reopen at 6 a.m. I hit the local boat store next, grabbing odds and ends. then swung by a storage yard to fetch a rented trailer. At the grocery, I loaded up 8 bags of food, 3 cases of beer, a case of wine, and a case of scotch, enough to keep me stocked for weeks. Back at the dock, I hauled it all aboard, the shore power keeping the fridge humming as I stowed meat in the freezer and organized the rest. Once the trailer was returned, cash. Of course, I drove the truck to the yard, swapped the Tennessee plates for Louisiana ones, disconnected the battery, and tarped it tight. It'd sit there, waiting, for 3 months if all went well. A 1.5 mile walk back to the marina, with a diner stop for a late lunch, left me buzzing with a strange mix of relief and nerves. Stepping into the boat's cabin felt like crossing a threshold. I poured a scotch, the amber liquid catching the light, and settled on the deck, satellite radio humming with a bluesy tune. I was reaching for a refill when Marquette's voice cut through the quiet. "Roger, got a minute?" I froze, the name jarring me for a split second, my first time hearing it aloud. "Oh, hey, sure, come aboard," I managed, waving him up. He stepped onto the deck. Then glanced back at a young woman hovering nearby, her posture tense, hands twisting together. "This is Emily," Marquette said, gesturing her forward. "She's in a bind, maybe you can help." Emily edged closer, her eyes darting nervously. She was cruising the waterway with her boyfriend and some friends, he explained. He got mad, ditched her here, and took off with her bag and purse. They're headed for Mobile. She's stranded, unless you're willing to give her a lift that way. Emily offered a small, shaky smile. "I think I can catch up to them there," she said softly. "If you don't mind, I'd be so grateful." Her voice trembled, but there was a flicker of hope in it. And I felt an unexpected tug, maybe because I knew what it was like to be left with nothing but a slim chance to start over. My thoughts spun wildly as I stood there, weighing the strange twist of fate that had just landed in my lap. The idea of taking Emily along hadn't even crossed my mind until Roger, the dockhand, brought it up with that casual tone of his. Like it was no big deal. "Can you take her with you for a couple of days?" he'd asked, his weathered face creasing with a hopeful grin. On one hand, I could already hear the whispers of judgment. People would raise eyebrows at a guy like me, freshly untethered and drifting, traveling with someone younger. Someone who didn't fit the picture of my solitary journey. But on the other hand, I'd already charted my course north to St. Louis, a city that hummed with possibility in my mind. Before looping back down the Mississippi's winding embrace. I'd scrapped my vague notion of heading to Mobile weeks ago, drawn instead to the river's call. Bringing her along could complicate the fragile new identity I was stitching together, piece by careful piece, but maybe, just maybe, it'd be a chance to test it out, to see if it held water. The risk felt small, almost negligible, against the potential reward. I exhaled, decision made. "Emily," I said, gesturing to a cushioned seat in the cockpit, "why don't you sit down? Let's talk this through and figure out what's best." Roger nodded, his eyes crinkling with quiet gratitude. "Thanks, man. This kind of thing happens more than you'd think, college kids especially. Roads and rivers are about the only ways they get around out here." He gave us a little wave, his boots scuffing the wooden dock as he ambled back toward the shore, leaving me alone with her. I turned to Emily, who was studying me with a mix of wariness and curiosity, her hazel eyes catching the late afternoon light. She was smaller than I'd first realized. Her frame slight beneath a faded denim jacket. "Please, take a seat," I said, softening my tone. "Would you like something to drink? I can't imagine how rattled you must be feeling right now." She hesitated, then nodded, brushing a strand of dark hair behind her ear. "Thank you. A drink would be nice." Her voice was soft but steady, carrying a faint tremor of relief. I rummaged through the cooler, the ice shifting with a satisfying crunch, and pulled out a bottle of chilled white wine. Pouring her a generous glass, I carried it over to where she sat. Her fingers wrapping around it as she took a tentative sip. The tension in her shoulders seemed to melt, just a little, as the crisp liquid hit her tongue. "Thank you," she murmured again, her gaze lifting to meet mine. "I've never been stranded like this before. My dad, my uncle, my aunt, they're all out of town until next week, so I can't even call them. I thought I'd be fine with this guy, but he got mad out of nowhere, pulled the boat over here, and told me to get off. Didn't even let me grab my purse or my bag." I leaned back against the railing, crossing my arms as I took her in. "How old are you, Emily? Are you a student?" She nodded, setting the glass down on the small table between us. "I'm 20. Just finished my second year at Washington University in St. Louis. I live in Columbia, Missouri, when I'm not at school." Her words came faster now, like she was eager to anchor herself with something familiar. "That's impressive," I said, offering a small smile. "Let me tell you a bit about myself, so you're not stuck wondering who you're dealing with. I used to run a business, nothing too flashy, just enough to keep me busy. Sold it a while back and decided to take a breather. See where the wind takes me. Bought this boat on a whim, and now I'm just drifting, I guess. No real plan, just a hunger to explore. I'm not some creep. I promise, you can judge me by my music taste if you want. I keep things simple." Her lips twitched into a faint smile, the first crack in her guarded exterior. "Do you have a wife or girlfriend who'd mind me tagging along?" she asked, her tone light but probing. I chuckled, shaking my head. "No. Work kept me too tied up for anything like that. Haven't had the time, or the luck, to figure out the dating thing." Her smile widened, and she leaned forward slightly. "How can I help? I'm a decent cook, if that's worth anything. I don't know much about boats, but I'm happy to pitch in however I can." "Cooking?" I raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. "That'd be a godsend. I'm used to cracking open a can and calling it dinner. No microwave on this thing, so I'm hopeless in the kitchen department." Her eyes brightened. "I'd love to help with that. I want to feel useful while we're traveling." I nodded, already picturing the relief of a real meal. "We're setting off tomorrow at sunrise. I've handled smaller boats before, but this one's a beast, my first time taking her out for real. I figured we'd spend the day getting the hang of it, dock somewhere each night or drop anchor if we're in the middle of nowhere. How's that sound?" "Sounds perfect," she said, then froze, her face flushing pink. "Oh no, if he left me without my stuff, I've only got what I'm wearing." She glanced down at her worn jeans and jacket, suddenly self-conscious. "Finish your drink," I said, brushing off her worry. "We'll walk over to the store across the street. I need to grab a few things anyway, let's get you some clothes while we're at it." She blinked, startled. "I can't ask you to, you're not asking," I cut in, firm but gentle. "I'm offering. Pay me back when you're home if it makes you feel better. I'm not sweating it, so don't argue. Let's go." She downed the last of her wine and stood, smoothing her jacket as I stepped onto the dock and extended a hand. She took it, her grip light but sure, and I helped her up. That's when I noticed how much shorter she was, 8 inches below my 6-foot frame, her head barely reaching my shoulder. There was something disarmingly sweet about her. A quiet resilience that made me want to keep this trip straightforward, no tangles or messes. We crossed the dusty road to the little shop, its fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and spent an hour wandering the aisles. She picked out 4 pairs of shorts and blouses, practical and simple, but waved off anything extra. "You'll need a hat," I insisted, holding up a wide-brimmed straw one. "Sun's brutal out there." She relented, and we added sunscreen, sunglasses, gloves that fit her small hands, sandals, and sneakers to the pile. I grabbed 3 more towels and a spare blanket, already dreading the awkward sleeping arrangements ahead, 1 decent bed in the cabin, plus a fold-down cot by the helm that'd probably ruin my back. Back on the boat, I swung open the cabin door and ushered her inside. "Take a look around, tell me what you think." Her eyes widened as she stepped in, trailing her fingers along the polished wood. "This is gorgeous. Did you do all this yourself?" "Nah," I admitted, scratching the back of my neck. "Had it fixed up before I bought it. Planning to stay aboard for a few months. So I wanted it livable. I'll tinker with the outside as we go." I pointed out the layout: kitchen and living area, bathroom with a cramped shower, and the sleeping nook. "You take the bed," I said. "I'll crash on the cot in the back." She frowned, shaking her head. "I'm not kicking you out of your own bed. I'll take the cot." "That thing's a torture device," I countered. "How about we share the bed? Stick a pillow between us if it feels weird. We'll figure it out." She bit her lip, uncertain. "Maybe. Let's see how it goes." "Dinner time," I announced, clapping my hands together. "Let's see what I've got stocked. I loaded up on groceries. If anything's missing, I'll run out again." She poked through the fridge, muttering to herself as she inventoried the contents. "Do you have a grill, or should I cook inside?" "Got a grill," I said. "Just need to set it up." "Perfect. Steaks, salad. Baked potatoes, how's that sound?" My stomach growled in approval. Better than anything I'd come up with. "You start the potatoes, they'll take a while. Scotch or wine?" "Scotch," she replied, grinning. "Help yourself too. Make yourself at home, we're roommates now, right?" I laughed, stepping outside to wrestle the stainless steel grill from the shed. I bolted it into place, hooked up the propane, and lit it with a satisfying whoosh, the flames flickering to life. By the time I finished, Emily was waiting in the cockpit with a tumbler of scotch for me and a glass of juice for herself. We sank into the cushioned chairs, clinking our drinks in a silent toast to whatever lay ahead. She looked good there, framed against the fading sky, and I caught myself wondering about her story. "Bet you're curious how I ended up here," she said, reading my mind. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." "No, I trust you," she replied, her voice softening. "And I want you to know. So you don't think I'm some reckless mess." I said that guy was my boyfriend, but that's not true. We'd been hanging out for a couple months, casual, nothing serious. He was seeing other people too. And I didn't care. He was nice enough, came from money, took me to fancy spots. End of the semester, he pitched this river trip, him, his roommate, the roommate's girlfriend, and me. We'd hit mobile. Crash on the beach for a few days, then I'd fly back for summer school. Sounded like a solid break. I checked with my dad, and he was cool with it as long as I felt safe. I didn't see any red flags. So I went for it. "Fair enough," I said, sipping my scotch. "What went wrong?" She sighed, swirling her juice. "Everything. Got to the dock, and he said the roommate's girlfriend bailed. So he'd invited some buddies instead, all guys. I almost backed out, but he swore it'd be fine, so I stayed. First time he'd taken his dad's boat out solo, he had permission. But he wasn't exactly a pro. First 2 days were okay, the new guys seemed decent. Then they started pounding beers from dawn to dusk. And this morning one of them casually says I'm bunking with the whole crew for the rest of the trip. I told them I wasn't okay with that, and he snapped, "What did you expect?" I demanded they drop me off, and here I am. "You weren't naive," I said firmly. "You got played. There's a difference, I've learned that one myself the hard way." You're safe now, though. She smiled, a real one this time. Thanks. I'm lucky you were here, and that you're nice enough to help. Though I think I'm getting the better deal if you're stuck eating my cooking. I laughed. Let's back up. When do you need to be in St. Louis for summer school? Registration's Wednesday, she said. Classes start Thursday. I figured 4 days to Mobile, then a late Tuesday flight back. If we hit snags, I might be cutting it close. I nodded, recalculating. I was planning St. Louis first, then down the Mississippi. We'll get you home in time, one way or another. As the late afternoon sun dipped low over the horizon, casting a warm golden hue across the rippling waters of the river, Roger leaned back in his chair on the deck of the boat. The faint taste of his drink lingering on his tongue. He gazed out at the gentle current, his mind buzzing with a mix of anticipation and quiet resolve. You know, he began. His voice cutting through the soft lapping of the waves against the hull, this river could carry us back by Monday night, maybe Tuesday morning at the latest. What do you think, Emily? I'd love to head toward Mobile if you're up for it. His tone was casual, but beneath it lay a flicker of hope that this little journey might bring him closer to retrieving something he'd lost. I'm thinking I might cross paths with them along the way, or at least when we get there. My stuff's with them, my purse, my ID, my phone. I can manage without it, sure. But having it back would make everything so much smoother. Emily, standing near the railing with the breeze tugging at her hair, turned to him with a thoughtful nod. Her hazel eyes caught the fading light, reflecting a mix of practicality and subtle longing. I say we go for it, she replied, her voice steady but warm. We'll float down that river and see if we can track it down for you. When do you want to get started? Should we secure everything in, say, 10 minutes? She paused, then added with a faint smile. You want another drink while we're at it? I'll hold off myself, maybe have some wine with dinner later. With that, she slipped back inside the boat's modest cabin. Her footsteps light on the wooden floor, leaving Roger alone with his thoughts and the vast, open water. He swirled the last of his drink in the glass, the ice clinking softly, and took a final sip. Savoring the cool burn as it slid down his throat. The tranquility of the moment was interrupted by a familiar voice calling from the dock. Hey, Roger. You and Emily figure things out yet? It was Marquette, a wiry man with weathered hands and a face etched with years of river life, standing there clutching a bundle of thick, coiled ropes. His presence was steadying. Like an anchor in the unpredictable flow of the day. Roger grinned, setting his empty glass aside. Yeah, we've got it sorted. She's handling the cooking, and I'm steering this old boat. It's a perfect setup, her in the galley, me at the helm. Couldn't ask for better. Marquette chuckled, a deep, gravelly sound, and stepped closer, his boots thudding against the wooden planks. Good to hear. I was hoping you'd keep an eye on her, too. I don't trust half the boats out here, rickety things manned by folks who don't know a knot from a tangle. Oh. And heads up, a big storm's rolling in tonight. Should hit around 9 and blow through by midnight. I'm tying down the other boats extra tight, just in case. He handed over a couple of ropes. Their coarse fibers rough against Roger's palms. Take these. Swap out the ones on the port side and double up on starboard. Should keep you steady when the wind kicks up. Thanks, Marquette. Roger said, already moving toward the side of the boat. I'll get on that now. Unless something goes sideways, we're shoving off at dawn tomorrow. Just gotta watch for junk in the river, never know what the storm might drag in. He set to work, his hands moving with practiced ease as he replaced the worn ropes. The rhythmic creak of the boat beneath him blending with the distant calls of birds settling in for the evening. By the time he finished, the boat floated snugly in the middle of the slip. A safe buffer of water on either side. Satisfied, he straightened up just as Emily emerged from the cabin, balancing a plate piled high with raw steaks in her hands. Her brow furrowed slightly as she took in the scene. "What's going on out here?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of concern. Roger wiped his hands on his jeans and turned to her. "The owner swung by, Marquette. Said there's a storm coming tonight. I've tied us down again, so we should be fine when it hits. Don't worry." He flashed her a reassuring smile, though a flicker of doubt danced in his chest. Would the ropes hold? He pushed it aside. Emily tilted her head, studying him for a moment before a playful glint sparked in her eyes. "You sure that'll do the trick? I'm trusting you here. When's the last time you steered me wrong?" "Not in the last 8 hours." He shot back, matching her grin. She laughed, a bright, unguarded sound that cut through the stillness. "Well, grill master, it's time to cook these steaks. 8.5 hours. If we're being precise, and I'm calling you Mr. now, so deal with it." "Oh, good grief," he groaned, feigning exasperation as he took the plate from her. "Come on, little boy. Let's get these on the grill. Though Mom might need a nudge to keep up, don't burn them, all right? Potatoes are almost done." "Talk about burning steaks after dinner, huh?" she teased, brushing past him to head back inside. "Outside or in?" "I vote out here unless the rain starts." "Outside works," he called after her, already positioning the steaks over the glowing coals. The sizzle of meat hitting the grill filled the air, a satisfying sound, until a sudden swarm of mosquitoes descended, their insistent buzzing driving him back. "Son of a," he muttered, swatting at them as he bolted inside, fumbling for the bug spray. He doused his arms and neck, the sharp scent stinging his nose. "Change of plans," he announced, poking his head into the cabin. "We're eating inside, or these little vampires will have us for dinner." Emily smirked from the kitchen, her hands busy with the potatoes. "Got it. Holler when you need the plate." He braved the bugs long enough to flip the steaks, dodging bites as best he could, then called for the plate. Emily handed it over, and he loaded up the sizzling meat, darting back inside with only a few straggling mosquitoes in tow. They settled at the small table, the warm glow of the cabin's lanterns casting soft shadows across their faces. Raising their glasses, they toasted to their first meal together, a quiet celebration tinged with the promise of the journey ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the mosquitoes mercifully thinned out. But they stuck to their plan to dine inside. Over dinner, they decided future days would mean hearty lunches and lighter dinners, a rhythm that felt right for life on the water. Afterward, Roger flicked on the TV, catching the tail end of the national news as it transitioned to local updates. A breaking story flashed across the screen. One of the president's top aides had vanished while traveling west, last heard from in Tennessee. More details would follow, the anchor promised. Roger's stomach tightened briefly, he'd been right to sense urgency. With roughly 24 hours to work with, his plans remained intact, a small victory amid the uncertainty. Emily, oblivious to his inner calculations, started washing dishes, her hands moving rhythmically in the soapy water. "You should get a dishwasher," she quipped, tossing him a grin over her shoulder. "I've already got a great one," he replied, ducking as she flung a sponge at him in mock outrage. Laughing, he checked the doors and re-inspected the ropes, ensuring everything was battened down. Satisfied, he returned to the lounge, where Emily had brewed coffee, the rich aroma curling through the air. He sank into one of the captain's chairs, cradling the mug as the first faint rumble of thunder rolled in the distance. The storm was coming. The TV signal flickered, and radio stations began to fade, so he popped a few CDs into the player, letting soft music fill the space. "Early night," he suggested, glancing at Emily. Might be the best way to ride this out. Smart plan, she agreed, stifling a yawn. In the cabin. He pulled out an oversized football jersey from his bag, laying it on the bunk for her. She disappeared to change, returning moments later with the fabric swallowing her frame. The hem brushing her knees. It's perfect, she said with a sleepy smile, though it could have fit two of her inside. As thunder growled louder and wind rattled the boat, they climbed into bed. Roger left a dim hallway light on, a small comfort against the growing tempest. Lying on his back, he stared at the ceiling, feeling the boat sway gently beneath them. Emily shifted beside him. Her voice soft and hesitant. Roger, I'm not great with storms. They spook me a little. Can I stay close if it gets rough? Without a word, he slid an arm around her shoulders, drawing her in. She nestled against him, her head resting on his chest, her breath warm against his shirt. Thank you, she murmured, barely audible over the rising wind. The storm raged outside. But within the cabin, a quiet safety enveloped them. Exhaustion pulled them under, and they drifted off, cocooned together against the chaos. Morning arrived in silence, the storm a memory. Roger blinked awake, momentarily disoriented by the stillness, until the weight of Emily in his arms grounded him. She slept on, her face peaceful, and he hated to disturb her, but nature called. Slipping free, he padded to the bathroom, then dressed in shorts and a shirt against the crisp late spring air. In the kitchen, he fumbled with the coffee maker. Debating the right ratio of grounds to water, when Emily's voice floated from the hallway. What are you doing? She asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Trying not to ruin the coffee, he admitted. Chuckling. 5 scoops per cup, or is it the other way around? You're hopeless, she teased, shooing him aside. Leave my kitchen alone, I've got this. Why didn't you wake me? Because you were asleep. Isn't that obvious? She rolled her eyes. Such a guy. Go wrestle a sea monster or something. I'll bring you coffee. You're welcome for last night. He said as he stepped outside. I liked having you close, but don't tell anyone. I'd sound like some weird old man. You're not that old, she called after him, her tone light. Check the boat. I'll be out soon. The river glittered under a brightening sky, the worst of the storm 10 miles off, leaving no damage in its wake. As Roger surveyed the calm waters, a mug appeared before him. Emily's arm brushing his back. Sipping the steaming coffee, he felt the moment settle into something rare and perfect, a fleeting peace he'd chase long after this journey ended. Her laughter danced through the air, light and teasing, as she tossed a playful remark over her shoulder and disappeared back into the kitchen. I've never been able to figure you out, she'd said. Her voice dripping with mock exasperation, but all you really need is a charming woman like me to shake things up a bit, nothing more, nothing less. So don't you dare tease me about it. I stood there, caught off guard, unsure whether she meant every word or was just tossing out another one of her whimsical jabs. Her presence was a warm breeze, delightful, yes. But I couldn't ignore the faint whisper of trouble it might stir up for both of us if we weren't careful. Moments later, she swept back into the room. Balancing a plate piled high with golden toast slathered in jelly, a handful of plump grapes, and crisp apple slices fanned out like a little work of art. We devoured it all in a hurry. The quiet crunch of fruit and bread filling the space between us. Then, with breakfast behind me, I turned my focus to the day ahead, pulling out my mental checklist. First up was disconnecting the shore power, a task that always carried a faint thrill of independence. I flipped the switch, unplugged the cord, and fired up the generator. It hummed to life with a steady growl, sending a surge of electricity back through the boat. Satisfied, I moved to the helm, turned the key, and felt the engine rumble beneath my feet, smooth as silk. With a quick flick of my wrist, I tossed the spring lines onto the dock, their coiled shapes thudding softly against the wood. I shifted the boat into reverse. My hands steady but my pulse ticking up a notch. This was my first time easing her out of the slip, and I took it slow, feeling the weight of the vessel as it glided backward. Most of my boating hours had been logged on bigger powerboats, 30-foot beasts that handled like old friends, but this one was different, longer and more muscular. It demanded respect. And I could feel its strength flexing under my grip. I just needed time to get a feel for her, I told myself, and soon enough I'd be as comfortable as if I'd been born at the wheel. What set this boat apart was the control station perched atop the cabin. Up there, the world opened up, a panoramic view of the water stretching out in every direction. So much clearer than the deck-level controls I was used to. I shifted into drive, easing the throttle forward, and felt the hull cut through the water with a graceful power. It was almost meditative. The way she moved, steady and sure. Marquette, the weathered old salt who'd handed me the keys, had told me these boats were built for reliability, not speed. Keep her at a consistent pace. He'd advised, his voice gravelly with years of experience. Saves fuel and lets her do what she's meant to do. Don't overthink it, son. I hadn't fully grasped his wisdom until we slipped out of the sleepy bayou and into the wide expanse of the waterway. The boat tracked straight and true, but her turns were lazy, deliberate. I quickly learned I couldn't just react, I had to anticipate, plotting each move like a chess player thinking 3 steps ahead. The early leg of our trip was a breeze, the waterway unfurling in long, gentle curves that lulled me into a rhythm. But I knew the real test lay ahead when we'd hit the natural river, with its hidden sandbars and tighter bends. I'd have to sharpen my focus then. But for now, I let myself settle into the groove, trusting I'd adapt when the time came. Emily, meanwhile, emerged from below deck. Her hands cradling 2 travel mugs of coffee that slotted perfectly into the console. She leaned over the map spread out before us. Her brow furrowing in concentration as she traced our path with a fingertip. With a quick swipe of a wipe-off marker, she began charting our course, her movements precise and confident. I watched her for a moment, impressed. "You're pretty good with that map, Emily," I said, breaking the quiet. "What are you studying in school? You seem to know your way around this stuff." She glanced up, a shy smile tugging at her lips. "Well, I started out in geology, thought I'd end up in the oil industry or something practical like that. But then, my first year, I took a geography class on a whim, and it just clicked. I loved it. This year, I tried cartography, and it blew me away. Now I'm seriously considering switching my major to focus on those two." I had no idea mapmaking was still a thing, thought maps were just these static things that got updated every decade or so. But it turns out there's a real demand for them. Things change all the time, rivers shift, roads close, and someone's got to keep track of it all. Not many people care about geography or maps these days, but I think I've found my calling. I nodded. Genuinely intrigued. "I get it. I've been in a bind before because of a bad map, almost got myself stuck in the middle of nowhere. Fresh info can be a lifesaver." She grinned, her eyes lighting up. "Exactly. I learned last year that the trick is to mark key spots and jot down notes as you go. Next time you're through, even if the landscape's shifted, you've got a record to lean on." I chuckled. "Well, congratulations, Emily, you're officially our navigator now, on top of being the cook and dishwasher." She raised an eyebrow, mock indignant. "Oh, really? How about we take turns with the dishes, Captain, sir?" I smirked. "You know what happens when you challenge the captain?" She leaned in, her tone playful. "Sure, but that's what pirates do. Maybe I'm a troublemaker after all, arg, matey. I've been daydreaming about turning into a proper pirate, complete with an eye patch and a chest full of wild tales. Nice try, I shot back. But you're no swashbuckler. And besides, you've only got one lady on this crew, not two. She laughed, undeterred. Oh, I'll just pick up another along the way. Not a chance, I said, shaking my head. Are you arguing with the captain again? She sighed dramatically. No argument here, Captain. The boss has spoken. I grinned, caught in my own trap. Hoisted by my own petard, huh? She smirked. You don't even know what a petard is. But a coffee refill might just soothe the captain's wounded pride. Ooh, we must keep the captain happy, I teased. And she rolled her eyes before heading back to the kitchen. Alone at the helm, I grabbed the binoculars and scanned the horizon. Something strange caught my eye, a dark shape shimmering in the distance, too far to make out. I glanced at the map, estimating it was about 10 miles from our starting point. Right where the waterway took a sharp bend. Unease prickled at the back of my neck, and I eased off the throttle, slowing us down as we approached. Better to be cautious than caught off guard. 5 minutes later, Emily climbed back up with our refilled mugs, the rich scent of coffee mingling with the river air. Take a look straight ahead through the binoculars, I said, handing them over. Tell me what you see. She squinted through the lenses, her posture stiffening as she focused. After a few tense seconds, she gasped. Oh no, what's wrong? I asked, my stomach tightening. That looks like his boat, she said, her voice dropping. And it's stuck, on a sandbar or an island, I can't tell. I exhaled slowly, weighing our options. All right. Let's get your stuff back and see if we can help. Or, we could just leave them there. She shot me a look, half amused, half reproachful. We could. But I don't think you'd look as gallant doing that as you do right now. I chuckled. Another goofy compliment? Thanks, but heads up, he can be charming when he wants, but he's got a rude streak too. Be ready for either. She nodded knowingly. I've met his type before. I handed her the wheel. Hold her steady, I've slowed us down. Just keep us straight. She gripped it with both hands. Her knuckles widening slightly as I moved to prep the fenders. I hung 3 of them over the side, their rubbery thumps a quiet promise of protection. When I looked up, 4 figures stood at the stern of the stranded boat, waving us down. Drinks sloshed in their hands, and their laughter carried over the water, too loud, too carefree. I maneuvered us closer. Cutting the engine when we were about 2 feet away. Using a pole, I kept us steady, the current tugging gently at the hull. Emily stood beside me, hands on her hips. Her gaze locked on the group's ringleader, a cocky guy with a smirk that screamed trouble. Hey, everyone, he called out, his voice thick with mockery. Look what the rescue boat dragged in. Guess she's finally ready to join us. You here to apologize, sweetheart? Emily didn't flinch. Not a chance, she fired back, her tone sharp as a blade. He laughed, turning to me. Come on, man. Help us out. Get us off this sandbar. We dropped anchor yesterday, and the storm trashed our engine. My dad'll pay you good money to tow us off. I kept my voice level, though irritation simmered beneath it. I'm not a rescue boat, and I don't want your dad's cash. I just want Emily's purse and bag back. Forget it, he sneered. You tow us to the marina. Or her stuff goes in the river. My jaw tightened. If you toss her things overboard, you'll wish you hadn't. He scoffed, sizing me up. Who do you think you are, tough guy? Just me. I said evenly. Now, here's your choice, let's see if you're smart enough to pick the right one. He laughed again, louder this time. Oh, I'd love to see that. I played football, could snap you like a twig. And I was in the Navy, I replied, unfazed. I've seen guys who'd have you flat in seconds. So quit talking and listen. He faltered, just for a moment. Uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Option 1, hand over Emily's stuff nicely, and I'll head back to the marina and send help your way, your money, your problem. You're bluffing about the Navy. Though, no SEALs in Afghanistan, right? Or Pakistan? I ignored the jab. Option 2, I go back alone, tell the river patrol you're stuck, and mention I heard a woman scream. Then you can explain why Emily's things are on your dad's boat with no Emily in sight. I'm sure your dad'll love bailing you out again, though he might be getting tired of it. So, what's it gonna be? He froze, his bravado cracking. After a beat, he turned to one of his buddies. Jimbo, grab her stuff and give it to him. Jimbo opened his mouth to argue, but the guy cut him off. Just do it. He's nuts enough to call the patrol, and we don't need them sniffing around. Jimbo scurried below deck, and the leader glared at me. This isn't over. What's your name? Farley Parker. I said coolly. Make sure you tell your dad exactly what went down, because I will, and Emily'll back me up. You'd be smart to forget we exist. Jimbo reappeared, tossing Emily's purse and suitcase across the gap. She caught them, checking the contents. Everything important's here, she confirmed. Good, I said. It'll take us an hour to get back to the marina, and maybe another for help to reach you. Enjoy your beers, but have your credit card ready. If not, your dad might be buying his boat back. He muttered a curse under his breath as I pushed us away with the pole, letting the current carry us clear. Back at the helm, I throttled up, steering us upstream. The river's pull fought us. So I hugged the shoreline where the current slackened. Emily slipped below deck, returning with a soda and a sandwich. She stood beside me, the silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. I could see it in her eyes, she was wrestling with something. What's on your mind? I asked gently. You look like you've got something to say. She smiled, gratitude softening her features. Thank you, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I don't have the words to tell you how much that meant to me, standing up to Jeff like that. I just hope he listens and leaves you alone. His dad's got a lot of pull, and, her words trailed off, but the weight of her worry lingered in the air. The revelation hung in the air like a storm cloud, crackling with potential trouble. Emily's eyes widened, a flicker of curiosity dancing in them as she leaned closer, her voice tinged with intrigue. Out of curiosity, what's Jeff's full name? And who's his dad? I exhaled, knowing the answer would shift the ground beneath us. He's Jefferson Martin III. His father? Senator Jefferson Martin II, one of the most useless men clogging up Congress. Her brows shot up, surprise blooming across her face like a sudden sunrise. You know him? Around here, he's a big deal, a real power player. I nodded, the memory of that encounter surfacing like a bitter aftertaste. Met him once at a fundraiser. If there's anyone who can spin words into meaningless circles, it's him. Master of saying nothing while sounding important. And trust me, the apple doesn't roll far from the tree with that family. I wasn't exaggerating about the senator's flair for empty rhetoric. But I left out the part that gnawed me. If his son ever sniffed out who I really was, things could get messy. The senator himself might not lift a finger, too busy preening for the cameras. But the muscle working for the corporate sharks who owned him? They didn't mess around. Cold, ruthless types who'd silence a problem without blinking. Don't worry, Emily said, brushing it off with a wave, he's got bigger fish to fry than some guy who yelled at his kid. Her confidence soothed me, though doubt lingered like a shadow. She paused. her gaze softening as she shifted gears. Were you really a SEAL in Afghanistan? The question landed like a punch, stirring a tangle of pride and pain I'd buried deep. Yes and no, I said. My voice low, measured. I was a SEAL, but not stationed there. Dropped in a couple times, brief, brutal visits. And before you dig deeper, I'd rather you didn't. There's stuff from back then I've locked away, and I'd like it to stay that way. Her eyes searched mine, catching the flicker of something raw, and she nodded. Okay, I won't ask again. A beat passed, the air between us settling. What's next? We've got your stuff back, how about we head to St. Louis? Can you get us to registration on time? I cracked a faint smile. You're the captain now, I'll follow your lead. She tilted her head, resting it against my shoulder, her warmth seeping into me. But you're in charge. I chuckled, shaking my head. Not anymore. Only in the kitchen, maybe. Her touch lingered, stirring memories of the easy laughter we'd shared earlier, rare, unguarded moments that had cracked through my usual armor. Emily. What we had before. I liked it. The way you tease, the joking, it's been a while since I've had that kind of fun, especially with a woman. You don't need to change a thing. My past? It's just baggage, it doesn't define me now or tomorrow. Just keep being you, keep poking at me if you want. I'll tell you if you cross a line. Her lips curved, mischief glinting in her eyes. It's just. I see you differently now. I'm still me, I said, leaning back. Yesterday, this morning, you got a peek at who I was, who I am. There's more to me than that, sure. I'm 12 years older, been through more than most. But you? I see a sharp, incredible woman, probably hiding a few secrets of your own. Doesn't bother me. She laughed, a soft, melodic sound. I'm not spilling anything. Good, I grinned. Keep me guessing. The boat rocked gently beneath us as we hashed out the next move. So. After we called Marquette to send a boat for your friend, he's not my friend, she cut in, playfully swatting my arm. Wasn't my boyfriend before either. Just another bad memory I'd rather erase. I nodded. Fair enough, he's gone for the trip. So, what's the plan? I want to cook for you, see that smile light up your face. Soak up some sun, though you might catch me staring. And I'll need you to nudge me back to reality. And I'll teach you to steer this boat, how's that sound? Her eyes sparkled. Smiling and boating? Easy. Keeping your focus? That's the challenge. You don't like how I look? I teased, feigning offense. No, she laughed, I just mean it'll be hard for you to concentrate with me around. Maybe I want it that way. You love to tease. I said, caught in my own trap. You said you liked it. She nudged me again, her laughter bubbling up, then leaned in close, whispering, don't go all pirate on me. Or I'll have to give you a little smack, mister. I'll have you know there's nothing little about me, I shot back, grinning. Oh, I noticed, she quipped. But it'd still be hilarious to see you over my knee. Watch out, payback's a beast. The captain threatens his crew. I mock gasped. I'm terrified. As the marina loomed closer, I grabbed the radio. The crackle of static filling the air. Hey, Roger, thought you'd be 50 miles downriver by now. Trouble? Marquette's voice came through, warm and gravelly, laced with his Cajun drawl. No problems, my friend. Thought I'd toss some work your way, I know you love it. I smirked. Always. Those idiots who ditched Emily with me? They're stuck on a sandbar 10 miles downstream. Engine busted. Too reckless to check the weather before that storm hit. Told them we'd send a rescue boat. Roger chuckled, the sound rich with mischief. Ah, I remember being young and dumb. Send the boat, charge M double. That loudmouth loves flashin' his daddy's cash, and I bet the old man won't even blink at the bill. I could picture his sly grin through the radio. I know the type. He added. Happy to lighten their wallets when I cash those checks. We got Emily's stuff back, I said, but heads up, there might be some shady cargo on that boat they'd rather keep quiet. Yeah. Roger replied, my cousin in River Patrol heard whispers, 'bout some special items floatin' downstream this week. Might be worth checkin' their papers, make sure it's all legit. Could stir up trouble, I warned. His dad's a big name. Even better, Roger laughed. Big shots pay big to keep their kids' messes hush-hush. You get it, friend. Safe travels, swing by when you're back. Will do, I said, setting the radio down. I turned to see Emily emerging from below deck. Now in a swimsuit that barely qualified as functional, more a statement than a garment. She caught my stare and grinned. What do you think? First time wearing this, good for the day, or too much? I swallowed, fumbling for words. Can't say, you might not like my answer. Gives me plenty of ammo to tease you, though. Go get some sun, I added, then I'll teach you the boat. She sauntered to the cockpit, spreading a towel and settling in as I kept an eye on the river. A barge lumbered toward us, its hulking frame slicing through the water. I had room to maneuver. So I eased the boat aside, letting it glide past. I gave the horn a quick blast, hello, and the pilot answered with 2 sharp beeps. Glancing up, I saw him grinning. Pointing toward Emily sprawled out below, basking in the sun. I let out a loud whistle, mimicking a ship's horn, and he waved back, laughing as we cleared each other. Congrats, I called down to her. You've driven 2 men wild this morning. She rolled over, flashing a dazzling smile. I only care about one. When she climbed up for her lesson, she'd thrown on a blouse. Tied loosely just under her chest, leaving little to the imagination. She was determined to keep me on my toes, and damn if it wasn't working. I walked her through the controls, throttle, wheel. The basics, stressing slow, deliberate moves over reckless jerks. Anticipate what's ahead, I said, kneeling to check the gauges, ensuring everything hummed smoothly. It was just past noon. So I ducked into the galley, heating up a can of beef stew. I diced some bell peppers and onions, tossed in a pinch of spices, and let it simmer until the aroma filled the tight space. 2 bowls in hand, I returned to the helm, setting one in front of her. She glanced up, surprised. Thought you couldn't cook. Didn't cook, I said, shrugging. Just warmed it up, jazzed it a bit. How's it going? Good, she nodded. It's like you said. Great. Docking's the tricky part, we'll tackle that later. Eat up, I'll take over. We swapped spots, and she dug into her bowl. Quiet for a moment before looking at me. Am I too much? Nah, I said, keeping my eyes on the water. Just not used to someone this close. No girlfriend lately, she pressed. Dated a few women. Nothing serious. Haven't bothered getting close to anyone. What kind of woman do you want? She asked, genuinely curious. I paused, the question catching me off guard. I'd never really pictured it, an ideal woman. Dunno, I admitted, scratching my jaw. Someone smart, supportive, who lets me support her too. Likes exploring, isn't obsessed with trends. Fun. But serious when it counts. That's vague, but it's all I've got. She grinned. So no specific look? Nope. Size, hair color, doesn't matter. Just want a car that runs and a woman who's real. Sick of fake, all show types. I'm not perfect, don't expect her to be. If she takes me as I am, I'll do the same. What about you? I asked, turning it back. What do you want in a man? She tilted her head, mirroring my thoughtfulness. Same as you, I think. Grew up in a solid home, practical, not flashy. We bought what lasted. My dad's still driving an old truck from the 90s. I want someone real, steady, who doesn't need to prove anything. Her words hung there, simple yet heavy, and I felt a quiet kinship settle between us as the river stretched on ahead. The old car I drove didn't scream for attention, its chipped paint and soft hum blending into the background of any dusty road, a quiet companion that suited me just fine. I'd had my share of boyfriends over the years, fleeting connections that never dug too deep. Most of them chuckled when I let slip my dream of becoming a geologist. Their eyes lighting up with amusement as if I'd just told a clever joke. Now that I'd fallen headlong into maps, rocks, and the secrets they held, their laughter only grew. It didn't sting. Though, not really. I just wanted someone steady, a man who could be a rock when life demanded it but knew how to loosen up when the storm passed. No caped crusader or spotlight chaser for me, just a guy who'd cradle my ambitions as fiercely as I'd nurture his. That's all I asked for, a quiet pact of mutual dreaming. When he'd opened up about what he wanted, a spark flared in my chest. His words painted a picture so close to my own hopes that I couldn't help but think we'd fit together like two pieces of a worn-in puzzle. Sounds like we'd be a hell of a pair, I said, letting a shy grin tug at my lips. His gaze flicked to me, warm and searching. You'd consider someone younger? I ventured, my voice carrying a thread of excitement I couldn't quite hide. I'm 32. I'd probably fumble trying to keep up with a 16-year-old, and anyone over 50 might as well be from another planet. But beyond that? Age is like hair color to me, nice to notice. But not the heart of it. Maybe a 2 out of 10 on the priority scale. His eyebrows lifted, and a slow smile spread across his face as he caught the hope simmering in my tone. Well, put it this way, he said, leaning back with a casual ease that made my pulse skip. Since I left the Navy, I've met plenty of women. You? You're in my top 5. My breath hitched. Curiosity bubbling up. What happened to the other 4? I asked, tilting my head. He rubbed his jaw, his eyes drifting to some far-off memory. 3 were married, off-limits the moment I realized. I got close enough to see something real there, but their lives were already spoken for. Never even broached the idea of squeezing myself in. The 4th? She was different. We crossed paths on a few projects, not co-workers, exactly, but partners in the grind. We clicked, shared dinners, good talks. Then life threw her a curveball. Something ugly that dragged her out of town. She's okay now, found her footing, but trust doesn't come easy for her anymore. I leaned forward, drawn in. When'd you last see her? He squinted. Tallying the days. 4 days back. Caught up for maybe 20 minutes. There was a softness in his voice that made me press further. You still care about her? He nodded, slow and deliberate. Yeah, as a friend. I'd help her if she needed it. But that's where it ends, always will. We never crossed that line. I sighed, a little wistful. That's a shame. Sounds like there could have been something there. He shrugged, his expression unreadable. Maybe. Maybe not. You can't stare at someone and predict the future. Today's what you've got, tomorrow's a roll of the dice. The military beat that into me. I grinned, teasing now. So where's this mystery man headed next? What's the grand plan? He chuckled. A low rumble that warmed the air between us. You're full of questions, aren't you? Not just curious, downright relentless. I felt a flush creep up my neck, but I straightened, owning it. I'm a young woman who likes answers, I shot back, my voice steadier than I felt. He laughed again, louder this time. Fair enough. Honestly? I don't know yet. I snagged this boat to buy myself some breathing room, time to figure out what's next. I'm itching to trace the Mississippi River, maybe drift down the Texas coast. Along the way, I'll see if I can pin down who I want to be when the dust settles. Could end up a country singer crooning in dive bars or just some quiet soul in a nowhere town. That's the best I've got for now. His words danced around something unspoken, a dodge I couldn't quite place. I didn't know then that he was spinning half-truths, tossing out decoys to blur his tracks. He wasn't just wandering, he was running, shielding anyone who got too close from the trouble nipping at his heels. You'd flop as a small-town drunk, I teased. And I'm not sold on your singing chops. Can't see you strutting around in a flashy shirt, strumming a guitar, wailing about heartbreak or cheating lovers. He grinned, eyes crinkling. You're probably right. How about you, Miss Navigator? Want to crack open the map and pick us a spot for the night? I'm drawing a blank on towns or marinas around here. I flipped through the chart, tracing the river's curves with my finger. There's a spot about 15 miles up, safe bay, nice little beach. I think we stopped there on the way down. He nodded approvingly. Sounds like a winner. Let me know when we're close, I'll show you how to tie this beast up for the night. I flashed him a smile and slipped below to the galley, leaving him alone with the wheel and the fading light. Up top, he sat in the quiet, the day's chatter replaying in his mind like a scratched record. A strange cocktail of feelings swirled in his gut, relief, unease, something softer he couldn't name. This woman, Emily, with her bright eyes and easy laugh, made him feel seen in a way he hadn't in years. She dangled a future he'd half forgotten he wanted. One unscarred by the jagged edges of his past. She hadn't been forged in the fire of dawn raids or foreign soil, didn't carry the weight of wondering if each bite might be her last. She couldn't fathom the cold machinery of power, men so hollow they'd prop up a dead ideal with other people's sweat and cash. And she sure as hell didn't know the man steering this boat wasn't who he claimed to be. He was a fugitive, chasing a shadow to bury himself in. That truth settled on him like a lead blanket. He had to get her back to her safe, unblemished world, far from the darkness he dragged behind him. She'd face her own battles someday. But he prayed she'd never lock eyes with the ones that haunted him, those piercing, mocking gazes that hadn't faded in a decade. Back then, they'd belonged to a bearded face in Afghanistan, daring him to defy an iron grip. Today, he'd glimpsed them again, peering out from a younger, paler stranger, a cocky kid who couldn't even shave right. Same eyes, though, same cruel glint. Same contempt. The face might shift, but the soul stayed cold, tethered to men like Jefferson Martin III, who wielded power like a sledgehammer. A shiver ran through him. And he knew a couple of drinks wouldn't dull the edge tonight. An hour later, Emily climbed back up, a glass in hand, her presence a quiet balm. We're almost there, she said, passing him the drink. So, Captain, how do I park this thing? He couldn't help but smile, her lightness was a lifeline, even if just for a moment. About a mile to go, he replied, sipping the amber liquid. We'll face the wind tonight. If the water's deep enough, say, 2 or 3 feet, we can nudge close to shore, maybe tie off to a tree. If it's shallower, we'll hang back, drop the bow anchor. Then the stern. Might toss a midship one if the wind kicks up. She cocked her head. Which way's it blowing? He glanced west, feeling the breeze on his cheek. From the west. We'll swing into the bay and turn into it. How do we check the depth? She asked, frowning at the map's blank spots. We'll ease in slow, he said, watch the water. Light means shallow. Dark means we're good. If we creep too close to sand or mud, we can back off. Go too fast, and we're stuck. It's all about feel, learning the river as you go. She nodded, absorbing it. This the entrance, she called as the bay opened up. Speed okay? He gave her a thumbs up. Perfect. Where'd your boyfriend drop anchor last time? She smirked. Right in the middle. Lucky he didn't wreck his dad's boat on a sandbar. Let's loop the far shore, he said, eyeing the water as she guided the boat in a wide arc. The beach stretched out, shallow and inviting, flanked by deeper channels. Sandbars cradled the bay like a shield. He pointed south. Head there, reverse when I say. She eased the throttle back as he dropped the bow anchor. Its chain rattling until it bit. The stern anchor followed, holding firm. Kill the engine, he called, and silence rushed in, thick and soothing. He grabbed a rope, waded to shore, and lashed it to a gnarled oak, its roots clawing into the earth. Emily watched from the deck, curious. Why the rope? I thought we'd use another anchor. He wiped his hands, stepping back aboard. Backup plan. We're into the wind now, anchors should hold. But spring and summer here? Wind flips fast. If they slip, we drift mid-bay. This keeps us put, whatever the gusts do. Just gotta keep an eye on the forecast. She frowned, processing. That's a lot to track. He shrugged. Not really. Rivers are simple, flow downhill, wind follows patterns. Face the bow into it. And you're golden. Master that, and you can sail damn near anywhere. The Mississippi stretched out before us, its muddy waters churning with secrets and shifting moods. A living thing that demanded respect. I'd spent hours poring over charts, plotting our course, imagining the perfect spots where the anchor could bite into the riverbed and hold fast. Out here. You didn't just drop it anywhere, swift currents could yank it loose, and hidden sandbars loved to play tricks on the unwary. I'd learned to double up on lines. A precaution born from late-night stories swapped with grizzled boaters at dimly lit docks. The river wasn't like the ocean, with its wild, unpredictable swells and fickle winds. But it had its own dangers, rushing water, sudden drops, waterfalls lurking around bends. You had to keep your eyes sharp, your mind sharper. Tracking the way the sandbars danced and reshaped themselves overnight. Emily listened as I rambled on, her head tilted, soaking it all in. Sounds like you've got it all figured out, she said. A teasing lilt in her voice that made me grin despite myself. It's not easy, I shot back, but it's simple enough if you've got some sense and a little know-how. You'll pick it up, I'm sure of it. She stretched, the late afternoon sun painting her hair with streaks of gold. Want to hit the beach for a walk? I glanced at my sneakers, tossed carelessly by the helm. Give me a sec to grab my shoes. No way, she interrupted, her eyes glinting with mischief. Come on, I'll carry you. I laughed, caught off guard by the absurdity of it, but she stepped closer. Undeterred. You're not that heavy, she insisted, and before I could protest, I scooped her up instead. Her arms looped around my neck, her laughter bubbling up as I carried her off the boat's stern. For those few steps across the weathered deck, her warmth pressed against me felt impossibly right, like she'd always belonged there. My chest tightened, a nervous thrill mixing with something softer. Something I hadn't let myself feel in ages. You drop me in the water, and you're done for, she warned, her grin wide but her grip tightening just a fraction, betraying a flicker of real fear. Oh. I'm terrified, I deadpanned, though my pulse betrayed me, hammering as I set her down gently on the sandy shore. Her feet sank into the damp earth, but she didn't let go right away. her hands lingering on my shoulders. "Thank you, kind sir," she said, her tone playful yet laced with a quiet gratitude that hit me harder than I expected. Then she slipped her hand into mine. And we started down the narrow strip of river beach. It wasn't much to look at, less dramatic than an ocean shore, where waves might cough up treasures from distant lands. Here, the Mississippi left behind only tired clumps of driftwood and the occasional soda can glinting in the fading light. Still, there was a charm to it, a rough-edged intimacy. We passed a scattering of old fire pits, their ashy remains ringed by stones, and I could almost hear the ghosts of laughter from boaters who'd stopped here before us. Walking beside Emily felt good, better than good. She opened up about her life as we strolled, her voice bright with dreams that sounded small but carried a weight I couldn't ignore. College at Washington University, a future she could almost touch, simple hopes woven with a fierce determination. I wanted her to chase them, to grab them with both hands. But a shadow crept into my thoughts, a gnawing worry that the world's relentless grind might dull those sharp edges, turn her spark into something ordinary. For now, though, her energy was a lifeline, pulling me out of my own head as we looped back toward the boat. "So," I said, nudging her with my elbow, "you carrying me back this time?" She laughed, tossing her hair back. "I liked it better when you swept me off my feet and carried me into the sunset." "Oh, so now I'm hauling you aboard to make dinner?" I teased. "Where's the romance in that?" She smirked, stepping closer. "It's in there, Captain, just a shy little thing, waiting to come out. Come on, carry me like you mean it." I obliged, lifting her into my arms with a mock grunt, her laughter ringing out as I stepped onto the boat's platform. She steadied herself, arms around my neck, her face inches from mine. "Yes, just like that," she murmured, pulling me in for a fleeting moment before slipping away with a smile that left me reeling. She sauntered toward the cabin, and I climbed aboard, watching her go. A tangle of feelings churned inside me, want, restraint, a quiet ache. She'd be gone soon, back to St. Louis, and I'd point this boat south, alone again. It was how it had to be, I told myself, even as the thought stung. Inside, she'd already poured me a drink, scotch, neat, and was bustling around the tiny galley, pulling out ingredients with a focus that made me want to linger. I resisted, flipping on the TV instead, scanning the weather. Clear skies for a week, a rare gift that meant we could get her home before I drifted further downriver. Soon. She emerged with 2 plates, chicken studded with green olives, rice steaming beside it, a dish that smelled like a memory I couldn't place. "Tried it at a Moroccan spot once," she said, settling next to me. "Loved it so much I messed around with spices until I got it right." I took a bite, flavors bursting across my tongue, and grinned. "You're a lifesaver. I'd be choking down canned soup without you." She beamed, and we ate in companionable silence before queuing up The Fugitive, Harrison Ford's version, all tense chases and shadowed justice. She nestled closer as the movie played, her shoulder brushing mine, and the simple comfort of it loosened something in me. But the screen's relentless pursuit stirred darker currents, flashes of my own past flickering behind my eyes, unbidden. 2 more scotches dulled the edges, but sleep felt like a distant shore. When the credits rolled, she turned to me, her smile soft. "Bedtime, Captain. Pick some music, something gentle, and I'll get things ready." "Emily," I started, my voice rough. "I might not sleep easy tonight. Maybe I should crash out here, save you the trouble." She stood, hands on hips, unwavering. "Nonsense. You kept me safe last night when that storm rolled through, I'm returning the favor. No arguments." Her certainty pulled me along, a tether I couldn't shake, and I followed her to the cabin, dread coiling in my gut. I turned away as she slipped under the covers, focusing on the soft jazz I'd queued up, willing it to steady me. But the moment my head hit the pillow and my eyes shut, the ghosts came rushing back. Eyes, sharp, mocking, glinting with a predator's glee, stared me down. My body shook, sweat prickling my skin as memories clawed their way up, the line of girls, so young. Their faces blurred but their fear razor-sharp, the deafening roar of explosions, sand and smoke choking the air, that sly, taunting smile I couldn't escape. I must have thrashed, groaned, maybe even shouted. Time slipped away in a haze of panic. Then her arms were there, one sliding beneath my neck, the other wrapping across my chest, her warmth pressing against my back. She held me, steady and unyielding, until the tide receded and I crashed into sleep. Morning light sliced through the cabin's porthole, jarring me awake. I shifted, disoriented, and found myself tangled in Emily's embrace. "You're not going anywhere, darling," she whispered, her hand resting lightly on my chest. "I'm here to keep you safe." Shame flooded me, hot and bitter. "Emily, I'm sorry, I should have slept somewhere else." "No," she said firmly, her voice cutting through my fog. "You were right where you needed to be. Whatever that was, Afghanistan, I'm guessing. From the way you were yelling, it was brutal. But I was here. You're okay now." I shook my head, the weight of it crushing. "I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again." She squeezed me tighter. "You just haven't had someone watching your back. Now you do." Her hand trailed down my chest, soft but deliberate, sending a jolt of heat through me. I opened my mouth to protest. But her smile, gentle, knowing, silenced me. She pressed closer, her breath warm against my neck, and I let myself sink into it, her presence a balm I hadn't known I craved. Time blurred as we lay there, bodies entwined, a quiet connection stitching us together. Tears slipped free, unbidden, and she brushed them away with a tenderness that broke me open. "Emily. I'm sorry," I rasped. "I shouldn't have." "Stop," she said, propping herself up, her gaze searching mine. "What do you mean, Captain? You didn't lose control, I chose this. I wanted to be close to you while you were fighting not to ask for it. It felt incredible. Better than anything. I might be younger, less scarred, but I see you clearer than you think. Next time. Don't hold back, I'm here for you, struggles and all." Her warmth disarmed me, and I managed a shaky laugh. "You get all this better than I do. Explain it to me." She grinned, playful now. "I don't know your whole story, just bits you've let slip. You've got a past I'm not part of, but I want to be your now. Stay close until you push me away. You said I'm in your top 5 women who make you feel good, right? Well, I think I'm a damn good match for you. Simple as that." I tapped her arm lightly, teasing. "You're not just a match, Emily. If you want me, I'm all in. You're incredible, and I love being with you. Take it or leave it." "I'll take it," she said, eyes sparkling. "Now, we've got to move. But I hope you'll hold me close every night, every morning, whenever you want, till St. Louis. After that, we'll sort it out. Deal?" "Deal," I echoed, heart thudding. "But what's in it for you?" She rolled her eyes, laughing. "You guys never get it. Beyond the fun we have, I get you, a fascinating man who's teaching me more than I expected, making me feel safe and good about myself. Only my dad and uncle come close to that. So, what's it gonna be, hold me again, or get this boat moving?" I pulled her in, her laughter muffled against my chest. The river waiting patiently beyond the hull. The morning sun had barely begun to peek over the horizon, casting a faint glow across the still waters of the swamp. When Roger stirred beneath the worn cotton sheets, the boat rocked gently beneath them, a subtle reminder of the world beyond their quiet cocoon. Emily lay beside him, her breathing soft and even. Her warmth a comfort he hadn't expected to crave so deeply. For an hour, they lingered there, wrapped in each other's presence, time stretching out like the endless river ahead. Her laughter bubbled up now and then, a sound so pure it lit something inside him, a quiet, fierce joy. All he cared about in that moment was the woman in his arms. Her happiness radiating between them like a shared secret. Seeing her smile, her eyes crinkling with delight, became his sole mission, and when their closeness finally ebbed, she glowed with a contentment that made his chest ache. She shifted closer, her voice a hushed murmur against his ear, so faint he almost missed it. "Say that again," he urged, tilting his head to catch her words. She pulled him in, her breath warm against his skin, and whispered, "Don't tell a soul, but I care about you. Did you hear me, Captain?" Her tone was teasing yet earnest, a fragile confession she entrusted to him alone. "Yes, ma'am," he replied, his voice low and steady, a grin tugging at his lips. "Loud and clear." "Good," she said, her eyes searching his. "But don't you dare say it back until you mean it with every fiber of your being. Now, go get us out of this swamp. I'll whip up some breakfast." Her words carried a playful edge, but there was a strength in them, a challenge he couldn't resist. "You drive a hard bargain," he shot back, easing himself away from her with a reluctant sigh. "And you're tougher than you let on. But I could use a hand with the anchors before you start cooking. Think you're up for it?" She propped herself up on one elbow, her hair tousled and wild, and smirked. Just like a man, won't admit he needs a woman's help until the heavy lifting comes around. "Start the engine. I'll be up in a sec." He chuckled, rolling out of bed and slipping into a pair of faded shorts. The air was cool against his skin as he moved to the deck, the hum of the engine kicking to life beneath his feet. He fired up the generator next, its steady rumble blending with the chorus of waking birds. Climbing out to the stern, he loosened the mooring line, coiling it neatly as he brought it aboard, the familiar weight grounding him. When he returned to the steering station, a pair of arms slid around his waist, startling him just enough to make him turn. Emily stood there, her smile as bright as the rising sun, wearing nothing but one of his oversized shirts, unbuttoned halfway down. "What do I do now?" she asked, her voice lilting with mischief. He raised an eyebrow, taking in her bare legs and the way the shirt hung loose around her frame. "You're not exactly dressed for the occasion," he teased. "But since I'm the only one here to see, I'm not complaining. What's the plan when I'm at the back?" "Put it in reverse," she instructed, stepping closer, "but ease off the throttle, don't gun it. That'll slacken the line so I can haul it up by hand. Then shift to the front, put it in gear, and creep forward. I'll pull the big anchor as you move us along. By the time we're over it, it should come free, and we'll lift right out. After that, just steer us toward the center and out to the open waterway." He nodded, impressed by the confidence in her voice, and headed to the stern. 5 minutes later, the anchors were up, the boat swaying gently as it found its freedom. He slid back to the wheel, taking over as Emily started toward the steps leading below deck. Before she could descend, he caught her arm, pulling her close. Her surprised laugh was a melody he hadn't known he needed. "You," he said, his voice softening, "are one hell of a partner." Her eyes sparkled with delight. Finally, a proper compliment. "Thank you, my dear. You're not so bad yourself, you've got a knack for this." She slipped below, and he guided the boat toward the river's calmer edge, avoiding the pull of the stronger currents. The world outside came alive. Minutes later, a raucous party boat drifted past, its music blaring, followed by a massive barge lumbering downstream, its wake rocking them slightly. Roger kept his focus, hands steady on the wheel, until Emily reappeared, now dressed in one of his long, sleeveless shirts. It hung loose on her, buttoned only midway, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was truly comfortable, or if she just liked testing his reaction. In her hands, she carried a plate piled with fluffy scrambled eggs, sizzling sausage, 2 golden biscuits, and a smear of jelly. "For you," she said, setting it down with a flourish. "So, what do you think of this shirt?" He grinned, taking the plate. "It's great on you. And thanks, by the way, I meant what I said earlier. I'm here whenever you need me. Always will be." Her smile widened, warm and unguarded. "I'm glad you think so. It feels good to wear, nice and cozy. As long as you're fine with it. I might keep it on when we pass through towns or near other boats." "Consider it yours," he said, digging into the meal while it was still hot. She stood beside him, one hand resting lightly on the wheel to keep them steady as he ate. When he finished, she leaned in, her breath tickling his ear. "What are you up to now?" he asked, half laughing. "Time for my breakfast," she replied, her tone playful as she grabbed her own plate and began eating, her smile never fading. When she polished off the last bite, she straightened up, satisfaction glowing in her eyes. "That was better than I hoped. Expect this to happen a lot more." "First time doing that?" he asked, curiosity piqued. "Yup," she said, leaning against the console. "I made a promise to myself years ago, no getting too close to anyone until I found someone I could truly love. Once I did, I'd be ready to share moments like this, build something real. And now, here we are, another little joy we've stumbled into together." He tilted his head, studying her. "Was I good enough for you?" "You were incredible," she said, pressing a finger to his lips. "Hush now. Just feel this, focus on me, on us." "I am," he murmured, leaning closer, their foreheads nearly touching. "You make me feel so loved it's almost too much to hold." They shared a tender moment, her hand resting gently on his head, the connection between them humming with quiet intensity. "I love you so much," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Before her eyes fluttered shut, exhaustion claiming her. He watched her drift off, a swell of gratitude washing over him. She'd fallen asleep against him, and he was more than ready to join her. Never had he felt this alive, this tethered to another soul. Shifting onto his side, he pulled her close, her body fitting perfectly against his. Even as she slept, he leaned in, his lips brushing her ear. "I love you," he whispered, the words a vow he finally meant with every beat of his heart. Sleep took him then, wrapping them both in its embrace. The next morning, he woke to the rich scent of coffee wafting through the cabin, the first rays of dawn painting the walls in soft gold. Emily stood beside the bed, a mug in her hands, her face alight with a brightness that made his breath catch. "Why are you up with coffee?" he asked, voice rough with sleep. "You should be here with me, sipping yours too." She beamed, setting his cup on the nightstand. "I feel amazing this morning, didn't know what to do with myself, so I made coffee. Thought it'd be a nice start." "Then grab yours and get in here," he said, scooting to the center of the bed and patting the space beside him. "Plenty of room for you to cuddle up. I've got ideas for how we can spend this morning." "Of course," she laughed, darting off to fetch her mug. When she returned, she slid in close, resting her head on his shoulder, her warmth seeping into him. "Guess you enjoyed last night, huh?" she murmured, pressing a soft kiss to his chest, her hand tracing lazy circles across his stomach. He smiled down at her, the memory of their closeness still vivid. "My aunt used to talk about this kind of thing. But I wasn't ready for how incredible it'd feel. I've never been so alive, so excited." "You like it too, don't you?" "Love it," he said simply. "For me, it's a way to show I care, especially when it means so much to you." Her eyes widened, surprise flickering across her face. Wait, some women don't like it? Believe it or not, yeah, he said, chuckling. Some guys won't bother, and some women aren't into it. But you dive right in. I've never seen anything like it. Really? She asked, a shy grin tugging at her lips. Do you want to do that often? With you? Anytime you want, he said, his voice warm with promise. Ask for it, or don't, just let me know what you're feeling. We can move together. Or you can take the lead while I follow. Whatever you need, just say it. You don't have to call it anything fancy, she said, laughing softly. It's just us. I haven't been with many guys, just one in high school, 3 in college. 2 of those were flops. My aunt gave me all sorts of advice, told me to wait for the right person. Said it'd feel effortless. Natural, and amazing when I found them. And she was spot on. You've mentioned your dad, uncle, and aunt, he said, curiosity stirring. What about your mom? Her expression softened. A shadow passing over her face. She passed when I was 7. Dad raised me during the school year, but he traveled a lot, so I stayed with my uncle and aunt. Aunt Carla's been like a second mom, kind. Sharp, wonderful. Dad and Uncle Tom are twins, both Navy vets. Tom was a SEAL, Dad worked in intelligence. Mom was a nurse, and Carla did legal work for the Navy, they even put her through law school. Mom and Dad met in Virginia, got married there. Uncle Tom and Carla tied the knot in California. After that, Mom and Dad settled in Missouri, Mom nursed while Dad went to grad school. Carla and Tom stayed in Virginia post-service, but they'd all meet up a few times a year. When Mom died, they moved to St. Louis to be near us. I grew up splitting time between Columbia and St. Louis. Unless we all traveled together. What do they do now? He asked, intrigued by the layers of her life. Dad teaches history at the university, naval history mostly. Summers. He's off researching in places I can't tag along to. He's written books on it. Aunt Carla's a lawyer, handles government contracts. Uncle Tom's a cop. Solid people, all of them. And your family? She prompted, turning the question back to him. He shrugged, a faint ache surfacing. Not much to tell. Grew up in East Texas. Parents were teachers, died in a car crash when I was 16. No siblings, maybe an aunt or 2 out there, but I've lost track. My high school coach and his wife took me in till I graduated. Joined the Navy after, then the SEALs. Thought it'd be my life. But it didn't stick. Used Navy support to get through college in Virginia, started a business there. Now, I'm drifting, looking for a place to land, something new to build. Her gaze softened. Searching his. And what do you want next? You, he said without hesitation, the word hanging between them like a lifeline. But I'm holding back, I need to know you, really know you. Show you I'm serious. It's a slow burn, being gentle and steady with you. Takes effort, but it's worth it. Her playful fist landed on my arm with a gentle thud. A spark of mischief lighting up her eyes. You're so stubborn, she said, her voice bubbling with mock frustration, but don't worry, I'll take charge of the first half. And you can just sit back and relax. She dove into her task with a grace that mesmerized me, her hands moving with purpose and confidence. Yet, despite her insistence that I stay out of it, I couldn't resist joining her. My fingers itched to be useful, mirroring her rhythm as we worked side by side. The morning sun spilled through the cabin windows, casting a golden glow over us. And I savored the closeness, her warmth, her focus, the way her presence seemed to wrap around me like a quiet promise. A thrill buzzed between us, electric and unspoken. building with every fleeting glance. "Let's switch things up," she suggested suddenly, her tone adventurous, almost daring. "I've never tried it this way before." She shifted her stance. And I followed her lead, curiosity tugging at me. As we moved together, soft hums escaped her lips, delicate, involuntary sounds that sent a shiver down my spine. I felt a bond tighten between us. A thread pulling us closer with every shared second. A couple of times, I reached out, my touch careful but intentional, brushing against her in a way that felt significant. Each time, her reaction was immediate, eyes widening, breath catching, a response so raw it stirred something deep inside me. When I tried again, she paused, her voice low and earnest. "Let's finish this together." I grinned, a rush of exhilaration flooding through me. "You're incredible," I said, and she laughed softly. "So are you." Joy surged in my chest, wild and unrestrained, as we caught our breath. The air between us still humming with what we'd shared. After a moment, she nestled closer, her voice a contented murmur. "I liked that too. We can do it like that whenever you want. Is there anything you don't enjoy?" I thought for a beat, searching my feelings. "I don't like being handled in a way that feels dismissive or cheap, like I don't matter. But with you? I can't imagine anything I wouldn't love. You make me feel seen, valued." Her eyes softened. "That's because you are valuable." Gratitude swelled in me, warm and grounding. "Thank you," I said. Then grinned. "Now, why don't you let me play captain again while you whip up some breakfast? We'll be back in St. Louis tomorrow afternoon, or maybe early the next morning." Her words hit me like a sudden gust, stirring a pang of dread. These perfect, sun-drenched days, days that felt like they could stretch forever, were slipping through my fingers. I didn't want them to end. The thought of docking back in reality, of losing this fleeting magic, weighed on my heart like a stone. I pulled on my clothes, the fabric feeling heavier than it should, and trudged to the helm. The engine roared to life beneath my hands, a familiar vibration, but as I untied the lines and guided us out, the river didn't feel like the joyful ribbon it had been. It stretched ahead, gray and endless, a soggy path leading nowhere I wanted to go. A thick cloud slid across the sky, swallowing the sun, and it felt like an omen, a shadow over my mood. But then Emily appeared, balancing a plate of steaming breakfast in her hands. The cloud drifted away, sunlight spilling back over the deck, and her smile chased the gloom from my face. "What's with the frown, Captain?" she teased, setting the food down. I sighed, trying to brush it off. "It's nothing major. Just hit me that we're almost back to St. Louis, our trip's winding down. I'm going to miss you. I've never felt this way about anyone, and the idea of you not being here, it's eating at me." Her expression softened, a flicker of something tender in her eyes. "Good. Hold on to that feeling until we're back. I've got some plans to sort out, and then we'll talk about the summer." My heart skipped. "Are you messing with me?" She laughed, a sound like wind chimes. "You'd deserve it, but no, I'm serious. Just need to handle a few things when we get there. You can stick around for a couple of days, right?" I shrugged, feigning nonchalance despite the hope sparking inside me. "I don't have anywhere pressing to be. Don't want to overstay my welcome, though. Maybe I'll tinker with the boat for a bit." "Perfect," she said, her smile widening. "I know a marina where you can dock and stay. Not the one where my old friend keeps his boat, mind you, he wasn't a boyfriend. I never let him get that close. Probably would've, if he hadn't turned into such a jerk right after we left Aunt Carla's. She told me to take it slow, and I'm glad I did." "You didn't exactly take it slow with me," I pointed out. Smirking, she leaned in, her voice dropping conspiratorially. "That's because you're different. You showed me you care from the start, and you keep me thinking about you. I chuckled. Good. Aunt Carla said to keep me guessing, huh? I need to have a word with her. Oh, you will, she promised. And with Dad and Uncle Tom too. You're in deep trouble, they'll gang up on you. Bring it on. I said, grinning. Now, Captain, she continued, her tone playful but firm, I've got some things to handle below. Don't come near me unless you're ready to get cozy, or whatever you want to call it. She scooped up my empty plate and vanished below deck, leaving me shaking my head, half amused, half bewildered, wondering how I'd ever wriggle out of this without looking like a fool. An hour later, staring out at the river's lazy flow, I hatched a plan. I'd take the boat downstream for a couple of weeks, soak in the solitude, then swing back to St. Louis for a few days before heading upriver again. I'd keep that rhythm going until fall rolled around and school started, always moving, never rooted too long in one spot. Maybe in a year. I'd fade from everyone's radar, free to pick a quiet corner of the world to call my own. A fleeting vision flickered through my mind, a partner, maybe a kid, but I shoved it aside. Along with all my hazy someday dreams, locking them back in their box. The rest of the day unfolded smoothly, the river carrying us toward St. Louis as Emily and I savored our time together. She nudged me to steer into a narrow channel on the city's south side, guiding us to a marina tucked half a mile inland. It wasn't flashy, weather-beaten docks. A small supply shop, but it had a rugged charm. I paid for 2 nights of docking and power, hinting I might stretch it to 3 or 4, and Emily's smile told me she approved. Back on the boat. She busied herself with dinner, her movements deft and practiced. She'd head out in the morning, home to change, then off to the university for registration. She'd return after. Though she couldn't pin down when. I vowed to keep myself occupied while she was gone, determined to make the most of our last night and morning together. After she left, I ran through the boat's maintenance, checked the fluids, all good, tidied the lines and storage bins. That killed an hour. By 9:30, restlessness crept in, so I decided to tackle the cabin's exterior. At the shop, I grabbed a gallon of gray-green paint, a wide brush, some caulk for any cracks, and a set of gold plastic letters to christen the boat with a name. By noon, I'd coated one side in a fresh layer of color and started on the front, pausing for a quick lunch, a sandwich and a beer that paled next to Emily's cooking. I toyed with inviting her to spend the summer with me, then figured I'd just ask her straight when she got back. I finished the front and second side by 4 o'clock. The paint gleaming under the afternoon sun, when footsteps thudded on the dock. I looked up to see Emily, her smile bright as ever, leading 2 men and a woman toward the boat. My heart lifted, then dipped with a twinge of nerves. Who were they? She hopped into the cockpit, greeting me with a warmth that melted my unease. The others lingered on the dock, hesitant. What are you waiting for? Come aboard. I called. The taller man grinned sheepishly. Navy habit, you don't board without permission. Permission granted, I said, extending a hand to the woman as she stepped down. Emily piped up, this is Aunt Carla. Carla, meet Roger, or Stuart, or whatever he's calling himself today. My pulse stuttered. But Carla's smile was kind, disarming. Relax, Stuart. No one knows you're here but us. She pulled me into a hug, her embrace steady and maternal. Next came Uncle Tom. A broad-shouldered man with a soldier's bearing, followed by Emily's dad, a lean figure with a quiet authority. No need to call me Daddy, he said, his handshake firm but friendly. Thanks for looking after my stubborn girl. She's helped me more than I've helped her, I replied, meaning it. Emily emerged from below with 5 glasses, a bottle of wine, a scotch, and a bucket of ice, setting them on the table. Let's relax, said. We're not here to interrogate you, just to size up the guy who's got Emily so smitten. She says you're impressive. I'd love to hear more. Tom nodded, his eyes crinkling with amusement. I don't do anything fancy, I said, but I can handle myself when trouble comes knocking. They chuckled, pouring drinks as Carla waved a hand. You don't owe us any explanations. Seems like you've just ruffled some big feathers, nothing criminal. What matters is what you want next. Emily slid onto my lap, her voice teasing but edged with curiosity. Your picture's all over the news, your name too. What did you do? Get in trouble? I sighed. It's more about walking away from my job than causing chaos. Some folks didn't like how I left, or that I left at all. One of them happened to be the president. Her eyes widened. The president? Look, I said, people clash with bosses all the time. Mine just had a bigger title and a worse attitude. I was done, so I bailed. Ree nodded thoughtfully. He's right. Difference is, he wasn't some grunt, he was in deep, probably knows things they'd rather keep buried. Power makes people paranoid about their image. Exactly, I said. I just wanted out. Disappearing felt like the cleanest break, no interviews, no books, just a quiet life somewhere off the grid. Carla picked up the thread, her tone practical yet warm. That's what we figured. Problem is, putting this back to normal won't be simple. It's a slow news week, they've been chewing on your story non-stop. The air was thick with the weight of whispers and half-truths. The kind that swirled through Washington like a restless wind, stirring up dust from old scandals and leaving everyone hungry for something fresh to sink their teeth into. My disappearance, a presidential aide vanishing into thin air, had become the perfect morsel for the gossip-hungry masses. The stories were already piling up. Wild and tangled like vines creeping over a forgotten wall. One rag claimed I'd been snatched by Martians, probably beaming me up to some distant galaxy for reasons unknown. I could almost picture the headline, bold and ridiculous, with a blurry sketch of me in a spacesuit. 3 other tales swore I'd been slipped a sedative, knocked out cold, and whisked away to Moscow under the cover of night, perhaps bundled into the back of a black van, my limp form hidden beneath a scratchy blanket. Others whispered of shadowy groups orchestrating my absence, their motives as murky as a storm-choked river. While one particularly creative yarn insisted I'd been run out of town after some petty squabble that had nothing to do with politics. That last one tickled me the most. Painting me as some rogue drifter chased off by pitchforks and angry neighbors. I leaned back in my chair, the weathered wood creaking beneath me, and let out a low chuckle. That's my favorite, I said, glancing at Emily. Her laugh danced through the air, bright and unguarded, cutting through the haze of tension that clung to us like damp fog. She tilted her head, her dark eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and curiosity. You don't really think that, do you? Why not just tell them what actually happened? Her voice was light, teasing. But there was an edge to it, an unspoken plea for something real amid all the noise. I met her gaze, feeling the weight of her question settle into my chest like a stone. Emily, I said slowly, letting the words roll out with a sigh, in Washington, the truth is just a shadow nobody bothers to chase. It doesn't matter what's real, it's about what fits the story they want to spin. Being right's a liability if it stirs up trouble, and being wrong all the time gets old fast. The trick is to nod along, polish up the boss's image, and let the facts twist themselves into something useful. Truth usually leaves him looking like a fool, and that's the last thing anyone wants. My voice carried a bitter edge, honed by years of watching ideals erode under the grind of ambition. Across the table, the 3 adults, Carla, Tom, and Ray, nodded in unison. Their faces etched with the quiet resignation of people who'd seen the game played too many times. Carla, with her sharp jawline and steady gaze, leaned forward slightly, her fingers tapping the edge of her coffee mug. "So what can you do?" she asked, her tone practical but laced with a faint thread of concern. I hesitated, my mind churning like the muddy waters of the river outside. Before I could answer, Carla spoke again, her voice firm and decisive. "The best move is to reach out to the authorities. Just let them know you're safe, say you're traveling for personal reasons. Keep it simple." Her words were a lifeline, tossed out with the confidence of someone who'd navigated chaos before. Tom, broad-shouldered and gruff, chimed in, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "It'll help a little, but don't expect miracles. Stuart, our job's straightforward: find you, make sure you're breathing, and report where you're at. That's it. We're not here to cuff you or drag you back." He paused, scratching at the stubble on his chin, then fixed me with a steady look. "Thought you were just a cop. Didn't you?" "Nah, I'm FBI, intelligence officer for this patch of dirt." Emily's brows shot up, surprise flickering across her face. "You told me he was a police officer," she said, turning to Carla with an accusing pout. Carla raised her hands in mock surrender, a wry smile tugging at her lips. "My bad. I told her to say that." Mentioning FBI uncle tends to make people jittery, backs them off faster than a rattlesnake in the grass. "We're here as family today, not suits on duty." Her explanation was smooth, practiced. And I could see the flicker of pride in her eyes as she glanced at Emily. I nodded, but my thoughts were racing, skittering like leaves caught in a gust. Talking straight to the FBI could tangle me up in knots I wasn't ready to unravel. "I've got a better plan," I said, leaning forward, my voice dropping low. "Carla, you're my lawyer now, right? I need you to speak for me. Tell the authorities I'm fine, just taking some time to myself, personal reasons. That's it. Lawyer-client privilege keeps the rest locked up tight. And Tom doesn't get stuck in the middle." My eyes darted between them, searching for cracks in their reactions. The three of them exchanged quick glances. A silent conversation passing in the tilt of their heads and the tightening of their mouths. Ray, Emily's dad, broke the quiet with a slow nod. "How about we snap a photo? You and Emily with today's paper, proof you're alive and kicking. Keeps it clean and convincing." His voice was warm but firm, the kind of tone that brooked no argument. "Fine by me," I said. "But let's do it somewhere else, away from the boat, away from anything they'd recognize. Last thing I need is a swarm of reporters sniffing me out." My fingers tightened around the armrest. The thought of flashing cameras and shouted questions sending a shiver down my spine. Ray and Carla nodded, their agreement unspoken but solid. Tom, though, just stared at me. His lips pressed into a thin line, his silence louder than words. I could feel Emily squirming in my lap, her restless energy tugging at my focus. "Okay, now that we've got that sorted," she said, her voice bubbling with impatience, "can we talk about what's next?" The other three smiled, their tension easing like a tide pulling back from the shore. I turned to her, one eyebrow raised. "Next? What do you mean, next? You're headed to summer school, and I'm sailing this rickety old boat down the river to the Gulf. That's the plan, only one I've got." She grinned, undeterred, and shifted to face me fully. "Yeah, but there's a little tweak. Don't freak out, okay?" Her tone was playful, but there was a glint in her eye that made my stomach twist. Ray leaned in, his laughter low and rumbling. "You should be worried, Stuart. Go on, Emily, ask him. Don't just tell him." She took a deep breath, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. "Daddy, Stuart, I signed up for a summer class, but it's a field project. I need to head down the river, take some measurements since the spring floods shifted things around. I was thinking, maybe I could come with you. Help out? Her words tumbled out fast, eager, and she flashed me a grin that was equal parts hopeful and sly. I blinked, caught off guard. You want to ride down the river with me on this creaky tub? Help with a school project? My voice was thick with disbelief, tinged with a laugh I couldn't quite hold back. No, no, she corrected. Scooting closer, her enthusiasm spilling over. I want to cruise down the river on this gorgeous yacht, cook us some meals, do my schoolwork. And hang out with you every morning and night, all summer long. She beamed, utterly pleased with herself, while I felt heat creep up my neck. I glanced at Ray, then Tom, then Carla. All three of them grinning like they were in on some grand joke. I can't believe you just said that in front of your dad and uncle, I muttered, rubbing a hand over my face. They might not be thrilled. Emily waved a hand dismissively. They won't care. Dad's got some new girlfriend he's keeping me busy to avoid. And Uncle Tom and Carla want a few weeks to laze on a beach without me tagging along. I could stay here, moping and missing you, or we could spend the summer together. Plus, she added, her voice softening, I want you to see how much I care about you, and that you care about me too. My jaw tightened. I already said that. She sat up straight, frowning. When? The other night. I said, my voice dropping, while you were asleep. Her eyes widened, and she whipped around to Carla. Did he really? Is it okay if he tells me while I'm sleeping? Carla smirked, leaning back with her arms crossed. Depends. Did you fall asleep before he said it, or after? After, I admitted, feeling the memory of that quiet moment settle over me like a warm blanket. It was, after the best time we've had. Then it probably counts, Carla said with a shrug. If a guy spills his heart before getting close, he might just be after something. If he says it after, he's more likely to mean it. But if you didn't hear it, spend some time with him and ask again. It's fine to check if he cares. I groaned, slumping back in my chair. I can't believe we're having this conversation. I didn't know there were rules for this stuff. Tom barked a laugh, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Oh, believe it. I got down on one knee with a ring, and Carla still made me talk it out for 4 days before she'd say yes. 3 days, Carla corrected, nudging him playfully. And we spent most of it together. So it wasn't that bad. I just needed to know you weren't messing around. I shook my head, a reluctant smile tugging at my lips. That explains the nudges, then. Tom grinned, rubbing his shoulder. Yeah, Carla's got a knack for them. Got so many I had to tattoo over the bruises. And if you think that's wild, wait till they start debating the difference between being close and being in love. You'll lose your mind laughing. I shot a look at Ray, expecting a stern dad glare, but he was doubled over, wheezing with laughter. Sorry about our crew, he managed between gasps. 3 ex-Navy. Carla and Tom in law, me in history, we don't sugarcoat much. Emily's picked up some rough edges from us, I'm afraid. I have not, she protested, swatting his arm. Be quiet. Dad, he hasn't said yes yet. She turned to me, her expression fierce and pleading all at once. So, Stuart, can I come with you this summer? I held up a hand, stalling her. 1 second. I need to ask your dad something first. I turned to Ray, my throat tight. If I take her along, 2 things might happen. Either I decide this summer thing isn't working. Or I might want something more serious. If it's the second one, should I ask your blessing first? Ray waved me off, still chuckling. Nah. Just give us a call, tell us when and where so we can crash the party and celebrate. I can do that, I said, then froze as Emily's voice cut in, sharp and indignant. Hey! You haven't even told me you care about me yet, let alone talked about the future. She tapped my shoulder, a light smack that carried more affection than annoyance. Shoo, I teased, nodding at Ray. We're having an important chat here. Carla and Emily burst into laughter, their voices weaving together like a melody. Ray grinned, shaking his head. Should I ask what it'd take for me to let her go? Daddy, stop. Emily groaned, then softened. Maybe something simple would do. Tom jumped in, smirking. Carla and I could chip in too, start you off with a pile of gifts. Emily rolled her eyes. Carla, can you really ditch your family like that? Not quite, Carla said. Her tone turning serious but warm. But if you can get Stuart to think about something long-term, you won't need to worry about the rest of us. Focus on him. Emily spun back to me. Her eyes locking onto mine. Stuart, are you thinking about a commitment? I rubbed my temples, the weight of her stare pinning me in place. I need to mull it over. I want to be sure it's real, feels right. Come on, she pressed, bouncing slightly. Am I coming with you or not? Get over here, I said, beckoning her closer. She scrambled over. And I tugged her into a playful hug, adjusting her so she wouldn't topple off. Carla, is it okay to tease someone you care about before locking anything down? Absolutely, Carla replied, grinning. Tom and I traded jabs for ages before we made it official. I gave Emily a gentle nudge. All right, yes, you can come with me this summer. Yes, I care about you. And yes, I want to see where this goes. She squealed, launching herself up and landing back in my lap with a triumphant grin. After a beat, I glanced around at the others. It's getting late. How about you help me whip up dinner for everyone? I've got everything ready, just fire up the grill. On it, Dad. Emily chirped, hopping up. Let's grab my stuff from the truck. Ray stood. Stretching. We'll be back in a few. As they shuffled out, Tom fixed me with a steady look, his gruff demeanor softening. Stuart, you seem rattled, more than just the press hounding you. What's eating at you? I hesitated, the words clawing at my throat. I'm not sure, but something's off. When you said I wasn't supposed to be caught, just stashed somewhere. It hit me, there might be people looking for me, off the books. Not official, but persistent. That's why I'm dodging the boat, staying off the grid. I think it's the only way to keep moving without a spotlight. He nodded slowly, his jaw tightening. You might be onto something. Any guess who's behind it? I leaned forward. My voice dropping to a whisper. Could be one of the boss's silent backers, someone with deep pockets and deeper secrets. I stumbled across some papers I wasn't meant to see. That's when I knew I had to get out, before they figured out how much I knew. My hands clenched into fists, the memory of those scrawled lines flashing behind my eyes. A jagged puzzle I couldn't quite piece together yet. As I stood there, fiddling with the grill and hooking up the propane tank. My mind churned with regret, sharp and bitter like the sting of smoke in my eyes. Those documents I'd sent along with my resignation letter haunted me. Looking back, I could almost feel the satisfying rip of paper beneath my fingers. I should have torn them to shreds and walked away without a second glance. Instead, I'd handed them over. A silent confession that I'd seen something I wasn't meant to. He knows I glimpsed the truth now, but what I'd do with it. That's a mystery dangling between us, heavy and unspoken. The people tangled up in this mess, they're obsessed with their polished public masks, all while pulling strings in the shadows like puppet masters. It's that duplicity, that slimy hypocrisy, that twists my stomach into knots and sets my blood boiling. One of the companies is rooted right here, its presence looming like a storm cloud over the town. While the others squat out in the Midwest, distant but no less menacing. I couldn't pin down which one birthed those damning papers I'd stumbled across. But the contents gnawed at me, dark secrets scrawled in cold ink. Could they turn into a threat? That fear claws at my chest, especially when I think about Emily coming along with me. My pulse quickens at the thought of her caught in their crosshairs. But then again, maybe I'm overthinking it. They're hunting for a lone man on the run, not a couple drifting lazily down the river. Basking in the quiet hum of nature. Still, the uncertainty lingers like a chill I can't shake. Do you have a safe spot to hole up if things get dicey? Tom's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. Steady and practical as always. Yeah, I replied, my voice quieter than I intended. I've got a place, but it's only big enough to stash one of us. The others already locked down tight. That's a relief, Carla chimed in, her tone warm but edged with concern. She leaned against the boat railing, her dark hair catching the late afternoon light. Stuart. Don't fret too much about Emily. She's got this sweetness about her, disarming, really, but beneath that, she's forged steel. Ray and Tom have drilled self-defense into her since she was a kid. And she's weathered some rough storms with us. She's tougher than she looks. I nodded, trying to let her words sink in. Emily didn't carry anything with my name tied to it, just her phone. A lifeline she could use to reach them without raising any red flags. It'd be our easiest thread of communication if trouble brewed or if they needed to pass along news before anyone clocked that she was with me. Tom tipped his head in agreement. His weathered face creasing with a faint smile. What about you? He asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Got a way to protect yourself? I've got some gear stashed in a hidden nook I carved out in the cabin, I admitted, keeping my voice low. Haven't shown Emily yet, though. You should, Carla urged. Her gaze sharp and maternal. Teach her how to handle it. Just in case. I murmured my thanks, my mind already drifting to the weight of those concealed items, a pistol, a knife. Some odds and ends I'd tucked away for emergencies. The chatter around me faded as I hauled out the grill, setting it up with methodical precision. I'd fire it up once Emily got back from the hilltop near the dock. Her voice floated down soon after, bright and insistent, calling for me and Tom to lend a hand. Carla excused herself to the bathroom, leaving Tom and me to trudge up the slope. There she was, standing triumphant beside a heap of cardboard boxes, her cheeks flushed from the effort. Wow, Emily. I said, half laughing, did you pack up your whole life? She grinned, brushing a strand of hair from her face. No, just some extra clothes and stuff for my class. Don't worry. Love, they'll fit in the cockpit, till I sort them out. We can ditch the boxes before we shove off. It's not as much as it looks. We each grabbed 2 boxes, the cardboard rough against my palms. And hauled them down to the boat. Ray pulled up in his truck just in time to snag the last pair, his broad shoulders making light work of it. Once everything was piled on the deck, I couldn't help but ask, what's all this, anyway? Emily's eyes sparkled with mischief. GPS, radar, sonar, a laptop, a plotter, and some hand tools. I've got it all under control, don't look so puzzled. I chuckled, scratching my head. You've got me spinning, and that's without even factoring in the rest of the gear. What's next? Just wait, till we're married, she teased, her voice lilting. I'll spill more then. There's always more. Carla reappeared, catching the tail end of our exchange. Oh. We love keeping the boys on their toes, she said with a wink. Though one day, I might run out of tricks for Tom. By the way, Stuart, the cabin's interior is stunning. Maybe when you two get back. I'll convince my husband to borrow it for a river sail, just the two of us. Come on, Em, she added, tugging Emily toward the grill. Let's whip up dinner. The sailors need their man time. I dug out a bottle of scotch and poured 3 glasses, the amber liquid glinting in the fading light. Ray and Tom accepted theirs with nods of appreciation. And we settled into the cockpit's cushioned seats, the boat rocking gently beneath us. The air smelled of pine and propane, a strange but comforting mix. Ray leaned forward, his voice dropping low. Don't sweat Emily's quirks too much, he said, swirling his glass. She's been with us forever, grew up hearing our unfiltered chatter. Pay attention to what she does, not just what she says. I think I'm starting to see that, I replied, my shoulders easing a fraction. My real hang-up's the age gap, and not knowing what's around the bend. Tom took a slow sip. His gray eyes thoughtful. Emily's never been into guys her age. The handful she's dated these past couple years? All older. She's drawn to experience, I reckon. As for what's ahead, facing it solo's just as brutal as having someone along. Like Carla said, she's been through the ringer with us. We keep ourselves sharp, physically, mentally. She can hold her own if you steer her right. She just hasn't had the leadership shots we got in the service. I'll remember that, I said, letting their reassurance settle over me like a blanket. Ray shifted gears, his tone softening further. Her school's a big deal to me, he said. I want her to finish college. She's got a scholarship covering classes and books. And if cartography keeps pulling her in, grad school's next. Problem is, there's nothing local for that, she'd have to head west coast or northeast. I'm good with either, I said, mulling it over. Northwest might edge out for me, but only 'cause I barely know the northeast. Never been. Ray's gaze turned piercing, his voice barely above a whisper. Stuart. I tried tracking you down last week when word got out you'd vanished. I was back here digging into some Navy SEAL research and stumbled across gaps in your last mission's records. Can I ask you something? I studied him, his rugged face etched with sincerity. My gut twisted, trust this man, my soon-to-be father-in-law, or keep burying my fears? I liked all 3 of them, Ray. Tom, Carla. The issue wasn't them, it was me, a tangle of doubt and dread I couldn't unravel. Ray, I said slowly, there's a ton about that mission I still don't grasp. Even after the official debriefs and all the hell we went through. I can talk, I guess. Thing is, the Navy got the story they wanted. 12 of US got screwed, and no amount of talking fixes that. I'm not ready to kick up dust. Tom leaned in, his voice a low rumble. We get it, Ray and me both have missions we'd rather erase. No trouble intended. But there are folks in the Navy who want the real deal. Official reports are half-truths at best. They need the raw story, hard as it is to tell. I exhaled, long and shaky. What do you want to know? Just background for now, Ray said. I've spoken to some of your team. They all pointed to you, you knew the most, being the highest-ranking enlisted guy that day, right? Yeah, I confirmed. Memories flickering like a faulty film reel. The CO joined us from another unit 6 months prior. Sharp guy, knew his stuff. We clicked, worked tight. You weren't with them when it went down. Though? Nope. CO had me posted on a hilltop, 100 yards off, 75 feet up, with the sniper rifle. Standard gear? Pretty much. High-powered, special ammo, 5-round mag. Only twist was a lightweight camera rigged under the barrel, wider view than the scope, recorded everything at the aim point. Did it work that day? Ray pressed. I think so, I said. My throat tightening. Never saw the raw footage, just the chopped-up version they played at the briefing. Edited? Yeah. Out of sequence, missing chunks, key stuff gone. Think the original would have changed the outcome? Tears pricked my eyes, hot and sudden. A hand, Tom's, I think, rested on my shoulder, grounding me. Maybe, I rasped. I don't know. Emily's voice broke through, soft as a breeze. Is this about that awful memory, sweetie? I nodded, unable to speak. She slid closer, her presence a balm. That time's over, she murmured. I'm here. It's gone, I whispered, but the echoes stay. And others are still trapped in that mess. Ray's voice dipped lower. Stuart, what happened to that footage after? No clue. I admitted. Some guy, Baker, Baxter, something, took it and vanished. Not military, thought he might be intel. 2 weeks later, it popped up, stitched together for the brass. One last thing. Ray said. The files got no team reports. What happened? None, I said, the word heavy. We got back to base, they told us to shut up, not a word, even to each other. I crashed in my bunk. 2 days later, we're stateside, Bethesda. Split us up for physicals, psych evals. Doc said PTSD, told me to block it out. Didn't see the others, till a briefing 2 weeks later. 2 months after that. Medically discharged, gagged by national security. No one ever asked for a report. I dropped my head, feeling Emily's fingers knead my neck, gentle and sure. Ray's voice drifted to Tom. What do you think? He's got gaps, stuff he doesn't get, stuff that's muddled, Tom replied. But he's holding more than he knows. Tom leaned back in his chair. The faint creak of wood breaking the quiet as he rubbed his temples. He hasn't lied to you, he said. His voice steady but tinged with a weariness that suggested he'd been turning this over in his mind for hours. That's how I see it too. But without that tape. We're stuck groping in the dark for the full truth. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken frustration. Emily, perched on the edge of the couch, nodded slowly. Her brow furrowed as she glanced toward Stuart. His slumped shoulders and the way he stared blankly at the floor told her everything. This whole mess has hit Stuart hard, she murmured. Her tone soft but resolute. Why don't you take him out for a walk? Clear his head a bit. I'll stay here and help Carla with dinner. Her eyes flicked to me, a quiet invitation shimmering in them. And before I could respond, she reached for my hand. Her grip was warm, firm, pulling me gently toward the door. We stepped outside. The late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the dock as she led me down the weathered planks and up the grassy hill beyond. The breeze carried the faint scent of the river, cool and earthy, tugging at her hair as we walked. For 30 minutes, she filled the silence with a stream of chatter, plans for our upcoming trip down the river, little things she needed to find. Her voice bright and lilting like a melody meant to soothe. But beneath it, I could sense something unspoken, a current of unease she was trying to mask. Finally, I stopped, planting my feet in the soft earth, and turned to face her. The hill stretched out around us, dotted with wildflowers swaying in the wind. And the distant murmur of the water below felt like a heartbeat. Emily, I said, my voice low, almost lost in the breeze, what's going on? I'm confused. She paused, her eyes searching mine. And for a moment, the mask slipped. It's okay, dear, she replied, her words tender but uncertain, like she was reassuring herself as much as me. I'm not sure either. Dad's been digging into something, research, I guess you could call it, and it's tricky for him. There's not much out there to go on, just fragments he's trying to piece together. He thought maybe you could help him find some answers. She hesitated, then stepped closer, the grass brushing against her legs. He usually brings Tom along when he talks to veterans. Tom gets it, he's been in combat too. He knows what it's like, how it lingers in your bones, and he's got this way of reading people, seeing through the cracks. I promise you, though, the last thing they want is to hurt you. They trust you. Why else would they let me come out here with you? Her words hit me like a wave, stirring up a tangle of relief and doubt I hadn't realized I'd been carrying. I looked at her, really looked, and saw the earnestness in her face. The way her lips pressed together as she waited for me to respond. All I care about is being with you, she added, softer now, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you really want to marry me? The question caught me off guard, and I let out a long, shaky sigh, feeling the weight of my worries slip away like sand through my fingers. Emily, I said, stepping closer until I could feel the warmth of her presence, all I know is I never want to lose you. I want to be with you forever, through every sunrise, every storm. I want to build a life with you, start a family someday, grow old with you by my side, laughing at the wrinkles and the gray hair. I guess that means I want to marry you, doesn't it? She smiled. A small, radiant thing that lit up her face. Yes, it seems that way, she teased, her tone playful but her eyes glistening with something deeper. But can we wait to start a family until I finish school? I chuckled, the tension easing out of me like a tide receding. You'll finish school, I said, mock stern, and get that degree. Or I'll have you scrubbing floors and chopping firewood for a month. She laughed, the sound bright and free, and swatted my arm. We'll see about that. I still owe you for the little chores you helped me with earlier. I shrugged, grinning. It was nothing, just a bit of lifting and hauling. Didn't even break a sweat. But she shook her head, her expression softening. It felt bigger than that. You did it in front of my dad and Uncle Ree. That made it mean more, like you were part of us already. Her words sank in, warm and heavy. And I reached for her hand again. You can pile all the tasks you want on me, Emily. Just promise you'll never leave. She squeezed my fingers, her gaze steady and sure. You can count on that. Sailor. You're stuck with me for life. The certainty in her voice wrapped around me like a lifeline, and I nodded. Ready to head back for dinner? She grinned, tugging me gently down the hill. Yep. Let's go. Oh, and by the way, I really like your family. I laughed, the sound mingling with the rustle of leaves. Good, because they're crazy about you too. Carla told me in the kitchen that you'd be good for me, and that I could be good for you, once I sort myself out. Emily tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You're already good for me. Even with all your loose ends dangling. I care about you more than I can put into words. Her honesty floored me, and I stopped again, pulling her close. What you just said, it means everything. I feel the same way. She nestled against me for a moment, then stepped back with a grin. I'm staying here with you tonight. They want you to come to their house for dinner before we head out tomorrow. That okay? I nodded, my heart lighter than it had been in days. Of course. As we crested the hill, the savory scent of grilling meat wafted up from below. Tom stood by the barbecue, flipping skewers with a practiced hand, and called out, "They're back." Relief washed over me like cool water after my talk with Emily, the knot of sadness I'd carried earlier unraveling with every step. I'd been worried they'd judge me for that raw, emotional moment earlier, when my voice had cracked and my eyes had stung, but as we joined them, no one seemed fazed. The grill sizzled with shish kebabs, the air thick with the aroma of charred peppers and onions, and a pot of fluffy, spiced rice sat steaming nearby. We settled around the table, the clink of wine glasses punctuating our laughter. And I felt myself relax into the warmth of the evening. As we finished our meal, Ree leaned across the table, his weathered face creased with curiosity. "Hey, can you tell me about Sylvia?" The question jolted me, and I blinked at him, caught off guard. "How do you know Sylvia?" Ree grinned, swirling his wine. "I went with Tom when he interviewed her the other day. We hit it off. She's got this spark, you know. I'm seeing her again this weekend." Emily perked up, leaning in with a playful smirk. "She's the fourth one, right?" I nodded. And she gave my shoulder a light, teasing punch before turning to her dad. "Tell him he's taken, but I'm still open to meeting someone." Ree's eyebrows shot up, and he shot me a look, half amused, half curious. I ducked my head, a shy smile tugging at my lips. "I haven't exactly been Mr. Social since I got back from the service," I admitted. Emily was curious about the women I've noticed most. There were 3 married ones and 1 single, Sylvia. Never dated any of them, just got to know them through work. Sylvia was different, though. We clicked, good friends. Nothing more, until she stirred up trouble at the Commerce Department. She told her boss to shape up or she'd spill his dirty secrets to his wife. That didn't go over well with the higher-ups. Before they could fire her, she got shuffled off to the Interior Department's regional office. I hadn't seen her in 3 years until last week, when they sent her to interview me as I was leaving town. Tom nodded, wiping his hands on a napkin. "Yeah, I heard the recordings, both the one in the car and the phone call. I figured you knew they were taped." I shrugged, the memory prickling at me. "They sent me to meet her right before the news about your disappearance broke." Ree was nearby, so he tagged along. Ree leaned back, his eyes glinting with recognition. "She reminds me of you in a way, sharp, principled, doesn't take nonsense. She got close to you, thought she knew more than she did. But she didn't push it. That's Sylvia for you." I smiled faintly. "We've had each other's backs more than once. I trust her, she's honest to a fault. I never told her anything that'd put her in a bind. Though." Ree tilted his head, intrigued. "She's a gem, 35, never married, loves classical music and good food. Hunts, fishes, sails too. From what I gather, she's drawn to a guy who's smart. Can keep up with her in a conversation, and treats her right. Word is, she's pretty generous with her affection when she's into someone." I smirked, sensing Emily's gaze sharpen beside me. "How do you know all that?" I asked. Ree chuckled. "She told me herself. Said when she meets a guy she likes, she takes her time getting close, enjoys the build-up. And she mentioned that when you were ready for her, she'd be there. But no pressure." I glanced at Emily, who arched an eyebrow, and I quickly waved it off. No comment. Besides, I've got someone special who gets me in her own way. Carla, who'd been quietly slicing bread at the counter, piped up with a grin. "You did it, huh? Finally took that step with Emily? How was it?" Emily laughed, her cheeks flushing. "Better than good. When he was really close to me, it was incredible." Carla winked. "You two are perfect together. Just remember, he's still a guy. Needs a breather now and then. Give him a break, and you'll have all the fun you want later." Ree snorted, shaking his head. "I see where she gets it. Her mom was the same way, Carla too." The 4 of us would sit around, swapping stories before anything else. He looked at me, a fondness in his eyes. "It's been over 12 hours since I last saw you, and I'm itching to be close again." Emily giggled, nudging me. "You always want that, don't you?" I grinned, letting my guard down. "So what? It's how I feel." I softened my tone, leaning in. "Can you tell me the difference between being close and just moving forward?" She smirked, her eyes dancing. Sure, but not tonight. Her playful push sent a spark through me. And we spent the rest of the evening tangled in quiet moments, laughter, touches, a connection that felt like it could stretch forever, before drifting into a deep, contented sleep. Morning sunlight streamed through the boat's small windows, and I woke to an empty bed. A faint clatter echoed from the back, and panic spiked through me, sharp and cold. I bolted upright, heart pounding, and raced to the cabin door. There was Emily, kneeling among scattered boxes, humming softly as she unpacked. Relief crashed over me, and I sagged against the frame, catching my breath. She looked up, her face breaking into a sunny smile. Why don't you get dressed and grab us some coffee? I want to finish setting this up today. I thought about waking you with a little fun, but you looked so peaceful, I let you sleep. I rubbed my eyes, grinning. You know how to use all this stuff? She shrugged, tossing a coil of rope aside. Not an expert on boats, but I've got other skills. Go get the coffee, I'll handle this. I ducked inside, the rich smell of brewing coffee greeting me as I tugged on shorts and a t-shirt. Pouring 2 steaming mugs, I returned to the cockpit, where Emily was wrestling with a tangle of wires. I need to mount the radar antenna and GPS receiver up top, I said, handing her a mug. Mind if I drill some holes in the steering station roof? I can grab rubber seals to keep the rain out. She sipped her coffee, nodding. Sounds good. Keep the units inside on the desk for now. I frowned, glancing around. Why not the dining table? More space, and we don't use it. Her eyes lit up. Smart man. Run the wires up to the steering station from there, brilliant. I laughed, warmth blooming in my chest. I care about you, you know. Still feel the same this morning? She set her mug down, stepping close. Last night, I said I've never met anyone like you. I can't imagine life without you. Yes, I love you, I want you with me. Her words wrapped around me like a promise, and I pulled her in, resting my forehead against hers. You make me feel like I'm enough. Can you take the plotter inside? I'll bring the laptop and figure out how to set it up. She nodded, and I hefted the bulky device, awkward but not heavy, into the cabin. Eyeing the table, I decided to perch it higher, stacking the smaller screens below. Hold on, I called, grabbing my wallet. Saw something at the store yesterday that might work. Be right back. As I headed out, the clerk greeted me with a nod. What are you after today? I grinned, already picturing Emily's smile when I returned. Something to make this boat feel like home. The day stretched out before me with a quiet kind of promise as I wandered back into the store, my curiosity tugging me toward that equipment mount and rack I'd spotted the previous afternoon. It had lingered in my mind overnight, its sleek lines and practical design teasing at the edges of my thoughts. I wanted to get a closer look. To run my hands over it and figure out how it was pieced together, how big it really was when you stood right up next to it. The store clerk, a wiry guy with a quick nod and an easy stride, picked up on my interest right away. He didn't waste time with small talk, just tilted his head toward the back of the shop and led me through the cluttered aisles, past shelves groaning under the weight of tools and gear. When we reached it, the rack was propped casually against the wall, its metal frame catching the dim light in a way that made it look almost proud of itself. The clerk ran a hand along its edge, explaining in a steady, practiced tone how versatile it was. You could bolt it to a wall shelf, he said, or even hang it from the ceiling if you were feeling ambitious. He stretched his arms out, showing how it could expand anywhere from 20 to 30 inches wide, depending on what you needed. It struck me as exactly the kind of thing we'd been searching for, simple, adaptable, perfect for the tight quarters of the boat. Then he reached into a nearby box and pulled out a handful of rubber seals, little black discs that he said would plug up any gaps in the ceiling if we went that route. I turned them over in my hands, feeling their weight, already imagining how they'd fit into the setup. With the rack and those seals tucked under my arm, I made my way back to the boat, the morning air cool against my skin. The faint hum of the marina greeted me as I stepped aboard, and there was Emily, bent over the little stove in the galley, her movements precise and deliberate. The smell of sizzling bacon and fresh coffee curled through the air, wrapping around me like a quiet invitation. I stood there for a moment, just watching her, watching the way her brow furrowed slightly as she flipped a piece of bacon, the way her hands moved with a kind of graceful certainty. Then I couldn't help myself. I crossed the small space between us and slipped my arms around her waist, pulling her gently against me. "I love watching you work," I murmured into her hair, breathing in the faint scent of lavender from her shampoo. "You get this look on your face, so focused, like nothing else in the world exists. But then, out of nowhere, you'll flash that playful smile, and it's like the whole room lights up. I could stare at you forever and never get bored." She tilted her head back just enough to catch my eye, a flicker of surprise softening her expression. "That's a new one," she said, her voice warm but tinged with a hint of amusement. "Most people just tell me to stop fussing over things and take it easy, which, honestly, drives me up the wall. But you make me feel like it's okay to zero in on what I'm doing and actually enjoy it. I don't know, it's freeing. I love that you don't try to change me. I feel like you really see me just as I am." Her words settled over me like a soft wave, and I tightened my hold on her for a second, letting them sink in. "I'm glad you feel that way," I said, grinning. "You make me feel good too. But if I don't let go soon, you might burn the bacon, and I'm starving." She laughed, a bright, unguarded sound that bounced off the boat's narrow walls, and gave me a playful nudge. Fine, get off me then. Breakfast is almost ready. And I'm not about to ruin it because you can't keep your hands to yourself." Reluctantly, I stepped back, but not before stealing one last look at her. Her cheeks faintly flushed from the heat of the stove and maybe something else. "After we eat," I said, leaning against the counter, "I want to spend more time with you. No interruptions, just us." She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, I'm holding you to that." I set the rack down on the table, turning it this way and that, picturing how it'd slot into our little world here. The boat's interior was tight, every inch a puzzle to solve, but I could already see it taking shape. After a few minutes of fiddling, I decided the best spot would be to mount it against the wall, right beside the cabinet. That way, we'd get a handy little shelf up top for the plotter, while the monitors could sit below on the table itself. The rest of the surface would stay clear, plenty of room for Emily's laptop, her charts, whatever else she needed to keep her work humming along. She slid our plates onto the table just then, the food steaming and fragrant, and we settled in to eat. Between bites, I started laying out my plan, describing how the rack would hold everything together, how the wires would tuck away neatly. I could see her mind whirring as I talked, her imagination painting the picture right alongside me. Her face lit up with a grin that stretched ear to ear, and she reached across the table to squeeze my hand. "You're so smart," she said, her voice brimming with excitement. "This is perfect, it'll work like a dream and still leave us space to eat or mess around with other stuff. I love it. How long's it going to take to get it up?" I chewed thoughtfully, running the steps through my head. "About an hour, give or take. Hanging the cabinet itself? That's 5 minutes, tops. But getting everything lined up just right, organizing the gear, that's where the time goes. Maybe 45 minutes for that." She nodded, her smile softening into something conspiratorial. "You and I are on the same wavelength. breakfast done. We didn't rush. Instead, we drifted into the bedroom, the morning sun spilling through the porthole in lazy golden streaks. I wanted to be close to her, to feel the warmth of her skin against mine. And she seemed just as eager. We tangled together on the bed, laughing and teasing, letting the world outside fade away. Her hair spilled across the pillow. And her giggles turned into soft gasps as I tickled her sides. For nearly an hour, we lost ourselves in each other, shedding the weight of the day before it even had a chance to settle. Eventually, though, we untangled ourselves, the playful haze giving way to purpose. With the rack waiting, we got to work. It went up fast, screws tightened. Wires coiled and fed up to the steering station with care. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, the GPS and radar units were perched on the roof, their cables snaking down to connect seamlessly. Powering it all up felt like flipping a switch on a new chapter. Emily took the lead, her fingers dancing over the controls with a confidence that made my chest swell. She flipped on each device one by one, her focus sharp as she dialed in the calibration settings. By 4 o'clock, she turned to me, her eyes alight with an idea. How about a quick run on the river? Test it all out for real? I couldn't say no to that. We cast off, the boat cutting through the water as the radar hummed and the GPS blinked steadily. When we tied up again at 6 o'clock, she was practically glowing, her happiness spilling over as she rattled off the results, radar reaching out 12 miles, adjustable down to 5. GPS syncing perfectly with both the paper charts and the laptop. The sonar was all that remained, but that'd have to wait. I needed daylight to mount the transducer under the hull. Dinner felt like too much effort after all that, so we strolled hand in hand to the marina's diner instead. The place was cozy, all faded wood and warm lighting. And we sank into a booth with a simple meal, burgers, fries, a couple of cold sodas. Afterward, we ambled back to the boat, the night settling around us like a soft blanket. We poured a glass of juice to share, sipping it slowly as we leaned against each other, the quiet hum of the marina lulling us toward sleep. Morning broke with the rich smell of coffee. And I pored over the sonar manual while Emily bustled around, taking stock of our supplies. She frowned at a few cans, dented, past their prime, and set them aside in a bag for the food bank. Might as well grab some fresh stuff while we're at it, she said, already plotting a shopping trip. I wrestled the transducer into place under the boat. Its sleek shape locking into the hull just as the guide promised, wiring it straight to the laptop. By the time I surfaced, she'd mapped out our day, a run to the store. Maybe lunch at her favorite deli. We decided to linger one more day in St. Louis, setting our departure for early the next morning. Emily dialed up Carla, her voice bright as she shared our plans. And Carla insisted we come over for dinner the following night. It was settled. We took Emily's car into town, the windows down and the breeze tugging at our hair. The deli was a tiny place. All checkered tablecloths and the smell of fresh bread, and we lingered over sandwiches before hitting the grocery store. Back at the boat, we unpacked, food, a few new shirts. Odds and ends, stowing everything away as the sun dipped low. I took the boat to the fuel station just before dark, topping off the tanks and checking the oil, then we settled in for the night. We talked and laughed, our voices soft against the creak of the hull, until sleep pulled us under. The next day stretched out slow and easy. Coffee in hand, we moved at our own pace. The rhythm of our life together feeling more natural every day. Emily wasn't just capable, she was a force, shaped by parents who taught her grit and grace in equal measure. I didn't see her as someone to fix or fuss over anymore, she was my partner, steady and strong. That night, I had a plan, a dinner at Tom and Carla's, a moment I'd been turning over in my mind. We'd drive her car there, leave it, and Ray would drop us back after. He was headed to Memphis the next day anyway, buzzing with nerves about meeting Sylvia. We rolled up to their house at 6 o'clock. Greeted by Carla's warm hug and Ray's easy grin. Tom was stuck at work, running late, so Emily gave me the tour, her old room, her dad's summer hideout next door. We cracked open a bottle of wine. The conversation flowing as Carla waited for Tom's text. Ray fidgeted, half excited, half terrified about his date, and I clapped him on the shoulder. Just be yourself, Sylvia'll see the good in you. Carla chimed in, casual as anything, about a call she'd made to the FBI, covering for me, saying I was taking a break from DC's chaos. The heat on me was cooling off, she figured. With everyone distracted by the president's latest fumble in Congress. I'd warned him that deal wouldn't fly, but he'd ignored me, and now the lobbyists were scrambling. Typical. Tom called at 7 o'clock. Promising he'd be home in half an hour, and Carla slid dinner into the oven. We poured more wine, and when Tom walked in, coat off, apologies tumbling out, he joined us at the table. The moment felt right, electric. I stood, their eyes snapping to me, and took a breath. Ray, Tom, you're the two men who mean the most to Emily. I need to ask you something. Can I have your blessing to propose to her? Laughter erupted, sharp and joyful, and Carla's eyes glistened with tears. Ray and Tom nodded through their chuckles, and I turned to Emily. Dropping to one knee. Her hand trembled in mine as I looked up at her. Emily, I never thought I'd find someone like you, someone so real, so incredible. I love you. I want to build a life with you. Will you marry me? Her voice broke, but her answer was clear. Yes, my captain. I'll marry you, and I'll make sure your life's never dull. I slipped the ring onto her finger. A simple band that carried my whole history, my mother's engagement ring, the only thing I'd kept after losing my parents at 16. Emily's eyes widened. Where'd you get this? You've been with me the whole time. I smiled, tracing the ring with my thumb. It's my mom's. It's all I have of her, and it means everything to me. I want you to have it, to show you how much you mean to me. We can get you something else later if you want, but this is from my heart. She dropped to one knee. Her voice trembling with a quiet intensity as she spoke, the words spilling out like a vow carved deep into her soul. This feels absolutely perfect, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. And I'll wear it every single day with a pride that swells in my chest. I love you more than I can ever hope to express. The moment hung there, fragile and electric. Before we melted into each other's arms, a warm, enveloping embrace that felt like the safest harbor in a stormy world. Around us, our family erupted into a joyful chaos, arms wrapping around shoulders, laughter echoing off the walls, a chorus of love and celebration that seemed to lift the very air. Not long after, Carla's voice cut through the din, bright and commanding as she clapped her hands together. Dinner's ready, everyone, she announced, her apron dusted with flour. Her smile radiating a warmth that drew us all to the table. The meal unfolded like a symphony of happiness, plates clattering, voices overlapping, bursts of laughter punctuating every bite. Somewhere between the mashed potatoes and the gravy, the conversation took a playful turn. Ree, with his sly grin and a twinkle in his eye, brought up the dowry. Tossing out a jest about raising it to 6 cows. The room stilled for a heartbeat before Emily, her brows arched in mock indignation, leaned forward. You'd all better bury that idea deep in the ground and leave it there, she warned, her tone sharp but her lips twitching with suppressed amusement. The table dissolved into giggles. The tension popping like a bubble. As the clock ticked toward 10, the gathering began to wind down, the glow of the evening settling into a contented hush. We were shrugging into our coats, exchanging sleepy goodbyes, when Tom's voice broke through the quiet, hesitant yet urgent. I've been wrestling with whether to bring this up, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. his gaze flickering between me and Emily. Especially after that incredible surprise you dropped on me earlier. But there's something you need to know. His words hung heavy, pulling us back from the edge of departure. Stuart, Emily, he continued, his brow furrowing, I was late tonight because I got held up at the hospital. There was this guy, Jefferson Martin. The senator's son. He'd been roughed up pretty bad this morning. 2 men cornered him, asking about a boat he'd seen on the river. He told them to get lost. But they didn't take it well, turned aggressive. He didn't know much, just that it was a plain workboat, no name, nothing fancy. But he mentioned the boatyard where you picked it up. The air shifted. A chill threading through the warmth of the room. Emily's face tightened, her mind already racing, while I felt a knot twist in my gut. So you're saying there might be some dangerous people sniffing around for us, I said, my voice steady despite the unease creeping up my spine. And they know we're on a boat. Tom nodded, his jaw tight. Thanks for the heads up, Tom. Doesn't shock me, honestly, Emily replied, her tone clipped but resolute. This could snowball into something big. Do you want to crash here instead? Tom offered, his concern etched into the lines of his face. No way, she shot back, fierce and unwavering. I'm sticking with you, my friend, for as long as you need me. Tom, I cut in. Do you have any gear we could borrow? He shook his head, apologetic. Not on hand, but Stuart's got some stuff on the boat, he said, glancing at me with a raised eyebrow. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Emily asked, her voice tinged with exasperation. I shrugged, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Didn't want you messing with it untrained. You'll see where it's stashed come morning, and by noon, you'll know how to use it. Tom leaned back, thoughtful. What's your gut telling you happens next? He asked. I exhaled, piecing it together. They'll probably head to the boatyard, grill the workers. Won't get much, just that we passed through. It's a day's drive there, another back, so they could roll in tomorrow. Then they'll try to track where we've been, but they've got no clue if we stayed or bolted. They might sniff around for Emily, but we're the only ones who know her spot. That buys us a 2-day lead if we shove off at dawn. They might guess we're headed to Memphis or somewhere nearby, maybe even fly down to cut us off. Beyond that, I'm drawing blanks. Tom clapped a hand on my shoulder. I'll keep my ears open. I'll tell the manager to ring me if anyone starts asking questions. I'll leave a message on Emily's phone if I hear anything. Check your voicemail whenever you've got a signal, Em. She nodded, resolute. Will do. Carla and Tom pulled us into tight hugs, their worry masked by the strength of their grip. Ray, ever the steady presence, drove us back to the boat, his weathered hands firm on the wheel. Call me when you hit Memphis, he said. His voice gruff but kind. If I'm still around, I'll fill you in on anything new. We agreed, wrapping him in one last embrace before climbing aboard. Emily, I said. The boat rocking gently beneath us, we're set to go. Think we can navigate the river at night to get a jump on this? She frowned, her mind already churning through the risks. Everything I know about this river screams it's a bad idea after dark, shifting sandbars, hidden snags. Let me check something. She darted to the computer, her fingers flying over the keys. A moment later, she was studying a map, her brow furrowed in concentration. The first 100 miles look clear except for a spot at the 75-mile mark. It's mostly straight, deep enough. No major obstacles. I say we risk it, push to just past 75, then drop anchor till morning. I'll watch the radar and sonar, make sure we're golden. Her confidence was all I needed. Minutes later. The engine roared to life, the generator humming alongside it. I hauled in the mooring lines, flipped on the running lights, and aimed the bow headlight into the channel. We eased out earlier than planned, the night wrapping around us like a cloak. Out on the water, a massive barge lumbered past on the west side, its wake rippling toward us. I decided to trail it for a while, letting its path guide us until we found our rhythm. Emily brewed a pot of coffee, the rich aroma filling the cabin as she handed me a steaming mug. She settled in. Her tools spread out, eyes glued to the screens. An hour in, she glanced up. "All clear ahead," she said, her voice steady. I nudged the boat toward the river's center, picking up speed to overtake the barge, leaving a wide berth as we passed. The barge captain gave a friendly toot of his horn, and I answered with one of our own. A mile ahead. I eased back to the west side, slowing to a comfortable pace, faster than the barge, but not reckless. The moonlight was faint, a silver thread on the water, and the radio kept cutting out. I swapped it for a CD, letting the soulful strains of Ida fill the silence. For hours, I steered, lost in the music, while Emily popped up every half hour with coffee or a snack. Each time, I'd smile, urging her to rest. Around 2:30, she relented, curling up below with a promise to wake her if I needed backup. By 4 a.m., the river's rhythm shifted, subtle, but enough to make me pause. I remembered her warning about the 75-mile mark. Nothing looked off, but I throttled back anyway. Moments later, Emily stumbled up, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Something feel different?" She mumbled. "We're fine," I assured her. "Think we're hitting that 75-mile stretch. Just slowed down to play it safe." She nodded, disappearing below to check the GPS. When she returned, her voice was brighter. "We're close. There's a little town ahead with a dock. Want to stop, stretch, maybe grab breakfast?" I napped. "You could use a break." I grinned. "Sounds perfect. We'll rest a bit, then push on. Feels like we're in the clear for now. Oh, and Stuart," she added, her tone softening, "I didn't really say it earlier. But when you proposed last night, I was floored, but so happy. I've pictured that moment a million times, but having my family there made it magic. Thank you." I reached for her hand. "I want to be the partner you deserve. You're already everything to me, don't change a thing." She squeezed back. "I won't." Then she ducked below, shouting up that we'd hit the town in 30 minutes. I glanced at the clock, noting the time as the eastern sky began to glow. Docking would be smooth. Barges lined the shore, tied up and still, and I wondered if trouble loomed downstream. The radio crackled with a weather update, no river issues reported. Emily joined me, binoculars in hand, scanning the bank. "The barges stop short of the town dock," she said, her hand resting lightly on my shoulder. Not sure why. We tied up, killed the engine, and climbed the hill into town, legs grateful for solid ground. A cozy cafe beckoned with the scent of fresh bread and coffee. We claimed a window table, and the waitress, a sharp-eyed woman with a quick smile, brought mugs of coffee. As Emily browsed the menu, I turned to a local, a sturdy woman in her 50s. "What's with all the barges parked upriver?" She sighed, wiping her hands on her apron. "It's killing business. They're hauling winter wheat to a mill that shut down for repairs. Pilots park them and head home. Recreational boats see the lineup, think there's some big holdup, and skip us. We're down half our customers. Hope picks up when the mill reopens." I nodded. "What's the best breakfast here?" She grinned. "Big plates, chicken fried steak, eggs, hash browns, gravy, biscuits. Keeps you full till supper." Emily smirked. "Unless some lunchtime disaster strikes." The waitress chuckled. "They'll enjoy it regardless. I added, if it's good enough for a last meal. It's good enough for us. Emily laughed. I'll take it too. You're stuck with me, Captain. The waitress winked. Just engaged, huh? New lovers order sweet stuff. Married folks want space. You're glowing too much for that. We laughed as she took our order, the morning unfolding with a quiet, hopeful ease. The morning sun filtered through the boat's cracked curtains, casting thin slivers of light across the wooden floor where Emily sat, her phone cradled in her hands. Her thumb hovered over the screen, poised to dial Tom's number. When my voice sliced through the quiet like a sudden gust of wind. Don't do that, I said, sharper than I'd meant, my heart thudding against my ribs. She froze. Her wide eyes snapping up to meet mine, confusion flickering in their depths. What if they figure out you're with me? They could trace your phone, especially since you've been glued to my side since St. Louis. Turn it off, stash it somewhere. We'll grab a prepaid one after breakfast. You can call from that. I'm not ready to roll the dice with these people, not yet. Her brow furrowed, lips parting as if to argue, but she hesitated, sensing the urgency coiled tight in my words. I could see the questions swirling in her mind, the faint tremor of doubt as she powered the device down and tucked it into her bag. I don't get it, she said finally. Her voice soft but edged with curiosity. Can they really track a phone that easily? I leaned against the galley counter, the scent of frying bacon thick in the air, and nodded grimly. Yeah. They can. If you're on a call, they'll pinpoint you in under a minute, triangulate the signal faster than you can blink. Even if you're not talking, they can pull your call history. Map out where you've been, and make a damn good guess about where you're headed. And that's not all, some apps you've got might be chirping your location every second. Feeding it to whoever's got the right tools. It might not be a big deal here, but once we hit Memphis, you flip that thing on. And every local diner and pawn shop will be pinging you with ads before you can say, catfish. A prepaid phone's safer, they'd need to know the number to track it. And that means tapping your dad's line, or Carla's, or Tom's. Even then, they'd see where we've been, not where we are right now. We might snag a couple of their hounds, let M chase their tails. Then cut M loose when they're out of steam. Emily's fingers tightened around the edge of the table, her knuckles whitening. I always thought that was just a government trick, spy stuff, you know. Mostly it is, I admitted, flipping the bacon with a flick of my wrist, the sizzle filling the pause. But some big-shot companies cozy up to the right people in DC normally. I wouldn't sweat it, small fry like us don't usually blip on their radar. But I don't know who's got their eyes on us, and that's what's gnawing at me. If they clock that we're drifting down the river, they could just park themselves downstream and wait. Her head tilted, a spark of intrigue lighting her face. So what's the plan if they do? I grinned. A flicker of defiance cutting through my nerves. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Once we hit Louisiana, the river splits into a maze of streams and backwaters, too many for them to watch every one. Plus, I've got a hideout down there, a little spot nobody knows about. We'll hole up for a few days. Let them scour the wrong places. We'll play it by ear and see where the current takes us. The tension in her shoulders eased, replaced by a small, trusting smile as she set the table. Breakfast was a feast, golden pancakes stacked high, crispy bacon piled beside fluffy scrambled eggs, all as mouth-watering as the waitress at the diner had bragged. We ate in companionable silence. The clink of forks against plates blending with the gentle lap of the river against the hull. Afterward, we strolled to a dusty convenience store a few blocks away. The morning heat already pressing down on us. I handed over a crumpled 20 for a prepaid phone with 25 minutes, its plastic casing scratched and cheap. Emily dialed her dad, Ray. just as he was pulling out of St. Louis. Her voice brightened as she told him we'd slipped away the night before, already gliding down the river's winding path. Ray's relief crackled through the line. He'd passed the word to Carla and Tom. The call was a quick burst, barely 40 seconds, but the phone chewed up 3 minutes of credit anyway. I shook my head at the ripoff, but Emily just laughed, her lightness a balm against my simmering unease. Back on the boat, we shed our stiff travel clothes for soft tees and shorts. The fabric cool against our skin. Exhaustion hit me like a freight train. I crawled into the narrow bunk and was out before my head hit the pillow. Emily joined me soon after. Her warmth curling against my side, and I felt the world fade away. When I woke at 10:30, the fog of sleep had lifted, leaving me refreshed, almost buoyant. I rolled over, pulling her closer. And her eyes fluttered open, sleepy and soft. "I was dreaming about you," she murmured, her voice a gentle hum. "Let's stay like this. When are you gonna tell me the difference between being close and being in love?" I brushed a strand of hair from her face, my chest tightening with something I couldn't name. "When you're ready. For now, let's just savor this." She didn't push, just nestled closer, and I was surprised how easily we slipped into that quiet intimacy. The stress we'd been carrying, hers from the uncertainty, mine from the shadows chasing us, melted away faster than I'd expected. By 11, I was back at the helm, the engine rumbling to life as sunlight glinted off the water. We cut through the river at a steady clip, the banks slipping by in a blur of green and brown. A few times, Emily called up from below, her voice sharp with excitement. "Slow down. Swing to the middle and back." I figured she'd caught something on the sonar, a sunken log or a shoal, and wanted a better look. I eased off the throttle, guiding the boat in a lazy arc. The current tugging at us like an impatient child. At 1 o'clock, she climbed up with lunch, ham sandwiches slathered with mustard, a thermos of iced tea, and a creased map tucked under her arm. We were making good time, the river unfurling ahead like a ribbon, but I doubted we'd hit a town with a decent dock before nightfall. She spread the map across the console, tracing a finger along a straight 5-mile stretch. "This looks solid for tying up or dropping anchor," she said, tapping the spot. "No bends, no traffic, just calm water." "Smart call," I said, impressed by her eye for detail. "Give me a heads up when we're close." "Around 5 o'clock, she replied, folding the map with a satisfied nod. I cranked up the pearl fishers on the old stereo, the opera's soaring notes spilling across the deck. Emily's shout came almost instantly. "Hey! You gotta put speakers down below, I can't hear a thing. Love you too, by the way. Get some in the next town." "Turn it up then," I shot back, grinning as I twisted the dial. It wasn't loud enough to carry to the shore, no chance of startling some farmer with Bizet's melodies, but it filled our little world. The music wove into the rhythm of the river. And I felt an unexpected peace settle over me. No rush, no deadlines, just the slow churn of the water, Emily's laughter echoing from below, and the open stretch ahead. For once, my mind didn't claw at the past or brace for the next crisis. It drifted instead to hazy images of what might come, quiet days like this, stretched out into a future I hadn't dared imagine before. By 4:30, we rounded one of the Mississippi's endless curves, the banks rising high with tangled roots and drooping willows. "Are we there yet?" I called down. "Just hit it," she replied, poking her head up. "There's an island 2 miles ahead, could be perfect for the night." I squinted through the glare, spotting the low hump of land rising from the water. An island might be ideal, cut off, discreet, if the channel stayed deep enough. As we neared, I throttled back, the boat gliding toward a sandy bar jutting from its edge. "Head below," I told Emily. "Watch the depth. If it shallows out between here and the island, yell, I'll swing us around. If it holds, we'll ease in and tie up. She darted down, her voice drifting up through the hatch. 10 feet, 10, 9, 7, 7, 9 again. Good enough, I said, spotting a sheltered nook along the shore. I killed the engine, letting momentum carry us in. Then reversed briefly to halt our drift. Stepping into knee-deep water, I waded to a hulking rock and secured the bow line, the cold current swirling around my legs. Emily tossed me the stern rope. And I looped it around a gnarled tree, its bark rough against my palms. The spot felt lived in, blackened rings of old campfires dotted the sand, a testament to countless travelers before us. I climbed back aboard, and Emily handed me a towel, her smile warm as the afternoon sun. The tree's sprawling branches draped over us, a natural canopy that promised cool shade for morning coffee. She ducked inside and returned with a cold soda for me and a glass of wine for herself, the ruby liquid catching the light. We sank into the captain's chairs. The stereo's faint hum wrapping around us as we talked, small things at first, then deeper, unguarded threads of who we were. Dinner loomed, and we settled on chicken and rice pilaf. She slipped below to start cooking, the clatter of pans mingling with the river's murmur. I stayed topside, legs stretched out, letting the day's quiet joy sink into my bones. Then a prickle ran up my neck, sharp and insistent, just before I heard it, a low, rhythmic whump-whump slicing through the stillness. A helicopter, flying slow and close. Its shadow skimming the water. My gut twisted. No reason for it to be here, hugging the river like that, unless it was hunting. And I had a sinking feeling we were the prey. I scrambled to the helm. Peering through the trees. There, a dark shape, olive drab, an army bird sweeping downstream. It stayed mid-channel, not veering toward our island, but my pulse hammered all the same. I grabbed the map, spreading it across my knees, tracing routes with a trembling finger. Emily emerged, a fresh drink in hand, and paused, her eyes narrowing at my hunched posture. What's wrong, hon? Did you hear that chopper? I said, voice low. Army. Flying low and slow, like they're searching. I'm worried it's us they're after. Her face paled, but she stepped closer, peering at the map. What's the move? Trying to figure if we can slip past Memphis unseen. If they're onto us, that's where they'll look hardest. We'll shove off early, hug the bank, maybe dodge another flyover. My big fear's Memphis, no cover on the west side, and from the east, anyone with binoculars could spot us clear as day. If a barge rolls by when we hit the city, I'll tuck us behind it. Sneak past on the blind side. Should I call Dad when we get there? Just to be safe? Let's hold off till we're clear, I said, folding the map. If he wants to meet. Helena's better, less exposed than Memphis. Too open there. You're the boss, she said, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Are we okay here? As good as it gets. Shores cut off. Trees hide us from above. They'd need a boat and damn good luck to find us. We'll keep the blinds shut tonight, no light leaking out. No TV, but we've got a Memphis radio station. I'll catch the 6:00 news. We settled in, the radio crackling to life as dusk crept over the water. I motioned Emily over, sliding open a hidden panel near the hatch. Inside. A small arsenal gleamed, a 30-30 rifle with a scope, a pump shotgun, and 3 pistols, a .22, a 9mm, and a hefty .45 automatic. Her eyes widened, but she didn't flinch. She picked up the rifle. Checking the safety with steady hands, then inspected each handgun, her fingers brushing the magazines. You know how to use these? I asked, surprised by her calm. She nodded, setting the 45 back with a quiet clink. Dad taught me. Just in case. Her voice was firm, but I caught the flicker of unease in her gaze, bravery laced with the weight of what might come. The air in the cramped cabin felt thick with tension as I knelt beside the weapons cache, my fingers brushing the cool metal of the guns I'd hidden away. Emily stood nearby. Her posture relaxed yet alert, a quiet confidence radiating from her as she surveyed the arsenal. "You've got a good handle on firearms, huh?" I said, glancing up at her. My voice tinged with both curiosity and a flicker of unease. She nodded, her hazel eyes meeting mine with a steady gaze. "Yeah, I've spent plenty of time at the range. I've fired all these, or one's damn close to them." The .45, though, her brow furrowed, a shadow of frustration crossing her face. "First shot's fine, but after that, it's like wrestling a beast. Too heavy, my grip slips, and I hate feeling out of control." I exhaled, the weight of her words settling into me like damp river mist. "All right, if push comes to shove, and God, I hope it doesn't, you take the shotgun and the 9mm. I'll handle the .45 and the .30-30 rifle." I gestured toward the holsters and ammo stacked neatly in the corner. Their leather and brass glinting faintly in the dim light. 3 clips for each handgun. "I'm gonna prep the rifle and shotgun now, just in case." Her head tilted slightly. A strand of dark hair falling across her cheek. "You really think we'll need them?" Her tone was soft but laced with a thread of doubt, like she was testing the edges of my resolve. "I hope to hell we don't," I said, my voice dropping as memories of past missions clawed their way up, flashes of chaos I'd always prayed to avoid but rarely did. Some folks think loud bangs get the job done, but me? I'd rather slip through unnoticed, keep things smooth and steady. Hurting anyone's the last thing on my mind, unless there's no other way. A faint smile tugged at her lips, softening the tension in her features. "You sound like Uncle Tom. He'd always say a gun's there to stop trouble, not spark it." I chuckled. The sound rough but genuine. That's the gist of it. My hand hesitated over a small, locked box tucked deeper in the compartment. "There's one more thing stashed here. Won't pull it out unless the world's falling apart." Makes a hell of a statement, though. Her eyebrows arched, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "Legal? The piece itself?" "Sure." "The ammo?" I smirked. A little wry twist of my mouth. "Let's not get into that right now." When I'd plotted my getaway, the idea of dragging these weapons along hadn't even crossed my mind, not at first. They were just relics of a hobby, high-quality tools I'd collected and mastered over years at the range. Leaving them behind, though? That felt like abandoning a piece of myself. Seeing Emily unfazed by them eased a knot in my chest I hadn't realized was there. She wasn't some fragile tag-along, she'd be a partner if the storm hit, and that thought steadied me. The radio crackled in the background, its news drone fading into static as the announcer handed off to the regular host. His voice perked up, bright and overly chipper. "Folks, we've had a flood of calls about a low-flying army chopper buzzing down the river. Scared the daylights out of some fishermen out there, any word on that?" "Yeah," came the reply. Clipped and official. "Army's saying they're sweeping the area for a missing person. No details beyond that. They'd have a hell of a time finding anyone on that river," the host mused. Almost to himself. "It's massive, swallows you up if you're not careful." "Damn right," the other voice agreed. And then the station flipped to music, a jaunty Cajun beat that clashed with the tight quarters of the boat like a party crashing a funeral. I snapped it off, swapping it for a CD of lush romantic operas. The soaring notes of Nessun Dorma filled the space, wrapping around us like a warm embrace. Emily glanced over from the tiny galley. where she was stirring a pot of something that smelled like home. Trying to charm me tonight, she teased, her smile playful but her eyes soft. Maybe, I shot back, leaning against the counter. Dinner ready soon? 5 minutes, she said, then grinned. And I'll be ready 15 after that. She nailed it, plates hit the table in 5, and 15 minutes later. We were sprawled across the bed, the boat swaying gently beneath us. We talked for hours, weaving plans and dreams into the night, until exhaustion pulled us under. Puccini's aria fading into the hum of the river. Dawn broke with a jolt, an itch of unease that yanked me from sleep. I slid out of bed, the wooden floor cool against my bare feet, and peered through the cabin window. Nothing but shadows and the glint of water. Stepping onto the deck, I strained my ears against the stillness. A low, odd hum drifted from the river, prickling the hairs on my neck. I ducked back inside, swapping pajamas for shorts, a shirt, and sneakers, then nudged Emily awake. "Get dressed," I whispered, my voice taut. "No lights, no noise." She nodded, her movements swift and silent, trust etched into every line of her face. I grabbed the shotgun and pressed the 9mm into her hands, her fingers curling around it with practiced ease. Slipping out the back, I crept along the dew-slicked path toward the riverbank, the island's dense trees swallowing the faint crunch of my steps. The sound grew sharper as I neared the center, a mechanical growl I couldn't place. Crouching low, I edged toward a clearing and froze. 2 men hunched over a tree, their silhouettes stark against the glow of floodlights spilling from a boat moored nearby. One wielded a chainsaw, its teeth gnawing through low branches with a guttural roar, while the other fastened a metal box to the trunk. A third figure wrestled with an antenna on a neighboring tree, cursing under his breath as he fumbled with wires. When the chainsaw sputtered out, their voices carried over the lapping waves. "Why the hell are we out here in the dark, miles from anywhere?" one grumbled, wiping sweat from his brow despite the morning chill. "Just doing what they tell us," the second snapped, his tone clipped with irritation. "They want us counting barges, every damn one that floats by." "That's bullshit," the first shot back, kicking at a fallen branch. "These batteries'll die in a week, and the satellite's a coin toss. Last setup barely sent half the feed before it crapped out. That's because some idiot wired it wrong. Let's finish this, grab breakfast, and get outta here. Gotta be ready for round 2 later." "Another job like this," the third piped up, finally securing the antenna. "Nah. This time they want us tailing a boat, tracking where it's headed." "Antenna good?" "Yeah, gimme the cable, I'll hook it to the battery and test it." 10 minutes later, they packed up, their boat's engine rumbling to life as they peeled away from the shore. As they swung downriver, the name United Logistics Company flashed across the hull in bold, weathered letters, a name I'd glimpsed on those forbidden papers. My gut twisted, a cold realization sinking in. This wasn't random, they were building a web, and we might be the flies. I crept closer, eyeing their handiwork, a high-end surveillance rig, the kind used to monitor far-off targets. The guy griping about batteries didn't know the half of it. Solar panels would juice it up by day, keeping it humming through the night. I doubled back to the boat, hauling myself aboard, only to freeze as the glint of a gun met me in the dark. "Emily, it's me," I hissed. "I know," she said, lowering the 9mm with a smirk. "Just showing you I'm ready. It's loaded, mags in, but no round chambered yet." "What did you find?" "They've got a camera rigged on the island's far side," I said, keeping my voice low. "Watching every boat that passes. Feeds go up to a satellite somewhere." "You shut it down?" "Nah, too obvious. They'd come sniffing around. I think they figure we left yesterday morning, not late like we did." probably don't realize we're this far up yet. This just gives Em a heads up we're coming. She frowned, processing. Heard Em say they're tailing someone later today? Yeah, but not in the open, they'll be sneaky about it. We'll slip back to the river through this channel, dodge the camera. Problem's Memphis, they'll pick us up there for sure. We need a plan. That laptop got Wi-Fi? She asked, already shifting gears. Yeah, but no signal out here. Let's move, if you catch one, holler. And we'll pull over. She grinned, a spark of mischief in her eyes. You're the boss. Nope, I countered, tugging her close for a fleeting second. You're the captain, remember? I'm just the guy who cares about you. Now get this tub rolling, I'll brew coffee. I fired up the engine, the low growl vibrating through the hull as I untied us from the bank. Easing away from the island, I kept us half a mile downstream from their camera, too far for even its wide lens to catch us. To be safe, I stretched it another half-mile before flicking on the running lights. By the time Emily pressed a steaming mug into my hands, the river stretched wide and quiet before us. The horizon tinged with the first blush of sunrise. Map says there's a Wi-Fi spot about 10 miles up, I said, tracing the route with my finger. They've got M scattered along the river for boat comms, should hold for 10 miles or so. Perfect, she replied, settling beside me. Signal pops, I'll grab the laptop. Teamwork's my favorite part of this. Mine too, I admitted, a warmth spreading through me despite the chill. I flipped on the radio. Catching the tail end of the morning news, pointless banter from hosts trying too hard to sound profound. I left it humming in the background, just in case something real broke through. As the sun climbed, painting the water gold, Emily emerged with a tray, toast, sliced fruit, cinnamon rolls still warm from the oven, and the laptop balanced precariously on the edge. She plugged into the Wi-Fi, her fingers flying over the keys. United Logistics in Memphis, I said. Find their address. It's slow, she muttered, squinting at the screen, but, got it. Just south of the main bridge, riverfront dock. Aerial shot shows 2 boats tied up. One's a dead ringer for what you saw, the other's smaller, looks fast. Can you email your dad from here? She paused, chewing her lip, then nodded. What's the message? Ask him to scope the United Logistics dock around noon, see if any boats shove off. Text, yes, if he spots one. Nothing if he doesn't. And if he's up for it, meet us at the town south of Memphis by 2 o'clock. Keep it vague, no names, no specifics, in case someone's snooping. Her fingers danced across the keys. Crafting the note with care, her focus unbreakable. I watched her, the river unfurling ahead, and felt the weight of the day settle in, danger lurking, yes, but with her beside me. It didn't feel so heavy. Emily's voice trembled slightly as she read the message aloud, her fingers hovering over the laptop keys. The words echoed in the small cabin. Each one laced with a quiet urgency that made my chest tighten. When she finished, she glanced at me, her hazel eyes flickering with a mix of determination and unease. With a decisive tap, she sent it off into the ether, and we sat there, the hum of the boat's engine filling the silence. 10 minutes later, the signal dropped, a sharp, staticky hiss that cut through the air like a snapped thread. Emily sighed, closing the laptop with a soft click, and slid it into its case. I sucked in a deep breath. The cool river air flooding my lungs, and let my gaze drift out the window to the rippling water beyond. So far, every decision I'd made had panned out, each choice a stepping stone keeping us afloat. I clung to the hope that luck would hold just a little longer, that we'd snag a few more breaks today. If we did, we could make it to the safe house before dusk painted the sky purple, giving us a chance to breathe, to unwind for a few days. Maybe then, those relentless shadows chasing us would finally lose our trail. The radio crackled incessantly. A grating chorus of voices and static that gnawed at my patience. I'd had enough of its noise and was rummaging through a dusty box for a CD, something to drown out the chaos, when a transmission cut through the clutter. A voice, gruff and clipped, called for workboat and towboat operators. My ears perked up. About 15 miles south of Memphis, a handful of barges had broken free, now wedged against the levee like stubborn mules. They needed 10 or 12 boats to rendezvous south of the bridge by noon to wrestle them loose. I straightened, my mind racing. This was it, a golden opportunity. If I could tag along with a group heading south, we might slip right under that bridge unnoticed, cloaked among the other vessels. These were the kinds of chances that could tip the scales. The kind that made me believe we might actually pull this off. I leaned over the helm, my voice sharp with excitement as I called down to Emily, "Hey! Keep an eye on the radar for any smaller boats heading south as we near Memphis." "Got it," she shouted back, her tone crisp and focused. For the next hour, I steered us closer to civilization. The riverbanks grew busier, dotted with cabins and houses perched on rickety stilts, sentinels against the moody whims of the Mississippi. The structures leaned into the wind. Their wooden frames weathered but defiant, a testament to the people who called this unpredictable stretch home. Emily's voice broke my reverie, steady and sure. "I've got something, several boats tied together, about 5 miles ahead." I nudged the throttle forward, the engine rumbling as we picked up speed, the bow slicing through the water with purpose. As we closed in, I eased back, letting the boat drift gently alongside the cluster. Through my binoculars, I counted 4 vessels lashed together, their hulls bobbing in unison. One caught my eye, "Pull of the River," scrawled across its stern in faded red letters. I grabbed the radio mic, my thumb pressing the button with a satisfying click. "Emily's ride to Pull of the River, do you copy?" A moment later, a warm, gravelly voice crackled back. "Pull of the River here. What's up? You headed to the barge pull?" I leaned into the mic, keeping my tone casual. "Yeah, you all going that way?" I was thinking about it. Just got my boat back from the shop, still half-equipped, but figured I'd swing by and see if I could lend a hand. The captain chuckled, the sound rich with camaraderie. "Join us, then. We're smoking some ribs over here and wouldn't mind the company, especially if you've got drinks on board." We didn't get a chance to stock up on our usual stash. I grinned, glancing at the 2 cases of beer stashed under the bench. "I've got a couple of cases, but they're not cold." His laugh boomed through the speaker. "Cold or warm, they'll all end up in the river by day's end. Bring 'em over, you'll be a hero. See you in 5, over." I turned to relay the plan. But Emily was already on it. "Honey, we need to," I started, only for her to cut me off with a playful smirk. "Way ahead of you. First case is by the hatch, second one's coming up now. I'll set out the fenders, which side?" Peering through the binoculars again, I studied the lineup. "Left side," I decided, picturing how it'd keep us tucked away from any prying eyes on the right. She darted outside, her movements quick and sure, securing 3 rubber bumpers along the port side with practiced ease. I maneuvered us alongside, the gentle bump of hulls a quiet handshake. And we tied off to the nearest boat. Hands reached out eagerly as we passed over the cases, the crew's gratitude palpable in their wide grins. "Boat number 17 if you need us," one of them called, cracking open a can with a hiss. Moments later, a sleek speedboat zipped up on our right, its wake rocking us gently. 5 boxes of steaming food emerged from its deck, ribs, sides. The works, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. We kept one for ourselves and handed the rest to the delighted crews around us. There's just 2 of us, I told the guys on the next boat. Nodding at the extras. Take our leftovers, enjoy. Between the drinks and the gesture, I could feel the warmth of their acceptance settle over us like a blanket. This was how it worked on the river. Folks might bicker over petty things when the work slowed, but let an outsider get too close, and they'd close ranks faster than you could blink. It made me feel safer than I had in days, tethered to this ragtag flotilla of strangers turned allies. The ribs were tender, smoky, and piled high, paired with heaps of coleslaw and buttery cornbread. We ate our fill, about half, savoring the meal as laughter rippled through the group. Another boat sidled up, and we shared the rest, tossing in a couple of soda packs for good measure. Their thanks came in hearty waves, and soon, the outer boat cast off, leading the procession south. We fell into line. A neat chain of vessels cutting through the current. As we approached the bridge, its iron lattice loomed overhead, casting jagged shadows across the water. We glided beneath it just after noon. And I kept my eyes trained on the United Logistics dock, searching for any sign of life, trucks, workers, anything. Nothing stirred. Emily checked her phone, her thumb hovering over the screen. But after 20 minutes of silence, I nodded. Turn it off. Either no one showed, or Ree didn't get the message. She powered it down, and I exhaled, relieved at how seamlessly we'd blended into the workboat pack. Now 10 strong, our group pressed on toward the stranded barges. A river patrol boat intercepted us, its officer barking orders through a megaphone. 4 boats to the nearest barge, 5 to the other. That was my cue. I nudged Emily, who darted below and returned with 5 bottles of soda clutched against her chest. I eased us alongside pull of the river one last time, calling out to the captain. Looks like we're not needed anymore. Thanks for the hospitality. He waved, his weathered face creasing with a smile. Thanks for the drinks. Wish we had more, this could take all afternoon to sort out. I grinned, tossing the bottles over. No more beer, but these might sweeten the trip home. His eyes widened, delight sparking in them. Well, damn, this'll make the ride back a treat. Thank you. That Emily? I nodded, pride swelling in me. Yep. Boat's supposed to be Emily's pride, but the P keeps peeling off. He roared with laughter, tipping his cap. Good luck, you too. I swung the helm toward the river's center, then veered west, aiming for Helena. We'd reach it in under an hour. And I needed fuel for the final leg. Ree might be there, but if not, we'd top off and go. Helena's cluster of fuel stops made it a safer bet than a single dock, less chance of standing out. When we arrived, I backed into a slip, the engine's growl fading to silence as Emily secured the lines with deft knots. I waved to a dock worker, a lanky kid with grease-stained hands. Fill her up with diesel, I said, and he nodded, dragging the hose over. It was nearly 2 o'clock when we strolled toward the marina store, the sun high and unrelenting. There, at a weathered picnic table, sat Ree and Sylvia, each nursing a soda. Their faces lit up as we approached, and Ree's voice dropped to a conspiratorial murmur. Care to join us for a drink? Might have someone watching. I matched his tone, sliding onto the bench. Love to. I'm Roger, and this is my fiancée, Emily. You folks? Ree grinned, leaning back. I'm Ree, and this is Sylvia. We're just poking around the area today, spotted you at the fuel dock. Headed to New Orleans? I shook my head, keeping it light. Nah, just a quick river jaunt. Gotta get Emily home for summer school. Might head north from here. Sylvia set down a paperback, her dark eyes warm as she turned to Emily. Where do you study? Emily perked up, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. University of Missouri in Columbia. Sylvia's smile widened. Nice. I went to Washington University in St. Louis. There's a little shop across the street, want to check it out? Emily laughed, jabbing my arm. Sure, I need to stretch. He's been running me ragged since we left. Once we're married, I'm taking over. She winked, squeezing my hand before sauntering off with Sylvia toward the bustling store. Ree and I watched them go, scanning for any flicker of pursuit. Nothing. He tilted his head toward the dock. Mind showing me your boat? Been thinking about getting one, yours looks solid. I stood, brushing off my jeans. Sure, let me grab some drinks first. Inside, I snagged a case of soda. And as I rejoined Ree, I caught a glimpse of a young guy on a motorcycle, lean, watchful, his eyes lingering a beat too long. We strolled to the ramp. And I unlocked the gate with the key the dockworker had handed me, a precaution to keep out stragglers. As it clanged shut, I spotted the biker again, now under a tree, phone in hand. His posture too casual to be natural. We climbed aboard, 50 yards from our observer, and I played tour guide, pointing out the engine, the helm, the cramped cabin, while Ree filled me in. We've been watching United dock from a diner nearby, he said, his voice low. Nothing worth noting. Thought I recognized you with the workboats, but I wasn't sure till you split off. That kid on the motorcycle, he was outside when we left, tailed us over the bridge to the west side, all the way here. He smirked, glancing towards Sylvia's retreating figure. We're having fun. Though, didn't bother shaking him. Feels more like a grand adventure than a chase. I chuckled. You and Sylvia got a future? He shrugged, a glint in his eye. Maybe. She's coming to Columbia next week for a few days, Tom and Carla too. Speaking of Tom, he's dug up something, 2 teams of 2 are hunting you. One roughed up Jefferson, the other hit Marquette. His words landed like stones, but I kept my face steady, nodding as the river lapped against the hull, its rhythm a quiet promise of the road ahead. After Emily read the message aloud to me, her voice trembling slightly with a mix of nerves and determination, she hit send. We sat in tense silence, watching the laptop screen flicker as the signal held steady for a fleeting 10 minutes before it dropped entirely, leaving us cut off once again. Emily sighed, a sound heavy with exhaustion, and carefully tucked the laptop into its case, her movements slow and deliberate as if she needed a moment to process everything. I inhaled deeply, the cool river air filling my lungs, and felt a cautious wave of relief wash over me. So far, every decision I'd made had panned out, each risky call somehow landing us on our feet. I clung to the hope that luck would stick with us just a little longer today. If it did, we might make it to the safe house before the sun dipped below the horizon, giving us a few precious days to catch our breath and maybe, just maybe, shake off the relentless pursuit of these shadowy figures who wouldn't leave us alone. I fidgeted with the radio, its static buzzing like an incessant swarm of flies in my ears, grating on my nerves. Tired of the noise, I rummaged through a cluttered drawer beside the helm, searching for a CD, something to drown out the chaos with a bit of music. That's when the radio crackled to life with a stroke of fortune. A voice cut through the static, urgent and clear. They were calling for workboat and towboat operators. Apparently, a handful of barges had broken free about 15 miles south of Memphis, slamming into the levee and getting stuck. They needed 10, maybe 12 boats to rendezvous south of the bridge by noon to wrestle the barges loose. My mind raced, this was it, the kind of break I'd been praying for. If I could tag along with a group heading south for this job, we might slip right under that bridge unnoticed, blending into the flurry of boats. These were the moments that could tip the scales in our favor, and I wasn't about to let it slip by. Emily! I shouted down to her, my voice echoing over the hum of the engine. Keep an eye on the radar, look for any smaller boats heading south as we near Memphis." She called back a quick, "Got it," her tone sharp with focus. For the next hour, I steered us closer to civilization, the riverbanks growing busier with signs of life. Cabins and houses dotted the shoreline, perched high on stilts like watchful sentinels guarding against the river's unpredictable moods. The sight stirred a strange mix of comfort and unease in me. People lived here, resilient and rooted. Yet we were just passing through, fugitives in their midst. Emily's voice broke my thoughts. "I've got something," several boats tied together, about 5 miles ahead. Adrenaline surged through me, and I nudged the throttle forward, the boat slicing through the water with renewed purpose. As we closed the distance, I eased off, slowing to a crawl as I maneuvered alongside them. Grabbing the binoculars, I peered through the lenses and spotted 4 boats lashed together, bobbing gently in the current. One had "Pull of the River" scrawled across its stern in bold, weathered letters. I snatched the radio mic, my pulse quickening. "Emily's ride to Pull of the River, do you copy?" "Pull of the River here," came the reply, casual but curious. "What's up? You all heading to the barge Pull?" "Yeah, you're waiting on someone else?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "Another guy, but he's still half an hour out." "You joining us?" I hesitated, then leaned into the lie. "Was thinking about it. Just got my boat back from the shop, still loading gear, but I figured I'd swing by, see if I could lend a hand." "Join us then." The voice crackled back, warm and welcoming. "We're firing up some ribs over here. Got any drinks on board? We're running low on snacks." He chuckled, a sound that felt like a lifeline. "I've got a couple cases," I said, grinning despite myself. "Not cold, though. Cold or warm, they'll end up in the river by day's end anyway. Bring 'em over, you'll fit right in. See you in 5. "Over," I confirmed, then turned to Emily. "Honey, we need—" "Already on it," she interrupted, her voice bright with energy. "First case is by the hatch, I'm grabbing the second." "Fenders out, which side?" I scanned the boats through the binoculars again. "Left side," I decided, knowing it'd keep us shielded from any prying eyes on the right. Emily darted to work, her hands deftly securing 3 bumpers along the port side, her brow furrowed with concentration. As we tied up next to them, the crew greeted us with easy smiles, gratefully accepting the 2 cases of drinks. They scribbled down their boat number for us, a small gesture of trust that felt oddly grounding. Moments later, a sleek, fast boat zipped up on our right, its engine roaring before it settled beside us. We hauled up 5 boxes of warm goods, ribs, sides. The works, the savory aroma hitting me like a wave of comfort amid the tension. We passed 4 boxes to the eager crews on each boat, their faces lighting up with gratitude. "There's just 2 of us," I told the guys on the nearest boat, a wiry man with a sun-creased grin. "Take our leftovers, enjoy." That offer, paired with the drinks, sparked an instant camaraderie. I could feel it, this was how you stayed safe out here. River folk might bicker among themselves, but let an outsider get too close, and they'd close ranks like family. It was a fragile shield, but it was something. The ribs were tender and smoky, the sides a hearty mix of beans and slaw, and we dug in, though we only managed half before another boat pulled up. We shared the rest, food and a couple packs of soda, with them, their thanks ringing genuine in the air. Once everyone was fueled up, the outer boat cast off, leading the procession southward. We fell into line, a tidy convoy threading through the water. As we approached the bridge, I kept my eyes glued to the United Logistics dock, searching for any hint of movement, guards, workers. Anything, but it lay eerily still. Emily clutched her phone, checking for a reply that never came. After 20 minutes, I nodded at her. Turn it off. Either no one's there, or we didn't get the message. We melted into the cluster of workboats, 10 strong now, chugging toward the stranded barges. A river patrol boat intercepted us near the site, barking orders through a megaphone. 4 boats to the nearest barge, 5 to the other. That was my cue. Emily, grab 5 bottles, I said, easing us alongside pull of the river. I called out to its captain, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard. Looks like we're not needed anymore. Thanks for the hospitality. Thanks for the drinks, he hollered back. Wish we had more, this'll take all afternoon. Got anything else? No more drinks, but these might make the trip home smoother, I said, tossing him the bottles Emily handed me. His eyes widened. Wow, this'll definitely brighten the ride back. Thank you. That Emily? Yeah, I laughed. Boat's supposed to be Emily's pride, but the P keeps falling off. He chuckled heartily. Good luck. You too. I swung us back to the river's heart, angling toward the western bank. Helena was less than an hour away, and we'd need fuel for the final leg. I hoped Ree would be there, but if not, we'd top off and go. Helena's multiple fuel stops made it a safer bet than a single dock town. When we pulled in, I backed the boat into a slip with practiced ease, shutting off the engine as Emily secured the lines, her movements quick and sure. I flagged down a dock worker. Fill it with diesel. It was nearly 2 p.m. when we strolled to the marina store. There, at the lone outdoor table, sat Ree and Sylvia, sipping sodas, their smiles cautious but warm. Care to join us? Ree asked, his voice dropping low. Might have someone watching. We'd love to. I replied, matching his tone. I'm Roger, this is my fiancée, Emily. I'm Ree, and this is Sylvia, he said, gesturing to the woman beside him, her dark hair catching the sunlight. Just exploring today, spotted you at the fuel dock. Heading to New Orleans? Nah, just a quick river trip. Taking Emily back for summer school. Might head north from here. Ree nodded, while Sylvia picked up a book, turning to Emily. Where do you study? University of Missouri in Columbia, Emily answered brightly. Nice. I went to Washington University in St. Louis. Sylvia said. There's a store across the street, want to shop? Stretch your legs? Sure, Emily grinned, nudging me playfully. He's been working me hard since we left. Once we're married, I'm taking over. She punched my shoulder lightly, then squeezed my hand. I'll be back to help, gonna show you my broom skills. She and Sylvia crossed to the bustling store, blending into the crowd. Ree and I kept watch, no one seemed to tail them. Mind showing me your boat? Ree asked. Been thinking of getting one, yours looks solid. Of course. Need to grab some drinks anyway. I ducked inside, snagging a case, and rejoined Ree. A young guy on a motorcycle caught my eye, lingering too long, too focused. We headed to the dock, passing through a locked gate, security to keep outsiders at bay. As I locked it, I glimpsed the guy again, now under a tree, phone in hand. On board, 50 yards from the watcher, we could talk. I feigned a tour, engine, helm, cabin, while Ree filled me in. They'd been scoping the United Dock from a nearby restaurant, seeing nothing suspicious. He'd thought he recognized us among the workboats but wasn't sure until Helena. The motorcycle kid had trailed them from the bridge, pacing them to town. Sylvia and I are having fun, he said with a wry smile. Almost feels like a Galaxy-class adventure. Any future there? I asked, grinning. Maybe. She's visiting Columbia next week, Tom and Carla too. Speaking of, Tom thinks 2 teams of 2 are hunting us. One hit Jefferson, the other checked Marquette. His words hung heavy, a reminder of the stakes, even as the river flowed calmly around us. The sun hung low over the river, casting a golden shimmer across the water as Tom stood on the dock. His brow furrowed in deep thought. He had a hunch, someone in Washington was pulling strings behind the scenes, and it gnawed at him like an itch he couldn't scratch. His agents were already on the move, digging into whispers and shadows to uncover more, but he needed another perspective. Turning to me, his voice steady but laced with curiosity. He asked what I thought about United Logistics. I paused, letting the hum of the river fill the silence before I answered. Their river monitor project had caught my attention, sleek, efficient. But something about it felt off, like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong spot. I laid out my observations, watching his face as he nodded, his eyes sharp with understanding. We were on the same wavelength, but there was no time to linger. The watcher loomed nearby, a hulking figure whose curiosity could unravel everything if we weren't careful. Tom shot me a glance. A silent agreement passing between us, and we started back up the dock, boots thudding against the weathered wood. The air smelled of damp earth and diesel as we slipped through the gate, leaving the watcher behind. Trailing a step behind, broke the quiet with a question: how much fuel could the boat hold? I hesitated, then gave him half the truth. About half of what it really can, I said, my tone casual as I scratched the back of my neck. I need to check the engine, though, we're burning through more than I'd like. Every 100 miles or so, we're pulling over. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the full story either. Didn't press, just nodded, his gaze drifting back to the water. When we reached the ship's door, the door creaked open. And Sylvia and Emily stepped out into the fading light, their arms weighed down with bags. Their smiles were bright, genuine, cutting through the tension that clung to me like damp clothes. Sylvia's laugh rang out as she adjusted her grip, her dark hair catching the breeze, while Emily's eyes sparkled with a quiet joy I hadn't seen in her before. They'd bonded in there. 2 souls finding common ground amid shelves of canned goods and fishing gear. I slipped inside to settle the fuel bill, the clerk barely glancing up from his magazine as I handed over the cash. Back outside, leaned in close, his voice a low murmur against the rustle of leaves. You all should get moving. We'll hang back, see if anyone's tailing you. I met his eyes, steady and serious. And nodded. If someone's following, I added, it's probably from one of United's boats. His jaw tightened, and we clasped hands, a pact sealed without words. Sylvia stepped closer then, her warmth enveloping me as she pulled me into a hug. Her breath tickled my ear as she whispered, she's exactly what you need. If I couldn't be here, I'd choose her for you. Her words hit me like a soft punch, stirring a mix of gratitude and ache. I managed a quiet, thanks. Take care of all right? She squeezed me tighter before letting go. Nearby, Emily wrapped in a gentle embrace, her arms tentative but sincere. Their voices dropped to a hush, words meant only for each other, and I couldn't help but wonder what passed between them, comfort, maybe, or a promise to stay strong. Then she turned to me, her hand finding mine, and we started back to the boat. Her fingers were cool against my calloused palm. But the connection steadied me as we climbed aboard and pushed off. Once we were gliding along the river again, I opened the throttle. The engine roaring to life as the boat sliced through the current. I'd been cautious before, nursing the fuel because we were skirting dangerously close to empty, just beyond the stretch from St. Louis to Memphis. Our next stop was closer, less than half that distance, and I wanted to hit it fast, outrun any shadow creeping up from Memphis. The wind whipped past, tugging at my jacket. And I glanced at Emily beside me. Her hair danced wildly, but her expression was calm, trusting. As the shoreline blurred, I filled her in on what Ree had told me, bits and pieces about United. About the risks. She tilted her head, processing. Dad only told Sylvia the basics, she said, her voice soft but firm. She gets why he held back. Doesn't want to know more. Not yet, safer that way if anyone asks. I nodded, unsurprised. Sylvia was sharp, she'd shield herself and Ree without hesitation. Emily's lips curved into a small smile as she went on. They spent the whole time in their talking, laughing. I knew they'd hit it off. I chuckled, picturing them swapping stories over dusty shelves. She's heading to Kolia next week to see her, I said. Emily's eyes lit up, but then she shrugged. Maybe. Not sure they'll even leave the house. I grinned, shaking my head. Come on, think positive. Your dad's not that hopeless. They'll stop for dinner on the way back from the airport, sure, but once they're home, they'll crash. He's as lazy as I am, maybe worse. She laughed, a sound that cut through the engine's growl. And I felt a flicker of warmth despite the chill off the water. For an hour, I pushed the boat hard, the hull vibrating beneath us as we tore through the river's surface. Then I eased off, letting the pace drop. If a boat had left Memphis when we docked in Helena, it'd need to be a speed demon to catch us before nightfall, faster than anything United had, I reckoned. We were an hour from the turnoff, a hidden split off the main channel. Once we took it, no one could track us, not through the labyrinth of bayous and swamps ahead. Only locals knew those waters. And I'd earned my way in thanks to a crumpled map dotted with GPS coordinates. It came from a teammate's brother, handed over at a funeral years back. He'd pressed it into my hands. Along with 2 others, his voice rough with grief. Use it if you need to disappear, he'd said. It was their family's hideout, a swamp sanctuary he and his brother had cherished. Now, with his brother gone, it sat quiet, waiting. I'd mentioned needing it this summer, and he'd just smiled, a tired, knowing look, and told me to stay as long as I wanted. As the turnoff neared, I called to Emily over the wind. We're leaving the river soon. Kill the GPS and mapping software, sonar might help, though. She didn't question it, just nodded and tapped the screen. Her movements quick and sure. My chest tightened with something I couldn't name, pride, maybe, or something deeper, as I watched her. Every second with her sharpened my feelings. Like a blade honed against stone. I slowed the boat, eyes locked on the little device in my hand, its memory loaded with those precious coordinates. The notes from my friend's brother had been scribbled on napkins, fragile things that disintegrated too fast, but I'd saved what mattered. Ahead. The entrance loomed, a curtain of vines dangling over the water, thick and deceptive. I squinted, catching the glint of liquid beyond, and nosed the boat forward. The vines parted reluctantly, brushing the hull with a soft hiss, and we slipped into the channel. Darkness swallowed us here, the air cooler, heavier with the scent of moss and decay. Visibility shrank to 100 feet. Maybe less, the path hemmed in by walls of vines and gnarled stumps jutting from the murk. The water looked deep, wide enough to maneuver, but I knew better, hidden snags lurked beneath. Ready to gut an unwary boat. Half a mile in, the first turn crept up, sharp and unforgiving. I eased the wheel, muscles tense as the hull grazed the edge of the bank. A longer boat wouldn't have made it, we barely did. The next few bends were gentler, coaxing us deeper until a long, straight stretch opened up. Then came the final turn, elusive. Cloaked in brush so thick it seemed impenetrable. The GPS blinked, insisting it was there, but all I saw was a green wall. Holding my breath, I edged closer, and the foliage swung aside, a steel gate. Spring-loaded and creaking as it gave way. We glided into a small lagoon, a dock jutting out on the far side. I swung the boat tight, docking with precision, and tied us off. Straight ahead. Another gate stood, this one opening outward, a secret exit only visible from within. Emily climbed out first, and I followed. Our boots thudding on a wooden walkway that stretched 50 feet to a raised house. The stairs creaked under our weight, lifting us 12 feet above the swamp floor. Inside. The place was simple but welcoming, a clean kitchen with a chipped table, a living room with a radio humming static, and a bedroom tucked in the back. On the way out, I spotted an envelope taped to the door, my name scrawled across it in familiar handwriting. I tugged it free and unfolded the note inside. Noticed you've gone missing, it read. Figured you might end up here. If you're reading this, you found one secret that'll keep you safe. Here's the rest. This island was a smuggler's haven during Prohibition. The gated lagoon hid their boats. There's a bridge to the left of the living room, pull it back if you need to. The water's deep, full of gators, so no one's dumb enough to swim it. The road ends here. But a mile's walk gets you to a village for supplies. No questions asked, just good folks. Cafes got Wi-Fi and a satellite dish, stay as long as you like. Emily leaned over my shoulder. Her breath warm against my neck as she read along. Wow, she murmured, her voice tinged with awe. This place is incredible. Want to hit the village tonight? I shook my head. Exhaustion tugging at me. Let's wait till morning. We've had enough for one day. We'll eat on the boat, keep the kitchen clean, then come up here to unwind, maybe watch some TV. Her smile widened. Perfect. We trudged back to the boat, and as I stepped aboard, a helicopter buzzed overhead, fast, high, gone in seconds. I peered up, but the canopy blocked everything. Good. They'd see nothing without serious gear. We cooked a simple meal on the boat, the sizzle of food blending with the swamp's chorus of frogs and crickets. Emily broke the silence as we ate. Her voice soft. This place, it's fascinating, but it's eerie too. Can we sleep out here instead of the house? I nodded, relieved she'd asked. After cleanup, we hauled a lantern back to the cabin. Flicked on a kitchen light, and sank into the couch. The TV flickered to life, offering a list of movies. We picked a comedy, hoping for a distraction, but it was mediocre at best. Still. We laughed, small, tired chuckles that felt like defiance against the weight of the past few days. Back on the boat, we secured it for the night. Hours later, I jolted awake to faint scratches, raccoons, probably, sniffing around. We'd stashed the food, so they'd leave empty-handed. Morning proved me wrong. The little bandits had gnawed through the radar cable, leaving it useless. I cursed under my breath, but Emily just laughed, her eyes bright. I've got a spare, she said, digging it out with a grin. And just like that, the tension eased, her resourcefulness a quiet balm to the chaos chasing us. The morning sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of the woods as Emily and I strolled toward town, our footsteps crunching softly on the leaf-strewn path. She'd just finished explaining how she'd bought all her gear outright, camera, tripod, the works, instead of borrowing it from the college. A small smile tugged at her lips as she mentioned the discount the school had arranged for her, a detail that seemed to lighten the weight of the hefty expense in her mind. I could see the flicker of pride in her eyes, a quiet relief that she'd made a smart choice despite the cost. We'd decided on breakfast in town, a chance to unwind after a restless night. And as we walked, Emily pulled out her phone, her fingers dancing over the screen to check for messages. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. And the 20-minute trek felt like a gentle escape, the world shrinking to just the two of us and the whispering trees. When we reached the breakfast spot, a cozy little diner with fogged-up windows and the faint hum of chatter spilling out, we slid into a booth, the vinyl seats creaking under us. The smell of sizzling bacon and fresh coffee wrapped around us like a warm blanket. After ordering, Emily fished her phone out again, logging in with a quick swipe. Then, a sharp gasp broke the calm. Her eyes widened, her hand trembling slightly as she thrust the phone toward me. My heart stuttered as I read the screen, urgent. Call Tom ASAP. It was 8 a.m., and knowing Tom, he'd already be at his desk, surrounded by paperwork and that ever-present mug of black coffee. I grabbed the phone, my thumb hitting the call button before I could overthink it. The line rang once. Twice, 3 times, each tone stretching my nerves tighter, until his gruff voice crackled through. "Hey, Tom, I just got your message to call." His tone was heavy, laced with something urgent and unspoken. "Do you know a guy named Charlie Carson?" My stomach twisted. Charlie's name hit me like a punch to the gut, memories of muddy missions and barked orders flashing through my mind. "Yeah," I said, keeping my voice steady. "He was one of my teammates in the SEALs." "Why?" Tom didn't waste time. "He's the chief of security for United Logistics now, and he's in charge of tracking you down. We've got a team that's been raising hell looking for you, claiming he gave the orders. Once he figured out you were on a boat heading downriver, he pieced together where you'd end up." Ring any bells? My mind raced. "Yeah," I admitted, the pieces clicking into place. "Another teammate's brother gave me directions to a hideout in the swamp, said it'd be safe if I ever needed it. He passed the same info to Charlie and someone else, but they only got the land route. I got the water one." Tom's voice hardened. "I've got a team heading to deal with him this morning. But I don't know if he's already sent people your way. If you can, move somewhere safer." My grip tightened on the phone. "I'll do that. I'll check in later." "Take care," he said. And the line went dead. Our food arrived just as I handed the phone back to Emily, the steam rising from the plates in lazy curls. Her hazel eyes searched mine, worry creasing her brow. "Eat fast," I told her, my voice low but firm. "We've got to go." We shoveled down our breakfast, pancakes and eggs that tasted like cardboard under the weight of my racing thoughts, barely speaking. I tossed a crumpled $20 onto the table, the bills fluttering as we bolted out the door. The walk back was a blur, my boots pounding the dirt as I filled Emily in, my words clipped and urgent. Her face paled, but she nodded, clutching my arm for a moment as if to steady herself. When we reached the boat, its weathered hull bobbing gently against the dock, I rummaged through our gear. My hands moving on instinct. I pulled out the rifle, its cold metal familiar in my grip, and thrust the shotgun and pistol toward Emily. Her fingers hesitated as she took them, her breath hitching. "Stay on the boat," I instructed, locking eyes with her. "If you hear anything loud, anything at all, start the engine and wait for me. If someone tries to get through the gates, be ready to act. I'll come running if I hear trouble." She swallowed hard, nodding, her knuckles widening around the shotgun. I turned to the back of the boat, prying open a hidden hatch with a creak. Inside was a heavier firearm, its bulk gleaming dully, along with a stash of special ammo I'd hoped I'd never need again. I grabbed it, leapt off the boat, and melted into the undergrowth, sticking low behind a crumbling rock wall that snaked toward the house. My plan was simple: wait 30 minutes, then we'd leave, no matter what. But I'd barely crouched there 5 minutes. Sweat beading on my forehead, when the growl of an engine shattered the stillness. Tires crunched over gravel, loud and deliberate, and a hulking truck rolled into view. 4 men piled out, their movements sharp and practiced. The leader, a broad-shouldered guy with a buzz cut and a scowl, barked my name, his voice cutting through the swamp like a blade. "Come out. No one gets hurt." He started counting to 10, each number a hammer strike against my patience. At 10, he nodded, and his crew opened fire on the house, bullets tearing into the wood with vicious cracks. Rage boiled up inside me, hot and blinding. That house wasn't just a hideout, it was ours, mine and Emily's, a fragile piece of peace now splintering under their assault. I couldn't let it stand. I steadied my rifle, my breath slowing as I lined up the shot. The leader's leg was my target, clean, precise, enough to drop him without ending him. The crack of my shot blended with their chaos. Unnoticed at first. He crumpled, yelling in shock, and only then did the others freeze, heads whipping around as they realized they weren't alone. I shifted my aim. Squeezing off 2 more rounds, one into the truck's engine, the other into the cab. The vehicle shuddered, smoke curling from its hood as the men scrambled, shouting over each other. I didn't wait to watch, I bolted back to the boat, my boots slipping on wet moss as adrenaline surged through me. Emily had the engine rumbling when I vaulted aboard. Her face tight with fear but her hands steady on the controls. Go slow out the gate, I panted, then turn right and floor it. I've got a hunch another boat's waiting. She nodded. Guiding us through the narrow channel, the water lapping against the hull. As we cleared the gate and swung right, shots rang out from the left, sharp, wild bursts echoing over the swamp. 500 yards separated us, too far for their aim to matter, but close enough for mine. I braced myself, sighting the other boat as it swung toward us, its wake churning the murky water. One shot, clean and deliberate, slammed into their stern. Their gunfire stopped, their boat lurching as the back end crumpled. I lowered my rifle, exhaling hard, and turned to Emily. She was shaking. Tears streaking her cheeks as she threw her arms around me. I was so scared you were hurt, she sobbed, her voice muffled against my chest. Are you okay? I'm fine, I assured her. Brushing a strand of hair from her face. They didn't even know where I was. Her brow furrowed. What were those loud bangs? I hesitated, then smirked. That illegal ammo I told you about. Don't mention it to Tom, okay? She laughed weakly, wiping her eyes. How do I explain something I don't even understand? I love you, you know. Love you too, I said, squeezing her shoulder. Let's hope that's the last of it. Can you grab the laptop? We need to check the channel system. She ducked below deck, then let out a sharp, oh no. I leaned over the hatch. What's wrong? They shot up the laptop, she called back, her voice trembling with frustration. Firing from that far, stuff was bound to get hit. The paper map I dug out was a poor substitute, creased and faded, but it gave me a rough sense of the main channels. The waterways twisted like veins through the swamp, wide and clear. Almost as if someone had marked the path for us. Larger boats churned past, their wakes rocking us gently as they headed for the Red River. Helicopters thrummed faintly overhead. Sirens wailing in the distance, their sounds bouncing off the trees and fading into the humid air. Hours later, we reached the new river, turning south toward a small town 5 miles downstream. We docked at a public ramp, the sun high and relentless, and trudged into town, exhaustion tugging at our bones. A cafe with chipped paint and a flickering, open, sign beckoned us in. We ordered meatloaf plates, the savory aroma stirring a hunger we'd ignored all day. As the waitress set down our food, I nudged Emily. Call Tom. She dialed, a tired grin spreading across her face. Hi, favorite uncle, she teased. I know you're my only uncle, but still. I chuckled, then took the phone. Tom wants details, and I've got none. You talk. Hey, Tom, she started. Her voice steadier now. Here's what happened. Tom jumped in, his tone dry but edged with amusement. I've got a blown-up truck, 3 terrified guys, one with a wrecked knee. And a busted boat with 2 idiots swimming from gators. Oh, and that house? It's Swiss cheese now. Care to give me a story I can buy? I took the phone back, leaning against the booth. After we talked, we went back to the boat. I figured the house was a target. Gave Emily the shotgun and pistol, told her to start the engine if anything went down. I grabbed some gear and posted up near the house. Then this truck rolls in, 4 guys. The lead guy, the one with the bad knee now, yells for me to come out, says no one gets hurt. Counts to 10. Then they start blasting the house. Pissed me off, Tom. So I took him down, 1 shot, 75 yards, clean hit to the leg. Tom grunted. And the truck's engine and cab? Don't disappoint me. Nah. I said, grinning. Aimed elsewhere. Special rounds, don't ask. Illegal ones, huh? Figures. What about the boat? Thought the first group was handled, so I ran back. Emily had the boat ready. Told her to pull out slow, then turn right. Sure enough, another boat opens fire, way too close to her for my liking. Took 1 shot, hit their engine. They're done. 1 shot, he pressed. Yeah. Though I was ready for more. Guy trashed Emily's new laptop, 2 wild shots from 500 yards. Emily leaned in, shouting, "He ruined it, Tom." Tom laughed. Sounds like you kept it tight. 1 shot each time? I don't waste ammo, I said. Never have. Look, Tom said, sobering up, I need a statement. This is a mess, don't know who these clowns are or why they're after you. Targeting Emily, too? That's low. Give me names, places, anything, and I'll dig. I sighed, rubbing my temple. No clue who they work for. Just want to fish and relax with my fiancée. Not dodge bullets. They're screwing that up. Tom chuckled, a rare sound. Stuart, I've got this recorded. Carla, our legal whiz, will love it. She'll sort the report. Charlie Carson's chatting with some big shots today. Might get answers. You heading back to St. Louis? I glanced at Emily, her tired eyes meeting mine. Not yet, I said. We'll figure it out. As I listened intently through the crackling static of the satellite phone, his voice rang clear with determination. We're not heading back until he takes me to the ocean. A thrill coursed through me, imagining the salty breeze and endless waves awaiting us. It sounds like we're off to the Gulf for a few days before we return, he continued. His tone brimming with excitement. Perfect. We've got our sights set on Galveston. My heart leapt at the thought of sun-soaked beaches and the rhythmic crash of water against the shore. But then he paused, a slight hitch in his voice. Something came up for Ree, though. He's heading there next week for a couple of days. I'll have him call you with all the details. Just keep in touch in case I need more info. I nodded to myself, already mentally packing. We'll do that, I replied, just as the faint clatter of plates signaled the arrival of our lunch. Enjoy. He said warmly before the call cut off, leaving me with the hum of the disconnected line and a growing sense of adventure. He'd been using a satellite phone, its distant hollow echo told me we were truly venturing somewhere wild. Turning to Emily, who was sprawled across a chair with a book in hand, I grinned. So, we're heading to the Gulf, that's the closest ocean we've got. She glanced up, her hazel eyes sparkling with curiosity. Maybe later we can find a fancier beach somewhere else, but for now, the Gulf sounds just fine. Her voice carried a playful lilt, though I could sense her mind was already drifting to the practicalities. Fine by me, she said, sitting up straighter. But I'll need to grab some new maps. And this computer, it's barely hanging on. I could use a better screen at least. I chuckled at her familiar fussing over gear. But my thoughts darkened as I remembered the cabin. Oh, and we've got some damage to fix up there. I'm just glad that idiot missed. If they'd aimed a little better, you might have gotten hurt. My chest tightened at the idea, and I forced a teasing grin. And I'm the only one allowed to mess with you, got it? Maybe I'll get a tattoo that says Stuart's across my arm. Emily's laugh burst out, bright and unrestrained. No way. No one's sticking a needle in you, and that's final. I smirked, unconvinced. We'll see about that. Come on, let's scope out this place. We wandered through the dusty little shop we'd stopped at, its shelves cluttered with odds and ends. It wasn't much. But I managed to snag an updated river map, its crisp folds promising clearer paths ahead, and some basic supplies for the cabin. Emily, meanwhile, had her heart set on a computer shop. But fate had other plans. Her eyes lit up when she spotted a flat-screen TV tucked in the corner of a thrift store, its USB port gleaming like a hidden treasure. $10, she exclaimed, cradling it like a prize. I'll see if it works as a monitor. Back at the boat, I fired up the engine, the low rumble vibrating through the deck as Emily fiddled with her new find. Soon, we were gliding along the winding waterways of central Louisiana, the landscape shifting beneath us. The northern reaches stretched out in rolling fields and sleepy towns. So different from the south's tangled marshes and swampy stillness. I couldn't help but wonder, if a flood or hurricane roared through, how much of this place would vanish underwater. After a while, Emily called out from below deck, her voice tinged with triumph. It works. The picture's not perfect, but it'll do for now, better than squinting at that old screen. I smiled to myself. Relieved her data was safe. She'd even patched up the radar cable, muttering about needing to hook it to the system when we docked for the night. 5 days later, the Gulf's shimmering expanse greeted us as we steered into Galveston Bay. The sun had kissed us both with golden tans. Though Emily's glowed deeper, she'd spent every morning and late afternoon sprawled on the deck, soaking in the light. During the scorching midday hours, we'd retreat to the shade, sharing quiet glances and soft laughter. Those moments, on the deck, along the beach, even waiting in the Gulf's warm embrace, wove a thread of closeness between us. My heart swelled with something deeper, a longing I could see mirrored in her eyes. Yet, there was one day, inexplicably ordinary, where we drifted through the hours without that spark. Just two souls coasting side by side. Galveston Island's docks didn't come cheap, but their price bought us proximity to the Strand's lively hum and the tantalizing aroma of nearby restaurants. The Gulfside beach stretched over a mile away, too far to walk, so a taxi or ride was the smarter bet if we craved the West End's quieter shores. Luck was on our side, though. Ree and Sylvia were already there with a car. 2 hours after we docked, we met them at a restaurant bar, freshly showered and dressed for the evening. Emily had slipped into a breezy skirt and a cropped top, her shoes clicking lightly as she walked, while I'd thrown on my lone pair of decent pants and a sports shirt. Ree spotted us first, rising with a grin that crinkled his weathered face. "What did you do with my daughter?" he teased, eyeing Emily. "You must have swapped her for this island girl." I nudged him playfully. "Oh. We just dressed her up to throw you off." Sylvia's warm laugh cut through the air as she pulled us both into a tight hug, her embrace lingering like a promise. For the next hour, we sank into the comfort of cold drinks and shared stories. We recounted our journey down the Red River and along the Intracoastal Waterway, the boat rocking beneath us until we'd reached Beaumont and set out for Galveston. Ree leaned forward, his voice low and eager. "Sylvia's got some news, go on, tell them." She hesitated, her cheeks flushing as she tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear. I leaned in, encouraging her. Come on, Sylvia, you're always so quiet, but I can't imagine what's got you this flustered. She took a deep breath, her hands fidgeting in her lap. I've been mulling this over for ages, but Ree finally gave me the push I needed. I've quit my job. I'm going back to school, for my doctorate. My jaw dropped, a grin spreading wide. That's incredible. I couldn't be happier for you. Emily tilted her head, a mischievous glint in her eye. You didn't say where, or what you're studying. Sylvia's blush deepened, and I saw Emily's game. Well, Sylvia stammered, I found a university with a program I love. The faculty's amazing, I had a great interview. And they're excited for me to join. My research assistant's already on board with my project idea. Emily pressed, grinning. Fantastic, but where, Sylvia? Who's your advisor? Sylvia shot a glance at Ree, who was beaming like a proud kid. She blurted it out in a rush, I'm going to Mizzou in Columbia, and your dad's my advisor. Laughter erupted as Emily feigned a scolding tone. If you give me any trouble, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Ree chimed in, winking at me. You'll need to ask Stuart for that, he claims he's got control over her now. Sylvia rolled her eyes. We'll sort that out later. You can redo any room in the house except mine. Emily smirked. What makes you think that, Sylvia? I can see it in your eyes, and Dad's goofy grin. You're not staying in some dorm or apartment, are you? Sylvia's face turned scarlet, but Emily pressed on. Softer now. I'd love to have you as my stepmom, as long as you're okay with me and Stuart as your daughter and son-in-law. I know you two danced around your feelings for ages. Sylvia looked to Ree for rescue, but he just shrugged. I told you slow wouldn't work. It's all out now. Turning to me, Sylvia's voice softened. I don't know if I can see you as my mother-in-law. But you'll always be my friend. I'll watch over your stepdaughter like you'll watch over me, we'll be best friends, stirring up trouble together. Who knows? Maybe our kids will show up around the same time. Sylvia exhaled, finally relaxing. Friends, family, kids, it's all so new. Bear with me, okay? I'm used to tough guys. But a sharp young woman like you throws me off. I nodded. I'll go easy on you till you settle in. Carla will help too. Ree cut in, smirking. Focus on what she does. Not what she says, that's the trick. Sylvia swatted at him. Oh, hush, she'll make her own friends. I grinned. Trouble's brewing, I can feel it. Sylvia shot back, invite yours too. And the table dissolved into warm, easy laughter. Ree led us to a seafood spot they discovered, its terrace perched over the Gulf's gentle waves. As we ate, stories flowed like the tide. Sylvia opened up, she'd grown up an only child, scraping by to pay for college before landing a government job. She'd climbed the ranks. Her master's in public policy from Georgetown, a hard-earned prize. Dating hadn't been her thing, despite the bold men vying for her attention in D.C. Nashville had been a shock, country music wormed its way into her heart, though she still adored classical. Meeting Ree had jolted her awake, his steady calm grounded her restless spirit. Their bond had deepened fast, and when he brought her to a faculty party at Mizzou, the campus had welcomed her like family. Her 15 years in government made her a rare gem in their doctoral program, and they were eager to see what she'd bring. Ree mentioned a NASA visit the next day, inviting us along to explore Kemus waterfront afterward. We agreed, setting a breakfast meetup at their hotel for 8 a.m. Back at the harbor, they showed us their cozy spot near the boat. After goodnights, Emily and I lingered, the distant thrum of a club's music wrapping around us like a secret. The next day dawned bright. We dropped Ree at NASA's main building. Then lost ourselves in the nearby museum, marveling at the relics of space's early days. Crossing the Kima Bridge, we watched sailboats drift between Clear Lake and Galveston Bay. The village below buzzing with life. Lunch on a waterside deck was perfection, boats gliding by just feet away. Afterward, Emily and Sylvia dove into shopping, while I tagged along until recalled. "I'll grab him and meet you at the next spot," I told them, setting off with the promise of more stories to come. 20 minutes after dropping Ree off, I swung back around to pick him up. And the moment he climbed into the car, I could see it, his face practically glowed with a kind of joy that was impossible to miss. His eyes sparkled, and a wide, unguarded grin stretched across his lips as he settled into the passenger seat. "You look like you've had the time of your life," I said, feeling a flicker of curiosity mixed with warmth at his obvious delight. "I did," he replied, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "It was one of those rare, genuinely good days." He paused, then turned to me with a gleam of purpose in his expression. "Let's find somewhere quiet to sit and talk before we meet up with the girls. There's something I need to run by you." We drove back toward Ka, the late afternoon sun casting long golden streaks across the road, and ended up at a bar tucked inside the restaurant where we'd agreed to rendezvous with Emily and Sylvia in about an hour. The place had a relaxed charm. A wooden railing framed the seating area, offering a perfect view of the water stretching out below, its surface shimmering like a sheet of molten amber in the fading light. We slid into chairs by the railing, the faint sound of waves lapping against the shore mingling with the hum of distant boat engines. I ordered a whiskey neat, while Ree opted for a cold beer, and we decided to split a shrimp cocktail. The plump, pink morsels glistening under a drizzle of tangy sauce. As we sipped our drinks and speared shrimp with tiny forks, Ree leaned forward, his tone shifting from casual to earnest. "Stuart," he began, fixing me with a steady gaze, "I'm going to ask you to do something you might not be thrilled about." My stomach tightened slightly, a ripple of unease cutting through the pleasant haze of the moment. "Oh? What's that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light despite the sudden weight in the air. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, and then plunged in. "I came across some details about your last mission, stuff I think could matter. I want to share it with a naval group I've been talking to. The information's intriguing on its own, but it'd carry so much more weight if you tell your story alongside it." His words landed like a stone in my chest, stirring up memories I'd spent years trying to bury, flashes of chaos, the acrid smell of smoke, the hollow ache of loss. "I know that time's a sore spot for you," he continued, his voice softening with understanding, "and I get it. Those memories aren't easy to face. But this could be bigger than just us, it might really mean something. Would you think about it?" I stared at the water, watching a lone gull skim the surface, and felt a tangle of reluctance and duty twist inside me. "Ree, I don't even know what you found or why my words would make a difference," I said slowly, my throat tightening. "But if you think it's worth it, I guess I could try. It's just, talking about that day's going to dredge up a lot. I can't promise I won't be a mess." My hands fidgeted with the glass, the cool condensation slick against my fingertips. Ree reached over, resting a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "I get it, Stuart. And I promise, no one's going to push you or make you feel out of place. Your story, paired with what I've uncovered, could shed light on something important. I'll handle the arrangements. And we'll take it as it comes." He offered a small, encouraging smile, and for a moment, the tension in my chest eased. Then his gaze flicked past me, and his expression brightened. "Oh. Look, here they come now. And it seems one of us has a surprise up their sleeve." I turned just as Emily bounded toward us, her laughter cutting through the air like a melody. She reached me in a few quick strides, her eyes dancing with mischief, and before I could say a word, she dropped a heavy canvas bag into my lap with a playful flourish. "This is for you, my captain," she teased, her voice laced with affection. The weight of the bag, and Rhee's request, pressed down on me for a fleeting second, but her grin was a lifeline, pulling me back to the present. I untied the knot and peeked inside, pulling out a massive, floppy pirate hat, complete with a faux feather, and a weathered vest that smelled faintly of leather and salt. Laughter bubbled up despite myself. "What's this for?" Rhee asked, leaning in with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Emily smirked, tossing her hair back. "He keeps playing pirate and capturing me," she said, her tone dripping with mock exasperation. "So I figured he might as well look the part." Rhee chuckled, then raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, some things a dad doesn't need to know." Sylvia, standing nearby, watched the exchange with a quiet smile, her eyes warm with a knowing glint. "I get it," she said, stepping forward and handing Rhee a bag of his own. "That's why I picked these out for you." Rhee dug in and emerged with a detective hat, soft felt, slightly tilted, a curved pipe, and an oversized magnifying glass that caught the light like a prop from an old film. The table erupted in laughter as Rhee plopped the hat on his head, striking a dramatic pose. "I love it," he declared, brandishing the magnifying glass and peering at his shrimp cocktail with exaggerated scrutiny. When the waitress swung by, he ordered another round in a thick, playful accent, somewhere between Sherlock Holmes and a cartoon villain, leaving her grinning as she jotted it down. Dinner unfolded in a haze of easy conversation and clinking glasses. The restaurant's warm glow wrapping around us as we watched boats drift back into Ka's harbor. Their sails caught the last rays of sunlight, turning them into golden silhouettes against the deepening blue of the evening sky, a sight so serene it felt like the world had paused just for us. Later, the drive back to Galveston was quiet. Each of us lost in our own reflections. Rhee and Sylvia were due to fly back to St. Louis the next morning. Sylvia had carved out some time off work to sort out her relocation to Columbia, juggling paperwork and university logistics. Emily and I, meanwhile, had one more day planned in Galveston, wandering the Strand, poking through shops, hauling bags of treasures back to the boat. The day buzzed with activity, our laughter echoing off the cobblestones as we darted between stores, arms laden with finds. That night, over dinner at a cozy local spot, Emily's mood shifted. The playful spark in her eyes dimmed, replaced by something softer, more searching. "Stuart," she said, setting her fork down and fixing me with a steady look. "What are you thinking about doing when we get back?" I leaned back, the question catching me off guard. "I'm still figuring it out," I admitted, tracing the edge of my plate with a finger. "First thing's finding us a place to live. After that, it depends. Tom's digging into some stuff, there might be loose ends from the past to tie up." She tilted her head, her expression gentle but insistent. "What do you want from me?" I asked, feeling a flicker of vulnerability. "I just want you to feel better," she said, her voice low and earnest. "Do what makes you happy. I'll be happiest when we're married." The simplicity of her words hit me like a wave, washing away some of the uncertainty clogging my thoughts. "Then let's make it happen before school starts in the fall," I said, a slow smile breaking through. "Agreed," she replied, her eyes lighting up again. The next morning, I eased the boat out of its slip, the engine humming steadily as we set off along the intracoastal waterway. With a storm brewing offshore later in the week, we'd opted for the safer inland route, gliding past marshy banks and sleepy towns. We reached Lake Charles just as the sky began to darken, tying up at the marina to ride out the weather. It was Emily's 21st birthday. And despite the rain drumming against the deck, we turned it into a celebration. I took her to her first casino, a sprawling place filled with flashing lights and the chime of slot machines. We feasted on greasy bar food, sipped cocktails, and played games for hours, her laughter ringing out every time she won a small pile of chips. By the time we stumbled into a hotel room for the night, she'd racked up $1,000, a giddy triumph she clutched in her hands. "One more game," she pleaded, eyes gleaming with the thrill of it. I shook my head, grinning. Wise players know when to quit. She pouted for a second, then broke into a smile and nodded, curling up beside me as we drifted off. 10 days later, we pulled back into the St. Louis marina where our journey had begun. This time, I rented a slip for the long haul, unsure how much we'd use the boat once school started, but eager to explore the winding rivers north of the city while summer lingered. Tom and Carla were waiting for us, along with an unexpected gift. They'd rescued my new truck from a storage lot in Tennessee, with Carla, ever the sharp lawyer, handling the details. I decided I'd drive down to Marquette and hand it off to him, a small gesture of thanks for his help over the years. We unloaded the boat, coolers of food, bags of clothes, random trinkets, and piled into the truck, heading to Tom and Carla's place to crash until we found our footing. Ree and Sylvia were there when we arrived. Sylvia patiently showing Ree how to work the grill in the backyard. For a guy who could unravel naval mysteries, he was hilariously clueless with a spatula, the smoke curling around him as he fumbled with the coals. He redeemed himself with a bowl of potato salad and a pot of baked beans, though, and we all gathered around the table, the air thick with the smell of charred meat and laughter. After dinner, Ree caught me as I stepped outside for some air. "You free next week?" he asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Sylvia's got some stuff in Nashville we need to haul back. I'll borrow Tom's truck and rent a trailer. 2 trucks should do it in one trip." I nodded. "Sure. But I've got to swing by Mississippi first, deal with that other truck." He grinned. "We'll make it work." Then Sylvia appeared, pressing a small wrapped box into my hands. "I heard about a job opening at the National Park office in Missouri," she said, her voice bright with possibility. "Managing staff, perfect for someone with your experience. I put your name in. Interviews in 2 weeks." I turned the box over, a mix of gratitude and doubt churning inside me. "We'll see how it goes," I said, peeling open the paper to find a sleek pen engraved with my initials, a quiet nudge toward a future I hadn't fully pictured yet. Tom, Ree, and Carla watched me from across the room, their smiles carrying a weight I couldn't quite decipher. Something big was brewing, but I couldn't put my finger on it, not yet. The room buzzed with unease as the other officers jumped in, their voices overlapping in a chorus of concern. "Wait a second," one of them blurted, his brow furrowed. Could there be some other explanation for why there was no debriefing? "Mr. Michaels." A wiry man with tired eyes that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 unseen battles, froze for a moment. His lips parted slightly as he sifted through his thoughts, choosing his next words with the care of someone stepping through a minefield. "It's hard to pin down," he said at last, his voice low and deliberate. "Maybe, back then, there were bigger fish to fry, higher priorities that swallowed up the time and attention." The Admiral, a towering figure with a face carved from years of stern decisions, leaned forward in his chair, his hands clasped tightly on the table. "We can't afford to leave any stone unturned," he said, his tone sharp and commanding, cutting through the murmurs like a blade. "Every detail matters. We need to make sure nothing slips through the cracks, nothing that could muddy our grasp of what really happened." The air grew heavy, thick with the unspoken stakes of their conversation. Each person around the table felt it, the invisible pressure pressing down on their shoulders, the flickering doubt in their minds as they wrestled with the implications of what was being said. The meeting rolled on, a slow grind of ideas and questions, peeling back layers of the case like skin from a wound. They poked at lingering mysteries, tossing theories back and forth. Their voices rising and falling in a rhythm that was both urgent and methodical. It was clear to everyone that this exchange wasn't just talk, it was a lifeline. A way to reforge the fractured truth they'd been handed. The mood stayed somber, a reflection of the dark waters they were wading into. And every soul in the room knew the value of keeping their lips sealed outside these walls. They were all in deep, bound by a shared resolve to dig until they hit bedrock. Before Michaels could muster a reply to the Admiral's probing, Captain Myers, a stocky man with a jawline that could break stone and eyes that missed nothing, swiveled his head toward Michaels' team. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice steady but carrying an edge of curiosity, "can you back up what Mr. Michaels just said?" The team, a ragged bunch of soldiers who'd seen too much and said too little, exchanged quick glances before nodding in unison. One of them, a lanky guy with a scar snaking down his cheek, piped up, his words rough around the edges. "I even asked about it once, pushed for answers. They told me to drop it, keep my mouth shut, and let it go." His tone carried a trace of bitterness, a memory of being brushed off that still stung. Captain Myers turned back to the Admiral, his expression unreadable but firm. "Look, I get it, everything Mr. Michaels is about to lay out is his side of the story, his personal lens on things. The rest of the team? They saw it differently, and we'll get to that soon enough. They haven't sat down and hashed this out together in ages. But I dragged them in today to spill their guts, give you their take on what went down. And as you can see, they're all on the same page about one thing, there was no debriefing, not a whisper of one. The official record backs that up too, nobody involved said a word at the hearing." The Admiral's face darkened, his thick brows knitting together as he leaned in closer. "You've got my undivided attention now," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Please, keep going. Let's start from the top." He fixed his gaze on Michaels. "Before the mission kicked off, Mr. Michaels. Were you in on any of the early powwows?" Michaels shook his head, his hands fidgeting slightly on the table. "No, sir. The commanding officer handled those. He'd come back from the meetings. Round us up, and lay out the plan, what we were walking into, the nuts and bolts of the mission." The Admiral tilted his head, his eyes narrowing. "What did he tell you? And how'd that sit with you?" Michaels took a slow breath, his mind drifting back to that briefing, the memory flickering like an old film reel. "He said it was a straightforward rescue gig, up in the mountains. Some remote spot crawling with Taliban. Estimated maybe 10, 12 fighters tops. Said he figured we'd meet light resistance, nothing heavy." Me? I wasn't so sure. My gut twisted up about it. The Taliban don't exactly have a reputation for going easy. Myers shot a glance at the others, silently checking for agreement. They nodded again, their faces grim. Like men who'd long ago learned to swallow their doubts. He turned back to Michaels. "Did it play out like he said?" Michaels let out a dry, humorless laugh. "Not even close. I've got a map here, mind if I walk you through it?" Myers waved a hand. "Go ahead, stand up, show us." Michaels pushed his chair back with a scrape, unfolding a worn map across the table. Its edges curling from use. He pointed a calloused finger at a spot. "They told us we'd drop here, 4 miles out from the compound. The plan was to hump it along this trail. Set up positions here and here before we made our move. I was the sniper, so they stuck me on this hill, perfect sight line down to the target. But either someone screwed up or they meant to do it, because we didn't land 4 miles out. They dropped us here, less than a mile from the gates, right at the base of the hill." He traced his finger across the map, his voice tightening. "The CO sent me scrambling up this ridge on the far side to get in position. Meanwhile, the rest of the team started climbing the slope here. That's when the shooting started, they found cover along this line. Myers glanced at the team again, and they nodded. Their eyes locked on the map like it was a ghost they couldn't shake. "Any idea who fired first?" he asked. Michael shook his head, his jaw tight. "I wasn't at the crest yet, couldn't see a damn thing. But I heard it, those sharp cracks, AK-47s. Had to be the Taliban." "What happened next?" Myers pressed, his voice low but insistent. Michael straightened up, his hands gripping the edge of the table as the memory clawed its way back. "I got to my spot, set up, and peered down through my scope. That's when I saw them, Taliban fighters, more than a handful, unloading on us from above. Our guys were pinned, firing back whenever they could spot a target. I swept my lens across the compound. Counting heads. Way more than 10 or 12, way more. It hit me like a punch to the chest." He paused, glancing at Myers. "Sorry, can I ask, my weapon that day, standard .50 cal sniper rifle, right?" Myers nodded. "Yeah, but you had something extra, a new video scope, didn't you? One that recorded everything?" Michaels rubbed the back of his neck, nodding. "Yeah, they were testing it out. First time I'd ever used one. Just flip the safety, aim, and it catches whatever you're looking at. Took some getting used to." "Thanks for that," Myers said. "We'll circle back to it. Keep going." Michael swallowed hard, the room seeming to close in as he spoke. "The air felt like it was choking me." Then the gate swung open down below. This guy steps out, waving a white flag, slow. Deliberate, like he's putting on a show. The CO yells for us to hold fire, and everything stops, dead quiet. We're all watching as this guy tugs on a rope, and out they come, 10 people, bound together. Wired up with something I couldn't make out at first. My stomach dropped. Tears started burning down my cheeks, and I couldn't stop them. Nobody said a word. I couldn't breathe right. Then I caught it, movement up on the second-floor balcony. Some bastard standing there, smirking like he'd won a prize, half hidden behind the wall, just watching the chaos unfold below. His voice cracked, but he pushed on. I swung my rifle up, lined him in my sights. That smug grin, he knew I was watching. He lifted his phone, slow and taunting, like he was daring me. I prayed he'd back off, but deep down, I knew he wouldn't give a damn about the fallout. Then he did it, pressed something, and the air ripped apart with a boom. I squeezed the trigger. And it was like the world went black. Tears kept coming, soaking my face, and I just sat there, numb. Next thing I know, I feel hands on my shoulders, soft, steady, and someone's pressing a water bottle to my lips. Time blurred. Could have been a minute, could have been 5, before Myers finally broke the silence. "What did you do after that?" he asked. His voice cutting through the haze. Michael shook his head, his eyes distant. "It's fuzzy after that shot. I heard the mess below, shouts, gunfire, but I just started moving, stumbling down the hill. Didn't look out for anyone, didn't care. I felt like I'd failed, like I should have stopped it. Useless." His voice rose, sharp with frustration. "I was told to hold fire, I listened when I shouldn't have." Myers raised a hand, calm but firm. "Easy, Stuart. It's all right. Just tell us what came next." "When I got down the hill. It was over, the fighting, the noise. Our team had taken them out, 30, maybe 40 Taliban scattered around. I didn't care about the count. I dropped my rifle, grabbed a shovel, and started digging. Found pieces, bits of those 10 people, and started piling them into the hole. They didn't deserve to rot out there like garbage. Some of the guys came over, quiet, and pitched in. We worked until it was done, covered it up. One of them, think it was Jensen, asked if we should call for pickup. I said yeah. Then muttered something about maybe calling in air support to wipe that hellhole off the map. Half an hour later, choppers showed up. As we climbed aboard, four jets screamed in and turned the mountain top to ash. Then we flew back to camp. Myers leaned in, his voice measured. Two last things, Stuart. You said you set your rifle down. Did you pick it back up, use it again? Michaels frowned, sifting through the fog. No, just that one shot. Next thing I remember, someone shoved it into my hands as I boarded the chopper. That's it. Myers nodded. And the video scope, the tape, what happened to it when you landed? Michaels shrugged, exhaustion creeping into his tone. Some guy, Baxter, maybe Baker, yanked it off the rifle. Never saw it again. Bits of the tape showed up at the hearing 2 weeks later. But I don't know what they did with it. Myers softened, just a touch. All right, Stuart. I know this was rough, laying it all out like this for the first time. Hope it helps, even a little. Your team didn't see everything you did, but they back you up on what they witnessed. As a sailor myself, hear me, you're not the one to blame here. You followed orders. The other side, they own what they did. Michaels looked down, his voice barely a whisper. Thanks. But I still wish I'd acted sooner. Maybe one of them would have made it. The Admiral chimed in, his gravelly tone warm for once. I've got a few regrets like that myself, son. Takes a strong man to carry that weight. You'll make it through. Before Michaels could respond, the room shifted. Emily and Sylvia, two teammates with gentle eyes and quiet strength, closed in around him, along with the others. We never knew that part, Emily said, her voice trembling with awe and sorrow. Sylvia nodded, her hand resting lightly on his arm. You never talked about it. The clamor in his head, words, echoes. Guilt, swelled until the Admiral's voice boomed again, pulling them back. Mr. Michaels, thank you. We know this cut deep. Like Captain Myers said, don't beat yourself up for doing your job. We can't predict what's coming, but we can all feel the ache of what's past. Now, Captain Myers, got anything else? Myers straightened. Yes, sir. Stuart's story is just one angle, unconfirmed by anyone else so far. I'll let Dr. Larson take it from here. A wiry woman with sharp eyes and a clipboard stepped forward, her voice crisp. Thank you, Captain. Admiral, as Myers said, we've only got one account without hard evidence to back it. The tape's the key, what it showed, where it went. I dug into it. Turns out the guy who took it, Baxter or Baker, was ex-CIA. That's where the trail starts to twist. Back when he was still known as Sam Baxter, he held a position with the Department of State, stationed amid the rugged chaos of Afghanistan. Just a day after a grueling mission, he boarded a rattling plane bound for Kabul, clutching the raw footage that encapsulated everything he'd witnessed. Once he touched down, he wasted no time in heading straight to a military lab nestled within the city's fortified sprawl. There, under the hum of fluorescent lights and the watchful eye of protocol, the footage was meticulously preserved. 2 DVDs were burned, their surfaces gleaming with the weight of what they held, official duplicates meant for the archives. But Baxter, restless and driven by something unspoken, leaned over the technician's shoulder as the man worked, his voice low but insistent. He wanted a third copy, something personal, something portable. A flash drive. The technician hesitated, then complied, sliding the small device into Baxter's waiting hand. Later, that same technician would swear to it in a sworn statement, a crisp, typed page now buried in the stack of documents I've got sitting in front of me. I've scoured every file I can get my hands on from the State Department. turning over every dusty record and faded memo, but those original DVDs? They're ghosts. Nowhere to be found. Baxter himself slipped away 2 years ago, his life snuffed out quietly, leaving behind a widow and a house full of memories. I showed up at her doorstep one gray afternoon, my boots scuffing the worn porch boards. And she greeted me with a tired kindness that made my chest ache. She didn't ask too many questions, just waved me inside and let me rummage through his things. His office was a time capsule. Stacks of yellowed papers, a creaky desk chair, and a faint whiff of old cigar smoke lingering in the air. That's where I found it, a lone flash drive tucked in a drawer. Its label scratched out in his jagged handwriting, Afghan videos. My pulse quickened as I plugged it into my laptop, the screen flickering to life with images I'd been chasing for months. I sat there, hunched over the glow, and watched what I'm convinced is the missing footage, the unvarnished truth we'd been denied. 2 weeks back, I sent it off to NASA for analysis. And their report came back clean, 10 minutes of untouched, unbroken reality. Now here I am, standing in front of you, my palms sweaty as I clutch that little drive. If it's alright, I say. My voice catching just slightly, I'd like to show it to you. You nod, and someone dims the lights. The room hushes as the projector whirs to life, casting a shaky beam onto the blank wall. The first frame hits me like a punch, suddenly I'm back on that windswept hill, the dry air biting at my skin, binoculars pressed to my eyes as I scan the horizon. The gate creaks open below. And figures spill out, their movements slow and deliberate. The camera tilts upward, and there they are, those eyes. Familiar, piercing. Locked onto me through the lens with a smile that's equal parts warmth and menace. My stomach lurches, and before I can stop myself, I'm on my feet, shouting, "You horrible person." The words tear out of me, raw and ragged, echoing in the stillness. Emily's there in an instant, her arms wrapping around me, pulling me back from the edge of something I can't name. She's steady. Her grip firm but gentle, and I collapse into her, pressing my face into her shoulder. I can feel it coming, the dread, the certainty that whatever's next will unravel me completely. The room fills with sharp gasps, a collective inhale as the others see it too. Someone fumbles with a phone, thumb jabbing at the screen, and then, a deafening silence. Emily's breath catches. Her body tensing against mine. Ree's voice cuts through the void, calm but heavy. "I want to stop here," he says, and the projector freezes, the image hanging there like a wound. "What you've seen so far matches what Stuart told us, every detail, clear as day. But the rest? That wasn't his. He didn't film it, no matter what he claimed. I don't know where it came from." A voice pipes up from the back, a team member, his tone rough with memory. "I do, sir. Like Stuart said, we were burying the girls that day. He'd propped his rifle against a tree. Barrel pointed skyward, while we worked. The dirt was soft under our shovels, and the wind carried the faint smell of smoke from the compound. When we finished, we trudged back to the cars. Heads down, exhausted. I grabbed his rifle to hand it over, didn't think much of it. By the time we reached the helicopters, though, I heard something. A rumble, low and growing. I didn't know what it was, so I flicked off the safety and peered through the scope. That's when I saw them, F-18 jets slicing through the clouds, engines roaring like thunder. I gave the rifle back to Stuart once we were inside, muttering an apology if I'd overstepped. Didn't think it'd matter. Ree nods, his jaw tight. "You didn't cause any problems, Pete. You just showed us what was coming." He gestures, and the video rolls again. The scope's crosshairs sweep the sky, locking onto the jets as they streak closer. Each one releases its payload, 2 bombs apiece, tumbling end over end until they slam into the compound below. The screen erupts in dust and chaos, debris spiraling into the air as the ground shakes. Then it freezes again, and Ree steps forward, his voice steady but laced with something darker. Those bombs leveled it, everything. The compound, the hidden bunkers we didn't even know were there. No one's touched that land since. It's just a scar now. The Admiral shifts in his seat, his weathered face creasing as he turns to me. Mr. Michaels. Can you tell us where you buried the girl's remains? Shame floods me, hot and heavy. I'm sorry, sir, I mumble, staring at the floor. I wasn't paying attention. I just dug where I stood. But Pete's already moving, stepping into the light with a quiet confidence. I know where it was, he says, jabbing a finger at a spot on the map tacked to the wall, right outside the compound. At the foot of a low hill. The dirt was loose there, easy to work with. Everywhere else was solid rock. We made it about 6 feet deep, 4 wide. Didn't need more than that, there wasn't much left of them. I know it wasn't proper, but I said a prayer anyway, for what it's worth. The Admiral's eyes soften, just for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. The families have been begging the Navy for answers. Ree clears his throat, drawing every eye back to him. There's more you should know. Before all this, we were pushing the new Afghan president to take a hard line against the Taliban. He wouldn't budge, kept dodging us with vague excuses. What no one knew back then was his younger brother was a Taliban commander, a big player. If you ever saw a photo of the president in his office, you'd spot it, a framed picture of that brother hanging right behind his desk, proud as anything. That compound? It doubled as the president's family estate. And by some twist of fate, the guy negotiating for the U.S. that day was none other than our current leader. The room explodes in stunned murmurs, a wave of disbelief crashing over us. Baxter handed him the DVDs the very next day, Ree continues, his voice hardening. I can't hold it in anymore, that man knew everything. He played me like a damn fiddle. I feel the heat rising in my chest, anger and betrayal tangling up inside me. Ree presses on, relentless. I can't say what he did or didn't know back then, but he signed off on the deal. The president's family wanted to funnel their money into an American outfit, United Logistics. He made it happen. Tom's voice breaks the tension, a quiet, "Oh no," slipping out as the room falls deathly still. Even the Admiral, usually unshakable, looks lost for words. Finally, the Navy commander rises, his uniform crisp against the dim light. Admiral. As the Navy's rep here, I think we've got enough today to reopen this investigation. Those sailors did their jobs, followed their training, and got screwed for it. The Admiral scans the faces of his officers, reading their silent agreement. Thank you all for coming, for sharing what we hadn't heard before. We'll reconvene to figure out what we recommend to the Secretary of the Navy. Keep your calendars clear for October. With that, he dismisses us. And the room empties out the back door in a shuffle of boots and hushed whispers. I stay rooted, reeling from it all, until Ree stands and claps a hand on my shoulder. SEALs, thank you for being here. It meant a lot. I've got a room booked across the street for lunch. Tom, Carla, can you take everyone over? We'll catch up. Tom and Carla herd the group out, leaving me with Ree, Sylvia, and Emily. I'm adrift, my mind spinning. I thought I was just wrestling with one man's shadow, but now I see it, a web of power and politics stretching far beyond me. Ree's hand lingers on my shoulder. His voice low. He made that video himself, you know. Planned the whole hearing. Too much was riding on it. I should have stopped him when I could, I've been too caught up in my own head. Is he still coming for me? I ask, barely above a whisper. Ree shakes his head. He's got bigger fish frying now. That meeting blew up in his face. People are asking questions, demanding answers. If this leaks, he's done. He'll slink off in disgrace. Where do I find a reporter hungry enough to break it? I ask, desperation creeping in. Ree smirks, almost amused. They're all hungry. But most are too scared to touch a story this hot. Besides, it's not your burden to carry. You fought enough, still got your own demons to face, and my daughter to look after. Let someone else take the torch. Come on, let's eat. I hear the ribs here are killer. That word, *ribs*, sends me back to a day on the river. The sun beating down as strangers welcomed us with open arms, passing around plates of smoky meat and cold beers. I hope they're sleeping soundly now, wherever they are. We cross the street. And that night, Emily and Sylvia, my fiancée and future mother-in-law, hover over me like guardians. Emily curls up close, her warmth seeping into me as she whispers. I'm glad I finally understand what's been eating at you. I can't imagine the weight you've carried, but I'm here now. If those nightmares come back, I'll hold you tight and chase them off. I promise. I manage a shaky laugh. You've already done that more times than I've admitted. Sharing it all today, the story, the video, it's like a knot inside me loosened. Before. It felt like I'd dreamed it all, some feverish tale no one would buy. They'd pat my head, pour me a drink, and call me a poor bastard. But now? The people who matter saw it, heard it, felt it. It's real. I'm real. No, sweetheart, Emily murmurs, pulling me closer. We saw it. We get why you've been haunted. Now let me show you how strong I can be for you. And she does, her love a quiet, fierce thing that steadies me through the days that follow. Ree and Tom never bring up the mission again. We've all got our own battles, and they respect that mine are mine alone. Still, we bond, Emily, Sylvia, and Carla becoming a tight-knit trio. Emily draws out Sylvia's fire, while Sylvia teaches her when to wield it and when to soften. I land a gig with the Park Service. And it fits me like a glove, traveling the state, tracing rivers, with an office in Columbia. We buy a place halfway between St. Louis and there, 20 acres of quiet land to call home. Our new home sprawled across 20 acres of untamed Missouri countryside, a patchwork of open fields stretching toward the horizon. Kissed by the gentle ripple of a pond and anchored by the weathered stones of an old well. It was a place that begged for life, for laughter, for the clamor of family, and that's exactly what we gave it. The first gathering we hosted there felt like a baptism of the land itself. Tom and Ree showed up with wide grins and a surprise. Several wobbly-legged calves they'd hauled in the back of a borrowed trailer, intending to roast them over a fire pit for everyone to share. The air buzzed with anticipation. The scent of wood smoke curling upward as the sun dipped low, painting the grass in hues of gold and amber. But Emily, oh! Emily, she froze the moment she saw those big-eyed creatures stumbling around the yard. Her face tightened, her hands curling into fists at her sides as a storm brewed behind her hazel eyes. You can't be serious, she snapped, her voice slicing through the chatter like a blade. They're babies. Her outrage was palpable, a raw, trembling thing that caught everyone off guard. The laughter died in our throats as she stood there, chest heaving, staring down Tom and Ree like they'd committed some unforgivable sin. For her, it wasn't just about the calves, it was the innocence they represented, the life she couldn't bear to see snuffed out for a casual feast. The men exchanged sheepish glances, their bravado wilting under her glare, and within the hour, they'd loaded the calves back up and returned them to their owner, the trailer rattling off down the dirt road. The rest of us chuckled at the absurdity of it, Tom scratching his head, Ree muttering about city girls, but Emily didn't crack a smile. She spent the afternoon perched on a weathered bench by the pond, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the water's glassy surface. The ripples reflected her turmoil. And I could feel the weight of her frustration from across the yard. Carla and Sylvia, ever the peacemakers, took it upon themselves to coax her out of her funk. Carla, with her warm, steady presence, sat beside her first, resting a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay to feel that way," she said softly, her voice a soothing balm. Sylvia joined them, her silver-streaked hair catching the sunlight as she knelt in the grass, offering Emily a cup of iced tea and a gentle nudge. "Come on, love. Let's not let this ruin a good day." They spent hours like that, talking, teasing, drawing her back to us bit by bit, until the tension in her shoulders eased and a reluctant laugh finally broke free. Life moved forward. As it always does. Emily graduated that spring, her cap and gown a burst of pride against the gray auditorium seats. She landed a job with an agency tasked with guarding the mighty Mississippi River, a role that suited her fierce spirit, her need to protect something bigger than herself. She'd come home with stories of muddy boots and riverbank surveys, her eyes alight with purpose. Carla, meanwhile, crossed her own finish line, earning her doctorate after years of late nights and endless drafts. She took a position teaching public policy at the university, her lectures sharp and passionate. Her classroom a stage where she unraveled the knots of governance for wide-eyed students. 3 years later, during our anniversary dinner, the air thick with the scent of roasted chicken and candle wax, the women dropped a bombshell. Carla, Emily, and Sylvia sat across from us, their faces glowing with a secret they'd been cradling for weeks. "We're all expecting," Emily announced, her voice trembling with joy as she squeezed my hand under the table. The guys, Tom, Ree, and me, blinked in stunned silence, forks hovering midair, while the realization sank in. The girls had planned it together, a trio of conspirators weaving their futures into one beautiful tapestry. Laughter erupted, glasses clinked, and the night stretched long with dreams of what was to come. August 10th dawned bright and blistering, the perfect day for a wedding, or, in our case, weddings. We decided on a joint ceremony, all 6 of us standing beneath a sprawling oak on our land, the pond shimmering in the background like a mirror to our vows. The air hummed with cicadas and the rustle of leaves, and we traded rings with grins that wouldn't quit. Afterward, in a burst of giddy spontaneity, we hatched a plan, a honeymoon to Cabo San Lucas. Tom and Carla had never taken theirs, work had always gotten in the way, chaining them to desks and deadlines, so it felt like a victory to whisk them off with us. We pictured it vividly as we packed. The crash of ocean waves, the sting of salt on our skin, the endless stretch of sand where we'd shed every worry and just be. 6 tickets, 6 suitcases. And a promise to make memories that would outshine even that golden summer day. As for the rest of that summer, well, the details are scattered across newspapers and history books, if you care to dig. Half the country swears by what happened, piecing together the fragments with fervent belief, the other half dismisses it as noise, rolling their eyes at the headlines. The rest? They just shrug and move on, too busy with their own lives to bother. It's a fractured tale, one that shifts depending on who's telling it, but for us, it's woven into the fabric of who we are, messy, real, and ours alone. We lived it, breathed it, carried it home to that house by the pond, where the well still stands and the land still waits for the next gathering, the next story, the next burst of life.